Chapter 1: The Fall of a God's Lair. A towering figure stood in the sky, his battered body covered in wounds, his disheveled hair giving him the appearance of a devil. In his trembling hand, he gripped a giant red sword, its brilliance dimmed by the weight of his exhaustion. Anyone who looked closely could see it, this man was on his last leg. Above him, the heavens loomed, where a mountain-sized sword of pure, white energy materialized. Ethereal and unyielding, it radiated divine might, pressing down on him with unbearable force as it descended toward the earth below. On the ground, countless people dressed in simple white tunics stared upward, their faces pale with terror. Many had fallen to their knees, hands clasped as if in prayer. But if one listened closely, their prayers were not for the gods, they were for the men in the sky. Wen Ran, please protect us. Oh, great Wen Ran, slay the heavens for us. We are not guilty, yet we are sentenced to death. Desperate cries filled the air, their voices reaching toward the heavens, pleading for salvation. But the men they prayed to stood on the brink of collapse. His body trembled uncontrollably as a bloody red light erupted from his sword, painting the sky in its furious glow and enveloping the entire world in its energy. This sword. Wen Ran's voice thundered across the heavens, his words laced with defiance. I shall send it back. He roared, his gaze burning with unyielding disdain for those who called themselves gods. Even as his body faltered, his will refused to bow to the heavens he deemed unworthy. Foolish mortal. A thunderous voice crashed from the heavens, carrying such overwhelming power that the mountain peaks in the valley below shattered instantly. The sheer force of the words sent shockwaves across the land, and countless observers coughed up mouthfuls of blood. Some collapsed where they stood, their bodies unable to withstand the divine pressure, while others simply faded into death. Even Wen Ran, who stood like a god himself, staggered under the crushing weight of the voice. His knees buckled slightly, his body trembling as he was slowly forced closer to the ground. But his eyes burned with unyielding resolve. Something only a man with countless years of battle experience would possess. If I have to sacrifice myself, so be it. Wen Ran's voice boomed, his defiance shaking the very air. This world shall know peace, and I, Wen Ran, shall protect my loved ones. As his words echoed, his aura surged, crashing upward like a raging tide. The oppressive power from above wavered, and the massive, white ethereal sword in the sky began to tremble. Impossible, the voice from above roared, its tone laced with shock and fury. The weapon that had once carried absolute control now quaked as if it were struggling against its master's will. Wen Ran's body shot into the sky, his crimson weapon blazing like a sun. The brilliance of his aura eclipsed everything, drowning the heavens in red light. With a single swing of his sword, powerful enough to shatter mountains, he unleashed a devastating strike at his target. I have slain countless gods throughout my life, Wen Ran roared, his voice filled with unrelenting fury. And you will be no exception. His aura erupted in a storm of blinding red light, shaking the heavens themselves as his sword hurtled toward its mark. In the endless void of darkness, Wen Ran's soul shivered. A strange voice echoed through the emptiness, stirring him from his eternal slumber. Its tone was impossible to place, neither wholly male nor female. It was like a whisper in the cosmos, yet powerful enough to jolt his fading consciousness awake. He was nothing more than a wisp of spectral light adrift in the infinite expanse. But now, for the first time in eons, he felt himself stirring, as though some long-forgotten part of him was waking. Who dares call to me? He thought heavily, his soul weighed down by exhaustion. He tried to return to the void, to drift back into the nothingness. Do you wish to slay the gods again? Those words struck him like a thunderbolt, igniting a flame long thought extinguished. Wen Ran's spectral form trembled, his attention snapping to the voice. Slay the gods. If I had one more chance. If I could rise again, I would never lose. I would raise the very heavens to ash just to see them burn. Will you accept another chance at life? He paused, taking a moment to contemplate the offer. What's the price you're asking for? Wen Ran's mind remained sharp despite the haze of slumber. After countless years fighting gods, he knew all too well, nothing in the world came for free. The voice spoke words so profound, so unfathomable, that Wen Ran's very soul shivered in response. And yet, without hesitation, he answered from the depths of his heart. Yes. Give me this chance. Congratulations. Suddenly, Wen Ran's mind exploded with a barrage of messages. You have successfully formed a pact with a system's messenger. You shall soon be reincarnated into a new body of a dead person in a new world. You have received an SSS-rank cultivation system. Good luck on your journey. With those final words, Wen Ran's soul was pulled by a mysterious power, spiraling through a vortex of light and energy. When his eyes opened again after countless years, he found himself lying on a cold, unfamiliar floor. Chapter 2: Reborn in the Body of a Slave. Wen Ran's eyes slowly scanned his surroundings. The room was worn and neglected, as though it hadn't been cleaned in years. Water dripped from the cracked ceiling in slow, rhythmic drops beside him. Disoriented, he tried to lift himself off the ground, but his left leg buckled beneath him. He stumbled, crashing back down and hitting his head against the cold, unforgiving floor. "Where am I?" he muttered, clutching his head as a sharp pain throbbed through his skull. The last thing I remember is. His thoughts faltered as his head pounded, feeling as though it might explode at any moment. A dry gulp followed, and an overwhelming thirst surged through him. Water. But the only water in sight was the filthy droplets slowly dripping from the cracked ceiling. Desperate, he laid his head back on the ground, opening his mouth to catch the murky drops. The disgusting taste hit his tongue, but he didn't care, his thirst was too overpowering to notice. All right, think, what happened? The gods, the sword, brother, people, world, all gone. Suddenly, the memories flooded back, like a dam cracking under immense pressure. Tears streamed down his face, flowing like an endless ocean as he wept on the ground. Rage and pain overwhelmed him, the emotions taking over his entire being. He couldn't even swallow the dirty water anymore, his heart felt as if it had shattered into a million pieces. After a good 10 minutes, he pushed himself off the ground with great difficulty. He looked at his own arms, they were so fragile, so skinny and weak, a complete opposite of his former body. So, this is the body I've reincarnated into. Weak. Wen Ran muttered, his tone filled with disdain. He tried to search his mind for traces of the body's previous owner but came up empty. I can't seem to recall any memories of its past, either. Rolling his shoulder, he winced as it creaked painfully, feeling as though the bones might crumble into dust at any moment. What a useless body. With a sigh, Wen Ran began moving his fingers, forming seals with practiced precision. But his expression darkened almost instantly, his face twisting into an ugly scowl. No spirit root. A cripple. He tried several more times to sense his body, but no matter what he did, the results remained the same. Each failure caused his expression to darken further. This is ridiculous. That voice promised me power. Where is it? Wen Ran growled, his arms dropping heavily to the ground. Yet, despite his frustration, his will refused to falter. Suddenly, a sharp pain struck his temples, causing him to clutch his head. In the next moment, his eyes began to glow faintly, and gold letters manifested before him. What baffled him was not just the appearance of the text, but the form it took. The words weren't written on a bamboo scroll, as he would have expected. Instead, they seemed to be etched onto a translucent black surface, almost like black water suspended in midair. He reached out toward the screen, curiosity flickering in his eyes. Yet no matter what he did, it stayed just out of reach, moving fluidly with his gaze. He sighed, a flicker of disappointment crossing his face. So this is the so-called system. Still, from the outside, he seemed almost pleased. And why wouldn't he be? A second chance at life was no small gift. Everything about this body is a mess, he thought, frowning. The only good thing is the talent being immeasurable, though that might be because of me. And the bloodline. He bit his lip, contemplating the implications. Someone with an ancient bloodline should have extraordinary talent, easily beyond the spirit-gathering stage. But the lack of a spirit root. His expression darkened. How can I grow one without an ancient spirit plant? He murmured under his breath. Suddenly, as if in response to his question, the text vanished, only to be replaced with something new. New quest received. Survive the next encounter. Reward, low-grade spirit root. Failure will result in death. The door burst open with a thunderous bang, and a tall, bulky man stormed into the room. His face was twisted in rage so fierce it was almost impossible to describe. Wen Ran, you piece of human garbage. You lowly slave, he bellowed, his roar shaking the walls. The man looked to be around 50 or 60 years old, his deep voice brimming with authority and fury. Wen Ran flinched at the outburst, nearly jumping in place, but quickly composed himself. His gaze sharpened, sweeping over the men with disdain. His eyes gleamed with mockery and pride, remnants of the arrogance he carried in his past life. Who the hell is he calling garbage? The heart of the god slayer burned with anger, but Wen Ran clenched his fists, forcing himself to remain calm. He knew all too well, this frail body was no match for brute force. If he made a single wrong move, he'd be dead in seconds. How dare you defile the mistress, the man roared, his voice trembling with both rage and indignation. Her purity was priceless. Do you even comprehend what you've done? The Wu clan's offer would have secured our future, something you could never hope to repay. You've ruined everything. Die, you worthless scum. Before Wen Ran could react, the man lunged at him with all his might, his powerful frame bearing down like a raging bull. Wen Ran's heart raced as he watched the man close in, his expression a mixture of panic and grim determination. If I lose this fight, I'll die, just as the system warned. Chapter 3 Who's the dog now? The fist, as big as a large dumpling, came crashing down on Wen Ran with terrifying force. Relying on his instincts and the battle experience forged over thousands of years of cultivation and combat, he dodged to the side, barely escaping instant death. He swiftly grabbed the tall, bulky man by the arm, intending to use his opponent's momentum and weight against him. But to his dismay, the body he now inhabited was far weaker than he had anticipated. The man didn't even budge an inch. If someone were watching from the side, it would look like an ant trying to move a mountain, utterly ridiculous. But Wen Ran found nothing amusing about it. Before he could react, the man shoved him with brute strength, sending his frail body hurtling into the corner of the room like a leaf caught in a gale. His back slammed into an old wooden chair, the impact shattering it into pieces beneath him. The old man stared at Wen Ran, his expression a mix of shock and ridicule. Wait a second, not only did you not kill yourself in shame, but you also dare to think you can win against this grandfather. His booming laughter carried a malicious undertone, echoing in the small room. The sound of cracking bones came from his fists as he slowly advanced toward the teenager like a predator stalking its prey. You must have gone stupid. You're just a dog to our family. And yet, you had the audacity to sleep with the mistress. He sneered, his lips curling in contempt. Ah, Wen Ran, as a man, I can at least commend your stupidity. Wen Ran, however, remained calm, even as his face betrayed the immense pain coursing through his body. His eyes, sharp and focused, held a glint of seriousness, tinged with the madness of a seasoned warrior. Reaching out, he picked up a sharp fragment of the chair's broken leg. That's right, look down on me. Trash talk me. We'll see who the real dog is soon enough. His thoughts raced, formulating a hidden plan to turn the situation around. As the old man loomed closer, his fist cocked and ready, he launched it toward Wen Ran with brutal force. But what the fool failed to realize was that he was facing a master of war. In the blink of an eye, the tide turned. The old man's eyes widened in shock and confusion. Not only had he missed his target, but a sharp, thick object was now embedded deep in his throat. I can finally feel it. Wen Ran murmured, a warm smile gracing his lips. The connection to this world, it's amazing. But his smile faltered, replaced by an expression of deep pain, regret, and sorrow. Yet, this world is so alien to me. I will never see the beautiful rivers and mountains of my own world again. He stood there silently, his gaze distant, lost in thought. For the time it takes to boil a cup of tea, he remained motionless, a man burdened by memories too heavy to bear. And though he was a man, he cried, tears streaming down his face as old memories washed over him, vivid and unrelenting. After calming himself, Wen Ran shifted his gaze to the body sprawled in its own pool of blood. Without hesitation, he crouched down and began searching through its pockets. If I want to survive in this new world, I first need to figure out who I am. And I need money. I need to grow quickly. His hands moved with practiced precision, swift and deliberate, like those of an experienced thief. The ease with which he worked carried an air of suspicion, hinting at the questionable skills he must have honed in his previous life. Suddenly, Wen Ran's hand brushed against something small and rough. He pulled out a tattered leather pouch from the man's pocket. Oh! Let's hope for something good. Lifting the bag, he gave it a quick shake and emptied its contents into his palm. A handful of small, shimmering blue stones tumbled into his palm, each glowing faintly with a soft, ethereal light. Wen Ran could feel the pure energy radiating from them, a gentle yet powerful force that resonated with his newly awakened spirit root. Spirit stones, he exclaimed, his voice low but brimming with satisfaction. Wen Ran's lips curled into a faint smile as he studied the glowing stones in his palm. From his previous life, he knew all too well, these small, energy-packed stones were the bread and water of every cultivator. "This is just a small step," he muttered, his voice steady but filled with unyielding resolve. "Just you wait, you shameless gods. I'll regain my strength soon, and when I do..." His eyes burned with fiery determination. "I'll end your world, just as you did to mine." Chapter 4: The Mistress of the Fong Clan. Wen Ran took his time cleaning up the scene, carefully arranging it to look like an accident. Just as he turned to leave, hurried footsteps echoed from behind the door. The sound was soft and quick, immediately making Wen Ran doubt it was another man. The old wooden door creaked open once again, but this time, Wen Ran felt no malicious intent emanating from the other side. Instead, the aura was completely different, calm yet anxious. A young woman, appearing to be around his age, rushed in. Her golden eyes, filled with deep worry and panic, immediately locked onto Wen Ran. Tears welled up and spilled over as she froze, her gaze fixed on him. Her golden hair shimmered in the dim light, and her pale, delicate face made her look like a jade doll, crafted from the most precious material in the world. "Wen Ran," she cried, her voice trembling as tears streamed down her cheeks. I thought you'd die. I'm so happy you're alive." Before he could respond, she rushed forward and wrapped her arms tightly around him, her embrace filled with raw emotion. Wen Ran stood frozen, utterly speechless. But he was no fool. An old fox like him quickly pieced together the situation. She must be the mistress the previous owner of this body had a secret romance with. However, he had no interest in such youthful entanglements. Children's games were beneath him, and all he wanted now was to escape this situation as quickly as possible. "Yeah, but forgive me, miss. I have no idea who you are. Honestly, I'm not even sure who I am," Wen Ran said calmly, attempting to gently push the girl away. Her golden eyes stared blankly at him, wide with disbelief, as though her entire world had just shattered. "Wen Ran, you're joking, right? Tell me this is a bad joke." Her arms dropped limply to her sides, her voice trembling with desperation. But then her gaze fell on the blood trickling from a wound on his forehead, something even he hadn't noticed yet. Without hesitation, she stepped closer, her soft fingers lightly brushing against the wound as she examined it with care. "My poor Wen Ran, why would the world treat you like this?" she murmured, her voice filled with tender concern. "Well, this is good for now," he thought, his expression calm but his thoughts anything but. "If I can trick her into providing me with resources, my cultivation will skyrocket. I need to push this body to the next stage as soon as possible." Soon, the two of them left the bamboo forest and approached a small town. A weathered wooden board above the city gate bore a single character, Fong. The town had an air of modesty, with narrow, winding streets lined by simple wooden houses. But what caught Wen Ran's attention most were the people bustling about. Their clothing was far simpler than what he was accustomed to in his previous life. "This is where my new life begins." He took in a deep breath, his eyes burning with determination as he resolved to forge his future in this world. But just as he stepped forward, the air seemed to shift, and a distant voice carried on the wind, chilling him to his core. "New quest received. Raise the town to the ground. Reward, Spirit Ascension Pill. Failure will result in death. Time limit, 14 days. Wen Ran's breath hitched, his sharp gaze locking onto the peaceful town ahead. His heart pounded as the system's command burned vividly before his eyes. Chapter 5: Second Circle of Spirit Gathering. Wen Ran stood frozen, his expression unreadable, though his eyes betrayed a flicker of movement. For a brief moment, his pupils trembled, not from fear of the task the system had given him, but from a deeper, more immediate concern: what if someone noticed this strange message? "Wen Ran, are you okay?" the Fong clan's little mistress asked, her voice soft but filled with worry. She tugged at his arm, her golden eyes fixed intently on his face, as though afraid he might vanish if she let go. Her heart pounded wildly, the echo of their last encounter still fresh in her mind. But what she didn't know, what she couldn't possibly suspect, was that the person she clung to so desperately was no longer the same Wen Ran she once loved. And yet, her feelings remained untainted, her love unwavering and pure. She can't see it. Is it just me? Wen Ran's thoughts raced as a wave of relief washed over him. At least the system's message wasn't visible to others. But even as he felt that momentary reprieve, his heart churned with frustration. This system, it's nothing but trouble. His sharp mind worked rapidly, analyzing his predicament. It's pointless to make enemies with this frail body. If I can't reach the Foundation establishment stage in 14 days, I'll be dead long before the system gets to me. And who knows what kind of demons or dangers lurk in this town. But the system left him with little choice. Wen Ran steeled his heart, preparing himself for what lay ahead. His eyes suddenly burned with a fierce determination, fueled by an unquenchable desire for power. "I'm okay," he said, shaking his head firmly. It was a lie, but a necessary one. Keeping a low profile was his best option for now. The girl tugged at him more insistently, her golden eyes darting over his face. Her mind swirled with thoughts, trying to make sense of what had made him pause. Perhaps it's because it's his first time here. We always met in the forest before, and... Her cheeks flushed crimson as the thought trailed off, her imagination betraying her. Shaking her head, she brushed away the idea, unwilling to dwell on it further. She tightened her grip on his arm, and in the next moment, they stepped through the towering gates, leaving the forest behind. The girl approached them cautiously, her delicate hands resting on one of the doors. Slowly and gently, she pushed it open, trying to minimize the noise. "Please try to stay quiet, Wen Ran," she whispered, her voice laced with unease. "If my father finds out you're here." Her voice trailed off, the words unspoken but clear enough. Wen Ran's head throbbed slightly at the implication. Once again, trouble always finds me. This girl doesn't understand, half the city already saw us together in the square. Surprisingly, there were no guards in sight. Wen Ran raised an eyebrow at this unusual oversight, unaware that the young mistress had already paid the guards to turn a blind eye and let them sneak in. As they stepped further, Wen Ran's gaze was drawn to the courtyard ahead. It was a beautiful, tranquil space that led to the imposing main palace. Smaller wooden buildings lined the sides, likely meant for welcoming guests or housing servants. The rock-paved path that stretched toward the palace was meticulously maintained, flanked by a small pond where koi fish swim lazily, their vibrant colors reflecting in the still water. The soft rustle of bamboo leaves in the breeze added a calming touch, enhancing the serene atmosphere. But as Wen Ran took several steps into the courtyard, his body suddenly trembled. A surge of spirit energy flowed into him from the surroundings, enveloping him in its power. Before he could fully process what was happening, the energy surged through his meridians, pushing him into the second circle of the spirit gathering stage. The girl halted, her golden eyes wide with shock as she felt the sudden surge in his aura. "How is that possible?" she stammered, her voice trembling with confusion and wonder. She knew all too well that the previous owner of this body had no spirit root, cultivation should have been impossible. Their eyes met. Wen Ran didn't panic. This old fox had faced countless challenges, and bluffing was one of his greatest weapons. It had never let him down before, and it wouldn't now. Chapter 6 Punishment Quest. Wen Ran's eyes carefully scanned the little miss's expression, noting every detail with practiced precision. Her worried, confused face was like an open book to him, one he could read with ease. "Miss Fong." He began softly, but his words caused her expression to shift instantly. Hurt flashed across her face. "All I can remember is that I consumed some mysterious herb," he continued, feigning the confusion of a bewildered child. "I think I found it somewhere in the wild. After that, a strange energy hit me, awakening something inside me. Maybe it was the herb, maybe it helped me." Her golden eyes widened as she mulled over his words, her concern blending with curiosity. I need to check the archives to see if it's possible. A herb like that would have to be a treasure, at least 1,000 years old," she murmured, seemingly convinced. Wen Ran suppressed a smirk. This girl is too trusting. "Follow me," she exclaimed, tugging him forward. New quest received. Kiss the woman next to you. Reward, memories of the last 10 days. Failure to complete will result in punishment. Wen Ran's expression widened as he froze in place, a mix of shock and disbelief flashing across his face. But this time, a distinct irritation darkened his gaze. "Like hell I'm kissing a child," he thought furiously, his jaw tightening. "I'll take the punishment instead, like a real man." "Are you certain you want to decline?" Wen Ran glanced at the beautiful young mistress. Her golden eyes sparkled with innocence, her delicate features framed by soft waves of golden hair. But despite her beauty and charm, his morals wouldn't allow him to cross that line. With a steady heart, he answered silently, "Yes, give me the punishment." The name lingered in the air. Wen Ran's gaze softened against his will, holding an affection he hadn't intended. For a fleeting moment, he felt the pull of emotions not his own, an urge to lean closer. But who was he? He was the one who had slain gods and devils alike, a battle-hardened warrior forged over thousands of relentless years. His heart fought back fiercely, his resolve unshaken. There's still a fragment of the previous owner's soul lingering inside me, he realized, his thoughts sharp and grim. I must purge it completely, no matter how long it takes. He clenched his fists. If I don't, who knows what kind of chaos this will bring in the future. The girl, however, was ecstatic. Her golden eyes sparkled with unrestrained joy, her heart pounding so loudly it seemed to echo in the silence between them. She leaned in, her lips trembling, inching closer with each passing moment. Wen Ran's body tensed, his instincts readying him to dodge. But just as he prepared to evade, a sudden voice shattered the moment, sharp and authoritative, cutting through the air like a blade. Where did that brat Fang Jinyao run off to? The voice was rough and aged, unmistakably belonging to an old man. Oh no, grandfather is here, she gasped, her face paling. In an instant, she pushed against the ivy-covered panel, sliding it open to reveal a steep tunnel descending into the palace's depths. Get in. Fang Jinyao hissed, her voice urgent, her golden eyes wide with panic. Wen Ran hesitated but stepped into the dimly lit tunnel. The panel slid shut behind him with a soft click, and silence enveloped him. Outside, Fang Jinyao stood still, her expression shifting. Slowly, a cunning smile crept across her lips, her golden eyes glinting with determination. This time, I'll keep him here forever. It's not safe outside. Nobody will hurt my Wen Ran. If they dare, I'll kill them myself. Her sweet features twisted into a faintly maniacal grin as she turned and disappeared into the courtyard. Inside the tunnel, Wen Ran adjusted to the dim light emanating from faintly glowing spirit crystals embedded in the walls. The air was cool and damp, carrying a faint echo of distant steps. This place, it feels so familiar, he thought, narrowing his eyes. With each careful step, his mind raced. This is my chance, he mused, a faint smirk forming on his lips. I'll use this opportunity to complete the quest the system gave me. Time to turn this situation to my advantage. Chapter 7: The Mysterious Sword. Wen Ran slowly navigated the dimly lit tunnel, each step drawing him deeper into its depths. The air grew cooler, and the faint glow of spirit crystals embedded in the damp rock walls provided just enough light to guide his way. The further he went, the brighter the tunnel seemed to become, yet the sense of familiarity gnawed at him. This place felt known to him, though he couldn't recall why. Suddenly, the path ahead split into 3 directions. Wen Ran stopped, his sharp gaze scanning each tunnel carefully. But no matter how long he stared, each one appeared identical, dimly lit, damp, and stretching into the unknown. His irritation flared as he muttered under his breath. Seriously, that girl didn't even explain how to reach her room. Does she expect me to just figure it out myself? His expression darkened with frustration, but he quickly stilled his mind. He took a deep breath, letting logic overrule his irritation. One wrong step leads to another, he murmured, quoting the proverb softly. I need to choose wisely. He relaxed his body, letting his tension melt away as he focused all his attention on his ears. Slowly, he guided his spirit energy toward them, attempting to use a technique he had mastered in his previous life. At the spirit gathering stage, his current cultivation was far from sufficient to perform it with precision. But his vast experience allowed him to adapt, channeling what little spiritual power his body could muster. The technique was crude compared to how it once was, yet it worked, just enough to heighten his senses. As the spiritual power connected to the world, faint sounds began to filter through, the distant drip of water, the soft hum of energy vibrating through the tunnels. It wasn't perfect, but it was enough to give him an edge. A faint whisper reached Wen Ran's ear, drifting from the direction of the eastern tunnel. The sounds were muffled, like 2 people deep in conversation, their words too indistinct to decipher. Still, it was enough to give him a clear sense of where to go first. Found my targets, he murmured, his gaze narrowing. But a grim realization tempered his resolve. I need a weapon. Without a sharp blade, this fragile body won't even be able to kill common servants. It's utterly useless. What is that? A deep voice murmured from beyond the door. I'm not sure, another replied, equally cautious. But that aura, it feels like it belongs to someone in the spirit flow stage. Spirit flow? Wen Ran's thoughts raced. What kind of stage is that? Is this world's cultivation system different from mine? A sinking realization hit him, his knowledge, honed over thousands of years, might not align perfectly with this world's methods. He couldn't rely solely on his past experiences to reclaim his former heights. He would have to adapt. "Be cautious," one of the voices whispered, their footsteps creeping closer. "If a thief has broken into Elder Fong Tianyu's forbidden room, catching them will earn us a rich reward." Their hushed conversation carried through the room, and Wen Ran's sharp ears caught every word. He knew he had little time to act. A wild grin spread across his face, his eyes glinting with a dangerous excitement. He could feel the blade hum in his hand, its power beckoning him to unleash it. Perfect. This thin body might be weak, but speed is its ally. His gaze sharpened as his plan solidified. "This is a heaven-sent chance to test this weapon, and complete my quest." Without hesitation, Wen Ran slipped into the shadows, his movements swift and precise. He found a pile of old, tattered cloths in the corner of the room and burrowed beneath them, his frail body concealed so well that, at a glance, it seemed as though no one was there. His breathing slowed to a near halt, every muscle in his body taut as he listened intently. Moments later, the old wooden door creaked open, the sound echoing in the quiet room like a warning bell. Two pairs of footsteps cautiously entered, their weight pressing softly against the dusty floorboards. Chapter 8 Difference in Experience. The two men who stepped cautiously into the room wore simple, light gray robes, each bearing the etched insignia of the Fong clan on their chests. Their attire was unassuming, yet their demeanor hinted at something more. The first man was short and round, his clean robes neatly pressed with barely a wrinkle in sight. Despite his stature, his posture suggested readiness, his arms raised in a defensive stance. A faint golden glow shimmered over his palms, betraying his intent to use spiritual techniques. His eyes scanned the room with suspicion, though his narrow focus made him look more like an easy target in Wen Ran's calculating gaze. The second man was a stark contrast, tall and bulky, his broad shoulders straining against the seams of his servant robes. Resting on his palm was a small, flame-like serpent, its ethereal flicker casting dancing shadows on the walls. The juxtaposition of his intimidating aura and servant's attire puzzled Wen Ran. Perhaps the man had no real talent in battle or cultivation, relegated to menial work despite his physical presence. As the two men fully entered the room, their movements were cautious and deliberate. They gestured silently to one another to remain quiet, their wary gazes sweeping over the ancient artifacts as though expecting trouble to spring from the shadows. "Look, the trapdoor is open," the tall man whispered, gesturing toward the opening. He nudged the shorter man with a sharp elbow. "Go on, check it out." The short, round man recoiled, his face pale. "Why me? You're stronger. What if he's waiting down there?" His voice quivered as he glanced nervously at the dark opening, clearly reluctant to take the lead. Their exchange was almost comical to Wen Ran, a master of battle who had faced far greater threats. Hidden among the shadows, he observed their bickering with quiet amusement as they shoved each other back and forth, neither willing to be the first to descend. Their fear and inexperience were palpable, a stark reminder that neither had the faintest grasp of true combat or survival. They didn't even notice the footprints scattered across the dusty floor. Wen Ran chuckled inwardly, amused by their obliviousness. For a moment, he had worried they might pick up on something amiss in the room, but their carelessness brought him a wave of relief. Wen Ran's gaze sharpened as his plan crystallized. "Be patient and wait. Once one of them climbs down, I'll silently take out the other." A faint tumble echoed from upstairs, and the fatty jumped, his energy dissipating as his nerves failed him. His trembling intensified, and a foul smell filled the air as his body betrayed his panic. He whispered, "Brother Lu Sheng," his voice barely audible, a quiver running through each syllable. When no answer came, he gulped loudly, his breath shallow. "Brother Lu Sheng," he called again, slightly louder this time, as he hesitantly stepped toward the ladder. His trembling hands gripped the rungs, and he began climbing, his fear mounting with every step. Suddenly, something cold and sticky splattered onto his face. Startled, he wiped at it with his sleeve, but as his eyes adjusted to the dim light, his breath caught in his throat. Crimson streaked the fabric, unmistakable in color, blood. His grip faltered, and he fell back, landing hard on the cold tunnel floor. His wide eyes locked onto the trapdoor above, where a figure loomed like a specter of death. The immense killing intent radiating from the shadow seemed to freeze the fatty in place, his body stiff with terror. The last thing he saw was the figure descending like a devil god, a black blade gleaming in its hand. The blade pierced through his skull with terrifying precision, ending his life in an instant. "Congratulations. You have completed your punishment quest." As a reward for the swift execution of your task, you will gain 1 random item. Wen Ran felt a sudden warmth spread through his hand, the sensation building until a golden light began to radiate from his palm. His heart quickened, a faint smirk tugging at his lips. What will it be? He wondered, the anticipation sparking a flicker of excitement even in his calculating mind. Chapter 9 Copper Bracelet. Wen Ran stared at his palm as the golden light began to fade. Something reddish-brown took shape, and as the form solidified, his sharp eyes locked onto it. It was a bracelet. It appeared to be made of copper, its surface smooth and unadorned. Yet, when he picked it up, it felt weightless, almost as light as a feather. This baffled Wen Ran greatly. Despite his years of experience, honed from studying countless artifacts, he couldn't discern the nature or purpose of this mysterious object. What is this bracelet for? He muttered, his tone laced with skepticism. He attempted to envelop it in spirit energy, expecting some kind of reaction, but nothing happened. His brow furrowed, and his expression betrayed a growing frustration. Surely this so-called system wouldn't give me trash as a reward, right? Gripping the bracelet tightly, he tried to test its strength, but no matter how much force he applied, it didn't so much as bend. Its durability caught him off guard, and a flicker of intrigue replaced his irritation. At least it's sturdy, he murmured, sliding it onto his wrist. The moment the bracelet clasped around his wrist, a surge of spiritual energy rushed into his body like a flood, flowing through his meridians with an intensity he hadn't felt before. Wen Ran's eyes widened as the sensation settled over him. The connection to the world around me, it's enhanced by at least 2 or 3 times, he thought, his mind racing. This bracelet, it's no ordinary item. It's a treasure. For a moment, Wen Ran was rendered speechless, his fingers lightly brushing over the bracelet as he marveled at its effects. A small smile tugged at his lips, a mix of satisfaction and awe. So, it's not trash after all, he murmured, his voice barely audible. Ha ha ha. Good. Good. He laughed to himself in pure joy. Congratulations. You have acquired Spirit Convergence Bracelet, rank S. The bracelet enhances the wielder's spirit absorption rate by 2 times. With his hands clasped casually behind his back, he moved forward, his steps measured and deliberate. Though his demeanor was calm, his mind remained razor-sharp, mapping every turn and detail of the cave as he ventured deeper into the unknown. The tunnels were a labyrinth, forcing him to descend at times and loop in near circles at others. What a strange system, he mused, his sharp mind analyzing every twist and turn. This place isn't naturally built, it's been enhanced, likely the work of an array master. Array masters were well known in his world, almost akin to magicians. They could create separate dimensional spaces, alter the terrain, and set complex traps. They were masters of manipulation, both in war and in shaping reality itself. To think there's someone of that caliber tied to this place. It seems the Fong clan is full of surprises, Wen Ran thought, his lips curling into a faint smirk. Moments later, Wen Ran reached another trapdoor. Ensuring he wasn't seen, he carefully placed the newly acquired black sword in a dark corner, blending it into the shadows. He couldn't risk being caught with a weapon, being discovered as a lowly slave was bad enough. A slave with a weapon. That would be a disaster, branding him an enemy of the clan. He examined the trapdoor closely. Unlike the previous one, this handle bore signs of frequent use, the rusty edges smoothed by countless hands. Is this the place? Wen Ran thought, his movements cautious as he eased the wooden door open. But before he could fully lift it, a pair of wide, curious eyes appeared, staring straight down at him. The face was so close that even Wen Ran, an old fox hardened by countless battles, lost his grip in shock. The trapdoor slammed shut, and he tumbled backward, his head striking the ground with a sickening thud. Wen Ran. Fang Jiniao's panicked voice echoed from above. She scrambled down the ladder, her golden eyes filled with worry as she bit her nails in distress. Reaching his side, she dropped to her knees, her hands trembling as she cradled his head. Her heart raced as she sobbed, Wen Ran, wake up. Chapter 10 The Mysterious Void. The world turned dark once again for Wen Ran. His body floated weightlessly in an endless expanse of stars. When he opened his eyes, his head spun in dizzying circles, and a crushing pressure bore down on his mind, forcing him to gasp for air. Where am I? He murmured, his voice calm despite the disorientation. His sharp eyes scanned the surroundings, searching for any clue about his location. The last thing I remember is falling down the ladder. I must have hit my head hard enough to knock me out. His countless years of experience ensured he never forgot the past easily. This place feels different. The energy here, it's strengthening my mind. His thoughts raced, piecing together the puzzle. Could this be connected to the system? It's the only explanation that makes sense. With deliberate effort, Wen Ran steadied himself, twisting and turning until he managed to stand upright, though his body still floated amidst the stars. The space around him was ethereal, as if he had stepped into the very fabric of the cosmos. Distant stars shone with a brilliance that radiated raw, unrestrained power, filling the air with an energy so potent that it made his mind hum with activity. This energy was not unfamiliar to him. In his past life, after 4,000 years of cultivation, he had touched a fragment of it, a force revered as the key to ascending to godhood. But Wen Ran had turned away from that path. His hatred for the gods had driven him to reject their power outright. Instead, he had chosen a different route, refining the energy into a universe of his own creation. It was a transformation that granted him the strength of a god while allowing him to remain human. As he drifted in this mysterious space, his gaze locked onto something in the distance. The tablet floated silently in the void, unassuming in its simplicity. It was roughly the size of a palm, carved from dull, weathered stone that bore no shine or glow. Its edges were uneven, as though it had been crudely shaped, and faint scratch marks marred its surface. At first glance, it seemed no different from a discarded relic, unworthy of attention. And yet, the very stars seemed to bend and pulse around it, as if the tablet was the source of their light and energy. That ancient tablet, it's tied to this place. Wen Ran's heart stirred with newfound resolve. Its power is immeasurable. Something like that could help me slay the gods again. But no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't move. His body felt bound, his strength too weak to bridge the vast distance between him and the tablet. Frustration simmered within him, yet it also stoked a flame of determination. The first layer of the pagoda. The energy surged within him, rushing like a tidal wave through every corner of his mind. Wen Ran clenched his fists as the power filled him, strengthening his soul, sharpening his focus, and reinforcing his mental fortitude. The dim light of the newly formed foundation pulsed gently, a testament to his progress. For a brief moment, silence returned, broken only by the faint hum of the pagoda's foundation. Wen Ran opened his eyes, the weight of the universe still pressing upon him, but now, it felt lighter, as if the burden had been halved. He could feel the growth within, the surge of mental power coursing through him like a blazing fire. He stood in the vast darkness, his gaze fixed on the single, small layer of foundation glowing faintly before him. It wasn't large or imposing, but it exuded a quiet stability, and that was what mattered most to Wen Ran. A strong foundation shapes a true warrior. A weak one may lead to rapid growth, but it will shatter the moment it hits an unyielding wall. Wen Ran. A desperate scream echoed all around, jolting Wen Ran's mind. The vast darkness and endless void dissolved in an instant, replaced by the rough ceiling of the cave above him. Beneath his head, something soft supported him. It was a girl's lap. He blinked, disoriented, as his gaze focused on the crying girl above him. Her golden eyes brimmed with tears, and each one that fell onto his face seemed to pierce his heart. For reasons he couldn't explain, a deep ache settled in his chest, as though her sorrow was his own. "Yaoer," he murmured, his voice soft and hoarse. "I'm okay." Chapter 11 Old Cultivation Manual. The eyes of the two young people met. Wen Ran felt awkward in the situation, but despite his discomfort, he couldn't easily escape the clutches of the young lady. She held him tightly, pressing his head against her lap. Her face was streaked with tears, each drop hitting Wen Ran like a subtle ache in his heart. Yet, he knew these emotions were not his own. He fought hard to keep the lingering feelings of the body's previous owner from clouding his judgment or mistaking her for a lover. "I'm okay now," Wen Ran said softly, though the dull throbbing at the back of his head betrayed his calm tone. As the girl pulled her arms away to wipe her tears, Wen Ran seized the opportunity and leaped up with the speed of a startled rabbit. He stood, brushing dirt from his robes as though nothing had happened. "See? I'm totally fine." He extended a hand to Fang Jinyao, offering to help her up. Her golden eyes, still wet with tears, sparkled as they gazed at him. Her heart raced wildly, and after a moment, she nodded and placed her hand in his. Wen Ran pulled her up gently, her face flushed as she steadied herself. Soon after, they climbed up through the trapdoor, and Wen Ran was met with the sight of a room so immaculate that not a single speck of dust could be found. Every detail was meticulously arranged, from the neatly folded curtains to the perfectly aligned furniture. The trapdoor itself was expertly crafted, hidden so seamlessly that an untrained eye would never notice it. It was clear this escape route was designed for emergencies, a safe haven for someone of importance. Fang Jiniao's eyes were still slightly red, her heart heavy with the fear she'd felt when she thought she might lose him. She sat down on her grand, king-sized bed, the silk sheets shimmering faintly in the room's soft light. Her gaze shifted to Wen Ran, now tinged with a hint of anger. "You need to take better care of yourself," she snapped, her voice trembling with frustration. "If you die, I." Her words faltered, leaving the rest unsaid. Wen Ran raised an eyebrow, a flicker of annoyance crossing his face. "I wasn't even the one at fault, yet she's angry at me. What the hell?" Without a word, he moved to a quiet corner of the room and sat down cross-legged, closing his eyes as though to meditate. His indifferent response made Fang Jiniao gasp softly, confusion flickering across her face. Why is he acting this way? She thought, her heart sinking. Even if he lost his memories, he's so different from the Wen Ran I know. The Wen Ran I know would have already hugged me and comforted me. How could he change this much? Her watery eyes lingered on him, a mixture of hurt and uncertainty swirling in her heart as silence settled in the room. His gaze darkened as his thoughts turned pragmatic. But how? This palace is enormous. To accomplish that, I'd need a powerful fire technique, or allies. A mocking laugh escaped his lips as he looked down at his tattered clothes. Recruiting help, with what resources? I'm just a lowly slave. He shook his head, a self-deprecating smile tugging at his lips. Still, fortune had smiled upon him, however foolishly, in the form of Fang Jiniao. Her position within the Fang clan made her a rare gem in his predicament, a pawn who might unwittingly help him forge his path in this new world. After 10 hours of meditation, Wen Ran opened his eyes. Fang Jiniao was gone, likely off attending to family matters. Perfect, he thought, the faintest smirk forming on his lips. With a sudden surge of energy, an aura exploded around him, signaling his breakthrough. He had reached the 4th circle of spirit gathering. Congratulations. You have successfully completed your quest. As the message faded, his palms began to glow. A moment later, an old, dirty cultivation manual materialized in his hands. Wen Ran's eyebrow twitched violently as he stared at the item. This has to be a joke, right? His voice carried a mix of disbelief and irritation. For a moment, he felt as though the system were mocking him. But the moment Wen Ran opened the old manual, his eyes widened in shock. The tattered pages shimmered faintly, radiating a strange aura that contradicted its dilapidated appearance. This. His voice trembled slightly, disbelief etched into his features. How is that possible? Chapter 12 Heaven Fire Manual. If one could see Wen Ran right now, they might think he had turned to stone. His body sat stiff, staring at the old cultivation manual, as if he had become as dumb as a wooden chicken. This. His lips faltered, unable to form the words. The text before his eyes struck him with such force that his stomach churned, a sharp, twisting pain knotting in his gut. Heaven Fire Manual. He whispered, his voice trembling like a reed in the wind. It wasn't without reason. In his past life, Wen Ran had encountered a man who had claimed to defy the heavens. That person's cultivation level had been far beneath Wen Ran's, yet his strength was inexplicably equal, perhaps even greater in certain aspects. The memory of their clash sent a chill through Wen Ran's veins. But that man, despite his formidable power, had ultimately perished. One fateful day, the wrath of the heavens descended upon him. A storm unlike any Wen Ran had ever seen had torn through the sky, the deafening roars of punishment lightning echoing for miles. When it finally ended, there had been no trace of the men, only scorched earth and silence. Now, this manual, the very name of it, felt like a cursed echo from his past. His fingers trembled as they brushed against its worn pages, the weight of its power and risk pressing heavily on his mind. By the laws of the heavens, mortals may not possess more than 9 circles in one stage. 9 is the limit, but this limit is only for those who follow the orthodox path. We cultivators are born to rise against the heavens. Many have forgotten this truth, but we're the fighters of freedom. The Tao in our hearts will lead us to the path of immortality. Therefore, I, the Heavenly King, leave this manual to future generations. May fate guide it to one who will stand firm for their morals and rise above the heavens. Wen Ran's voice trembled slightly as he read the text aloud, his hands trembling and sweat beading on his forehead. Each word felt like a thunderclap, shaking his very core. Even someone as ancient and battle-hardened as he was couldn't suppress the unease clawing at him. Heaven defiers. Even in his prime, they were beings he approached with caution and respect. Their power was unparalleled, but so too was their fate. If this manual truly holds the key to such power, the opportunity it presents is monumental. To rise above everyone, to stand as a true sovereign of my own destiny, free from the chains of heaven's will. I want that. Wen Ran's heart burned at the thought. Noticing that Wen Ran paid her little attention, Fang Jinhao decided to take a different approach. It's late now. You should wash yourself, and then perhaps we could share the bed, she said softly, her golden eyes darting away as a faint blush crept across her cheeks. Her voice trembled slightly, betraying the storm of emotions within her. Unbidden memories surfaced, moments of intimacy with the old Wen Ran, the men she had once given her purity to. Now, those memories felt distant and bittersweet, a painful reminder of what seemed to have been lost. Wen Ran's gaze remained calm, unreadable, as he replied, "Thank you, but I prefer to cultivate here. Please inform me in the morning if there are any tasks, Miss Fang Jinhao." His tone was indifferent, almost mechanical, each word cutting through her soft heart like a blade. Her breath caught, her chest tightening at his detached demeanor. She understood he had lost his memories, but she had at least hoped for a flicker of familiarity, some lingering ember of love to remain in his heart. But there was nothing. Not a trace. Yet, rather than despair, her resolve hardened. If I have to start over, I'll win him over again. From the beginning. Her delicate fingers clenched into fists as her determination solidified. One day, Wen Ran, you will love me again. As night fell, silence filled the room. Fang Jinhao eventually drifted to sleep, her chest rising and falling steadily in the pale moonlight filtering through the window. Wen Ran, seated in the corner, watched her for a moment before pulling out the Heaven Defier manual once more. Its worn pages glowed faintly in the dim light, as if whispering promises of forbidden power. 10th Circle of Spirit Gathering. I can reach it, he murmured, his voice low but steady, as long as I can endure heavenly punishment. His gaze sharpened, his fingers brushing lightly over the ancient text. The idea of facing the wrath of the heavens didn't deter him, it fueled him. After all, what was another risk to a man who had already defied the gods once before? Chapter 13 Night Assault. Night settled over the city, blanketing it in an uneasy calm. Wen Ran finally gave in to exhaustion, wrapping up his meditation. Leaning against the cold, unyielding wall, he closed his eyes. The discomfort was far from ideal, but it was better than being dead. Outside, the bustling streets of the city had quieted. The lively noise of the day was replaced by an eerie stillness, broken only by the occasional clinking of armor. Guards patrolled sporadically, though their behavior was far from disciplined. Some staggered drunkenly, their duties forgotten in favor of cheap liquor. Others slipped into establishments that catered only to adult indulgences, their dereliction of duty stark and blatant. Amidst the silence, two shadowy figures emerged from a modest house. Clad in black hooded robes, their faces concealed by plain masks, they moved with precision and purpose. Their movements were swift, evading the inattentive guards with ease. Their destination was clear, the Fang Palace. "Are you certain this is wise, elder brother Fang?" a feminine voice murmured, soft yet laced with apprehension. "Humph," the man beside her snorted, his voice carrying an edge of disdain. "If I don't clean up the mess our late elder left, I might as well abandon the name Fang Tianyu." His tone dripped with arrogance and barely concealed hatred. The pair scaled the massive stone wall surrounding the palace with the grace of leaves on the wind. Their leaps were effortless, their forms nearly invisible against the night sky. Landing silently, they navigated the palace grounds like shadows, their speed and agility surpassing anything a normal person could achieve. Before long, they reached the tall window of Fang Jinyao's chambers. Peering inside, they saw only the young lady's sleeping form, blissfully unaware of the danger lurking outside. "Where is he?" the woman whispered, her voice so faint it seemed like a breath. But even such a whisper was enough to rouse the sleeping demon. When Ran's eyes fluttered open, his aura immediately retracting into a dormant state. Using an ancient Wen clan technique from his world, he masked his cultivation, reducing his presence to that of an ordinary mortal. The technique, however, was not foolproof, it would crumble against a sufficiently powerful opponent. Her laugh echoed sinisterly, but the masked man beside her remained stoic. His cold eyes glinted dangerously, betraying his displeasure. "Revealing who we are so easily." His gaze darkened further, clearly weighing whether to kill Fang Jinhao now to ensure her silence. Fang Jinhao, however, was unyielding. Her love for Wen Ran burned brightly, and she refused to betray him, even as tears streamed down her face. Her defiance only served to enrage the attackers further. The tall man slammed her down onto the bed with his full strength, causing her to gasp in pain. Meanwhile, when Ran crouched in the shadows of the cave, his ears keenly attuned to every word. He could have run, escaping now would have been easy. But he stayed, observing the scene unfold. His grip on the black sword tightened until his knuckles turned white. Anger and disgust swirled within him, but above all, he hated his own helplessness. If I were as strong as I once was, these people would be on their knees, groveling for mercy. A sudden flash of text materialized before his eyes, pulling him from his thoughts. New quest received. Kill the attackers. Reward, Ethereal Essence Pill. The pill enhances the total spiritual energy in the Dantian for spirit-gathering cultivators. Failure will result in death. Chapter 14 Devil in the Shadows. When Rand stood in place, hidden in the shadows, his sharp eyes scanning the system screen. His heart was calm, or rather, slightly excited. Perfect. This so-called system is finally starting to appeal to me. Give me more quests like these, with precious rewards, and I can slaughter this entire place. Why just burn it to the ground? His thoughts were dark, wicked even, but they didn't trouble him. Revenge burned in his soul, and if killing brought him closer to his goals, why hesitate? When Rand's lips curled into a faint smirk as his gaze lingered on the reward. But the name. Ethereal Essence Pill. He rifled through the vast knowledge accumulated in his past life, his mind racing. No, it doesn't ring a bell. I suppose this world's cultivation system comes with its own quirks. Shaking off the thought, he refocused. No point dwelling on it now. As long as it can increase my power, that's all that matters. Just the thought of gaining strength made his blood stir, but the distant sound of a muffled scream pierced through his musings, freezing him in place. His smirk vanished, his expression turning cold. It's no good. If my ticket out of here dies, I'll have to go rogue sooner than expected. His sharp eyes flicked to the large spirit crystal embedded in the wall, its faint glow reflecting his resolve. Without hesitation, he swung the hilt of his weapon at it, striking it at an angle to crack it loose. The resounding clang echoed loudly through the tunnel, a deliberate move to grab attention. Above, the two masked intruders had been in the middle of their vile plan. The woman held Fang Jinyao's legs firmly in place, while the broad-shouldered man hovered above her, his hands tugging at her clothes with predatory intent. His eyes gleamed with a lustful glint, a wild and untamed aura radiating from him like a beast in heat. Let me see what that bastard slave has been enjoying all this time, he sneered, his grin wide and sinister. Fang Jinyao, tears streaming down her face, struggled fiercely, her golden eyes burning with anger and desperation. Her heart ached not for herself, but for Wen Ran. As long as he's safe, she thought, clinging to the hope that he had escaped. That fragile hope was the only thing keeping her from breaking entirely. The loud crash from below shattered the moment. The single thought flickered briefly before her world spun. The last thing she saw was Wen Ran's sharp gaze staring back at her before her head tumbled into the darkness. Eternal silence swallowed her as the light faded from her eyes. Foolish children. Wen Ran muttered under his breath, his gaze lingering briefly on the severed head lying on the ground. Its vacant expression almost seemed to accuse him. Flicking the blood off his blade, Wen Ran turned his focus upward. The muffled sounds above, the cries and inaudible protests, were shifting to sobs. He didn't rush. Fang Jinyao was merely a pawn, a ticket to survival, nothing more. But even with his cold pragmatism, Wen Ran held certain principles. He might not be a saint, he would turn a blind eye most of the time, but he despised those who gave into their base desires, allowing themselves to be consumed by heart demons. Such people were unworthy of reaching the heavens, doomed to stagnate and rot in the mortal realm. It's no good. If my ticket out of here dies or is defiled, it will ruin my plans. I can't let that happen. Making her foolishly trust me and becoming a hero for her right now will make her blind to my true intentions. Casually, he picked up the severed head by its hair, pulling off the mask and hood to reveal the lifeless face beneath. Without hesitation, he ascended the ladder, his steps deliberate and heavy with intent. As Wen Ran emerged into the room, his eyes immediately locked onto the broad-shouldered man. The brute was in the middle of removing his pants, his tiny warrior already exposed and pathetic in its eagerness. The grotesque sight only deepened Wen Ran's disgust. With a sharp spin, Wen Ran hurled the severed head like a projectile. It flew through the air and struck the man square in the face with a sickening thud, knocking him backward and sending his mask flying off. The brute stumbled, blood smearing his face as his wild, furious eyes turned to Wen Ran. And there he stood, the devil god in the flesh, his blade gleaming faintly in the dim light, his cold, merciless eyes fixed on his prey. The challenge had been initiated. Chapter 15 Show of True Talent. The tall man stared at Wen Ran, his gaze shifting to the object that had hit him. The moment he realized what it was, and whose head it belonged to, his body shivered. Rage, fear, and disbelief clawed their way into his heart. "Why you?" "You," he stammered, pointing a trembling finger at Wen Ran as he pressed a palm against his bloodied scalp. "What you?" Wen Ran spat, his tone laced with mockery. "Did I interrupt you? Is that why you're mad? Or is it because I killed the trash that dared target me? Either way, you don't have the right to complain." He raised his blade, pointing it toward the men with lazy arrogance, as if to say, "You're next." Fang Jinyao sat frozen on the bed, clutching the blanket to cover her exposed body. Her golden eyes stared blankly at the men she loved, her heart a whirlwind of emotions. Relief washed over her, he was alive, and he had come back for her. But that relief was tinged with confusion and fear. How? How did he gain so much power so quickly? She couldn't sense his aura at all, yet he had slain someone at the peak of spirit gathering without even a scratch. Her lips parted, as if to speak, but no words came. Instead, she sat still, instinctively trusting Wen Ran to handle the situation. "You dare kill my junior sister," the tall man roared, snapping out of his stunned state. His face twisted with fury, the madness in his eyes growing wilder with each passing moment. "I'll end your life. No. I'll strip you naked and make you crawl like a dog, barking and calling me your master. Yes, that will do nicely. And after that, I'll make you watch as I have my fun with your little lover. How about that, you filthy slave?" His taunts were meant to provoke, to stir doubt and anger. But who was Wen Ran? A cultivator who had honed his mind and body over 5,000 years. Childish words like these were nothing more than an amusing annoyance. Wen Ran yawned lazily, lifting a hand to pick his ear. "Did I hear you right? You want me to bark like a dog? Strange, you already look like one. How about you come over here, lick my feet, and I might spare you." The man's face turned purple with rage. He lunged at Wen Ran, his fists glowing with an ethereal light, a secret skill of his sect. His movements were fast and packed with power, each blow capable of shattering rock. But to Wen Ran's trained eyes, they were clumsy and predictable. "Then, will you spare me?" "Thank you, Grandpa." Tears streamed down the man's face as a disgusting smile spread across his lips. "I haven't decided yet." Wen Ran's cold words sent another wave of fear through the men, who began to tremble. "What do you think, Miss Fang?" Wen Ran turned to Fang Jinyao with a smirk. "First of all, it's Yaoer to you," she corrected him, her tone sharp. "And secondly, I don't think he deserves to live. A dog that bites its master should be put down." Wen Ran chuckled softly, a glint of amusement in his eyes. For the first time, he found himself liking the girl. At least she's smart and ruthless. "No, no, no. Please. Spare me." The man's pleas grew desperate. Summoning the last of his strength, he pushed himself off the ground with his large fists, leaping into the air with a roar. His fists crashed down toward Wen Ran, radiating the full power of a peak spirit-gathering cultivator in a final, desperate attack. "You're free to go now," Wen Ran said calmly, sidestepping the attack with ease. His blade flashed in the dim light, slicing cleanly through the man's neck. The lifeless body crumpled to the ground, blood pooling beneath it as the severed head rolled to a stop. Wen Ran's gaze remained cold and unflinching as he stared at the corpse. "Trash," he muttered before turning his back on the body, his mind already shifting to the next step in his plan. Chapter 16 Echoes of Disaster from Afar. Somewhere far from Wen Ran's location stood a massive mountain range, its peaks towering majestically, shrouded in a mysterious and powerful aura. A dense mist curled around the mountains, veiling them beautifully from the outside world. The early morning light painted the scene in hues of serenity, bringing a fleeting tranquility to the untamed wilderness. But the peace was short-lived. Several figures clad in azure robes, adorned with intricate silver dragons coiling along their sleeves, moved swiftly through the mountain range. Their movements were flawless, leaping gracefully from one peak to the next, their bodies gliding through the air like feathers caught in the wind. It was a sight that would leave any observer in awe, a testament to their exceptional cultivation and mastery. Yet, their faces betrayed their unease. Their expressions were grave, their brows furrowed deeply, as if carrying the weight of an impending disaster. In their hands, they held 2 broken jade slips, their shattered pieces glowing faintly with remnants of spiritual energy. Inscribed on them were 2 names, Feng Wei and Lin Yu. Upon reaching the summit, where a grand palace loomed against the heavens, they dropped to their knees. The palace, a testament to ancient craftsmanship, radiated an imposing presence. Above its magnificent entrance, a shining sign glimmered with bold, powerful characters, Azure Dragon Sky Sect. Before the kneeling figure stood a group of elderly cultivators, their golden robes shimmering with a potent dragon aura that seemed to coil and twist around them like living entities. The pressure they exuded was suffocating, their piercing gazes like daggers. The kneeling figures dared not even lift their heads, their foreheads nearly touching the ground in submission. "Speak, juniors," the man in the center commanded, his voice deep and ancient. His long gray hair cascaded past his shoulders, yet his face held a youthful sharpness that belied his years. The 4 elders around him stood with their hands clasped behind their backs, their expressions cold as they looked down at the trembling figures. "Sect Master." One of the kneeling women began, her voice quivering as she extended her trembling hands to reveal 2 broken jade slips. She didn't dare meet his gaze. His imposing aura bore down on her like a mountain, leaving her gasping for air. The moment the 5 elders saw the jade slips, their expressions turned dark. "Sect Master, if I may," said one of the elders, a man with short silver hair and a long, imposing beard. His pure black eyes betrayed no emotion, making it difficult to discern his thoughts. The sect master turned his gaze to the horizon, his eyes piercing through the thick mist that blanketed the mountain range. His expression shifted to one of unease, a rare crack in his composed demeanor. "I wonder, has he awakened already?" Wen Jian. His voice dropped to a whisper, laced with fear, as if the name itself was a harbinger of doom. Far away, back at the Feng Palace, Wen Ran and Feng Jinyao locked eyes. The silence between them hung heavy, unbroken for a long moment before Wen Ran finally spoke. "You must have a lot of questions, Miss Feng," he said casually, moving toward the corpse of the dead man. With practiced ease, he began searching the body's pockets like a seasoned thief, his actions making Feng Jinyao narrow her eyes suspiciously. "I told you already, call me Yaoer," she snapped, her voice sharp with irritation. "And you better explain everything in detail. What exactly has changed you so much?" She moved to gather her clothes, dressing quickly without even sparing a glance at Wen Ran, her sense of modesty completely overridden by her curiosity and frustration. Wen Ran's hand froze as his fingers closed around a pouch hidden in the dead man's robes. His eyes widened briefly before he rushed toward the cave, clutching the pouch tightly. His expression shifted for reasons only he knew, his sharp movements betraying a flicker of urgency. "Wen Ran, you!" Feng Jinyao shouted, hastily fastening her clothes as she hurried after him. But Wen Ran ignored her. A moment later, relief washed over his face as he extended his glowing hand, revealing a small, intricately patterned pill radiating pure energy. The system screen shimmered before his eyes. "Congratulations. You have completed your quest." A slow, satisfied grin spread across Wen Ran's face. "This pure aura, this is my ticket to the next stage." Chapter 17 Surprise in the Midst of Disaster. The pill in Wen Ran's palm gleamed golden, its surface adorned with intricate engravings of layered clouds. A faint aura radiated from it, potent enough to make him squint. The sheer amount of spiritual energy emanating from the pill was overwhelming, and the sweet, relaxing fragrance it emitted filled the air. Wen Ran squeezed it lightly. "Sturdy, good. This is a high-quality pill." His sharp eyes narrowed in thought. "If I'm right, it could instantly boost me to the 6th, maybe even the 7th circle of the spirit-gathering stage. If I'm lucky, I might even advance to the 8th. But he quickly dismissed the idea, slipping the pill into the spiritual pouch he'd taken from the men he killed. Not right now. He infused a small amount of spiritual energy into the pouch, and its contents revealed themselves in his mind. It was a marvelous artifact, crafted by the most skilled artisans, a cultivator's essential tool for storing items. The pouch could hold spiritual stones, potions, pills, and even weapons or secret techniques. Convenient, but dangerous, Wen Ran thought with a frown. If I ever lose it, who knows who could learn my secrets? Wen Ran, a sharp voice rang from above. Feng Jinyao dropped down the ladder moments later, her eyes locking onto him as she landed beside him. "Thank you," she said softly, her voice trembling. I think I forgot to say it earlier. If not for you, I'd. Her voice faltered, the horrors of the night replaying in her mind. Wen Ran barely spared her a glance, his focus already fixed on the spiritual bag dangling from the female cultivator's body. Without hesitation, he began rifling through her belongings, his movements swift and methodical. Fang Jinhao stood frozen, staring at him in disbelief. When did he become so shameless? Satisfied with his findings, Wen Ran straightened and began climbing the ladder, his tone calm and detached as he said, "Forget it. I only did what was necessary. Besides..." He paused, his voice taking on a darker edge. "I don't think they came here just for you." Fang Jinhao blinked, startled by his words. "What do you mean?" He didn't turn back. "I may not know much about your family, but from the moment I entered this city, I could feel the hatred in the eyes of everyone who looked at me. It wasn't subtle. It's obvious those two weren't just after you." His voice darkened. "Each time they called me a slave, it felt personal." Wen Ran dangled in his grip, his breathing labored but his face calm. The moment he saw the old man, he knew. "I'm screwed." He had considered running, but fleeing would only have made him look guiltier. Now, he was paying the price for his decision. The grip around his throat tightened, cutting off his air. The old man's gaze was piercing, his cultivation leagues above Wen Ran's, the disparity so vast it left no room for resistance. "Grandfather!" Fang Jinhao screamed, rushing to Wen Ran's side, her golden eyes wide with desperation. "Let him go this instant. I order you." The old man's cold gaze shifted between the two. He had already known of her disgrace, losing her purity to this slave. It had been a stain on the family's honor and a source of personal shame for him. He had even sent Fang Jinhai to handle the problem, to silence Wen Ran and ensure the matter was swept away. The Wu clan's young master had taken a liking to Fang Jinhao, and marrying her off would have solidified his plans to rise within the family. But now, she was used goods to him. His jaw clenched as rage simmered beneath the surface, his carefully laid plans ruined by this lowly slave. "Grandfather!" Fang Jinhao's voice rose, cutting through his anger like a blade. Her body began to glow with a mysterious golden light, her aura surging with a power that made even Wen Ran's eyes widen in disbelief. The golden energy radiating from her was far beyond the spirit-gathering stage, an aura so profound it hinted at an extraordinary bloodline. Wen Ran's sharp gaze lingered on her, silently acknowledging the girl's hidden potential. This is no ordinary girl. Those eyes, they're special. Someday, she could stand at the peak. "I cannot," the old man replied, his voice firm, though a hint of unease crept in as he observed the change in her aura. "This criminal must be punished. Look at what he's done. He killed disciples of the Azure Dragon Sky sect. This cannot be taken lightly. Offending them will bring consequences we cannot afford, even with our backers. This slave isn't worth the price we'll pay." "How could he?" Fang Jinhao snapped back, cutting him off. Her voice dripped with disdain. "How could someone who can't even cultivate kill anyone? Look at him." She pointed at Wen Ran's scrawny figure, her tone sharp and scathing. "And that sword? That sword is mine. I ordered him to retrieve it after those fools attacked me. You have a problem with that? Fine. How about you summon the Azure Dragon Sky sect to give us an explanation for this mess? I'll be waiting." But for now, her golden aura flared violently, shaking the room as it surged past the spirit gathering stage, possibly even beyond the spirit flow stage. "Let him go." The old man hesitated, her overwhelming power forcing him to reconsider. Wen Ran's gaze flickered with intrigue, his sharp mind piecing together the puzzle. That aura. His thoughts turned to the past, to a goddess he had once slain, one whose presence carried a similar divine energy. So that's it. She's her reincarnation. A hidden grin tugged at his lips, a spark of newfound plans igniting in his mind. This changes everything. Chapter 18 Clash of the Past. About several eons ago, a man stood tall at the edge of a cliff, his hand gripping a bright red sword that shone like a crimson gem. When the light struck it at the right angle, the blade radiated a brilliance so intense it made the air tremble. His long black hair danced wildly in the wind, unbound by the rules of the universe itself, as his piercing eyes stared at the figure floating above him. Those very eyes carried a lethal mixture of murder, hatred, and desire. Yet, the figure in the sky remained unfazed. Upon closer inspection, one would notice an individual of unimaginable beauty. Her perfect pale face seemed to defy nature itself, her plum-red lips and radiant golden eyes sparkling like the finest gems. Her beauty was so ethereal that the air around her seemed to warp under its influence. Her golden hair flowed like liquid sunlight, a stark contrast to the fury that emanated from the men on the cliff. And yet, she appeared unbothered, her hand casually extended, summoning a golden vortex above her. The spiraling force was uncontrollable, its power capable of destroying entire worlds, and its target was none other than the men standing below. This was Wen Ran's past self. "Foolish mortal," the woman spoke softly. Her words were sharp, carrying an undeniable weight yet devoid of malice. "You dare stand before this goddess, obstructing the work of the heavens. How long do you plan to defend that person? Are they so important to you that you've blinded yourself to reason?" Her words carried mystery, but Wen Ran simply smiled in contempt. "Why would I not dare?" he spat back, his tone filled with defiance. "Even a mortal like me can make you pay for your sins you're too blind to see. This world is ours to forge. Our fates are ours to weave." His words were domineering, a testament to the unyielding strength that resided within him. Wen Ran stared at the girl before him, her aura unmistakable. It was the same as the goddess he had once slain. Amusement flickered in his eyes. To think the arrogant being of the heavens is now a mere mortal. This is great. That divine power is so pure, and one day I can use it against the gods themselves if I have her by my side. His thoughts raced, calculating his next moves. He knew the risk. If she ever regained her memories, things would go south quickly. For now, he would keep her close. Despite being held aloft in the old man's crushing grip, Wen Ran showed no fear. He knew the men wouldn't dare kill him, not in front of his golden goose. "Grandfather, this is your last warning," Fang Jinhao yelled, her voice trembling with anger. The old man's expression turned uglier, but he finally threw Wen Ran to the ground with a force that made him cough up blood. "Just you wait," Wen Ran thought as he wiped the blood from his lips, his eyes gleaming with cold determination. "I'll kill you slowly soon. Give me 10 days, and I'll repay this humiliation 100-fold. The old man fumed, his rage palpable. "You foolish brat. Just wait. These events will reach my father, and when they do, he'll see reason. As for that worthless slave by your side," he snorted derisively, "I'll have him skinned alive in the main square for all to see. Both of you will pay dearly for this humiliation." Before leaving, the old man cast one last glare at Wen Ran. His expression said it all: "You will die soon, you filthy slave." Wen Ran didn't flinch. Instead, a sly smile tugged at the corner of his lips. Chapter 19: Playing a Fool. Wen Ran. Fang Jinhao ran to his side, her mystical aura dissipating and returning to normal. From Wen Ran's perspective, it seemed she wasn't even aware of her own power, which made him smile inwardly. Outwardly, however, he adopted a feigned vulnerability. "I'm okay," he murmured, wrapping his arms around her waist and pulling her into a tight hug. His plan was simple: make her believe he needed her. "But, did I cause trouble for you?" His voice trembled slightly, feigning care and worry. Fang Jinhao froze for a moment, stunned by his sudden embrace. But as she looked at him, relief washed over her, and her heart raced at his touch. Tears welled in her eyes as she shook her head. "No, everything will be fine," she said softly, though the doubt lingered in her voice. Her fingers gently stroked his short black hair, her love and concern evident. "Wen Ran, you must promise me, no matter what, you will stand by my side. Can you promise me that?" "I promise," he said, his tone firm but hollow inside. "Good," she said with a faint smile. Then her expression hardened, determination flashing in her golden eyes. "Now, listen to me. If anyone questions what happened here, you tell them you were too scared to move, that you hid in the corner. And that I killed them with this sword." But I can't." "Wen Ran, please," she interrupted, her voice filled with urgency. "This is the only way. I'll be fine, but if they find out you killed them, you'll be executed. Even I won't be able to protect you then. I guess luck truly shines on me in this life." Wen Ran chuckled inwardly. After realizing her true identity, he no longer cared for her. If she died a million times, he'd gladly kill her himself. But letting her suffer a little longer wasn't so bad either. If that's what it takes. He murmured reluctantly, his voice carrying a tinge of fake sorrow as his arms tightened around her waist. But I promise you this, one day, I'll grow strong enough to protect you. The two of them stayed like that for a while. It was a moment that seemed touching, yet entirely fake. Well, more of a shadow, he clarified. But through that shadow, I've learned a great deal. Please, can you keep this secret of mine? He placed his hand over hers, his touch making her blush furiously. I promise, she stammered, nodding earnestly. Wen Ran rose to his feet before the atmosphere could grow any more intimate. If you don't mind, I'd like to step out and explore the city while I still have the chance. Who knows how long I'll survive, even with you taking the blame, he said, his voice heavy with an air of resigned melancholy. Would you accompany me for a stroll? Fang Jinyao's heart ached as she watched him. I will protect him no matter what. We can go, she said after a moment, but you need better clothes. She rushed to the wardrobe, pulling out a finely detailed white robe. But Wen Ran shook his head. I'm just a slave, and we both know it, he said, his voice steady but tinged with quiet acceptance. Give me clothes meant for a servant. If I'm your personal servant, people won't question me as much. This girl is too foolish. Does she want to kill me already? Wen Ran thought bitterly. If I go out there flaunting a new status, they'll tear me apart. Staying low-key is the smarter move. I like trouble, but I don't cause it without reason. But, Fang Jinyao tried to argue, but after several minutes of back and forth, she finally relented. Fine. I'll have the servants arrange some clothes for you, she said, clearly displeased. A few hours later, Wen Ran dressed himself in the simple gray robe and pants the servants provided. His old, tattered clothes were discarded. Even though these new clothes marked him as a servant, they were far more comfortable than his previous rags. Besides, he didn't mind donning a disguise if it helped him achieve his goals. Shall we go? Fang Jinyao asked, her eyes bright as she looked at him. He looked unexpectedly handsome in the plain servant attire, making her heart skip a beat. Chapter 20 Swallowing One's Pride. When Ran's gaze lingered on the gray robes, their rough fabric a constant reminder of his current status. He let out a silent sigh, bitterness clawing at his thoughts. From standing at the top to this, a lowly man, forced to endure humiliation just to survive. His lips twitched into a faint, humorless smile. If my brother could see me now. The thought pierced his heart like a blade, dredging up emotions he had tried to bury. My brother. The path he chose severed the bond we once had. The next time we meet, it won't be as family, it will be as enemies. His heart burned with sorrow and an unrelenting thirst for vengeance. Yet, deep inside, a flicker of affection lingered, a love he couldn't extinguish so easily. But forgiveness? No. That was a luxury Wen Ran refused to allow himself. Not after what he's done. Not after the countless lives he destroyed. Wen Ran, come on. Hurry up. Fang Jinyao's cheerful voice pulled Wen Ran out of his thoughts. He stepped out of the room, his face betraying nothing of the turmoil within as he followed her lead. She moved with a carefree energy, her golden hair flowing behind her like sunlight caught in motion. From the way she carried herself to the natural beauty that seemed to radiate from her, it was no surprise she could captivate those around her. Even Wen Ran, with his cold and calculating heart, couldn't entirely deny her charm. Yet, compared to the goddess he had once encountered, her allure paled in comparison. Countless men had crumbled before the goddess's ethereal beauty, their minds clouded and their wills shattered. But Wen Ran was not like those men. His resolve was forged in fire, his heart a fortress of steel, impervious to the fleeting temptations of desire. Where do you think you're going, Jinyao? The thunderous voice reverberated through the corridor, freezing Fang Jinyao mid-step. It came from behind the heavy doors of a grand chamber, the oppressive tone alone enough to make the air tremble. Her posture stiffened, fear flashing in her golden eyes. Father, I. Before she could finish, a crushing pressure descended upon them. The air seemed to transform into an ocean, drowning them both in its suffocating weight. Wen Ran's knees buckled under the assault, but he refused to let them touch the ground. His teeth clenched, every fiber of his being straining to resist. I will not kneel. Not to him. Not to anyone. Revealing his cultivation now would only complicate matters further, but submission wasn't an option. His resolve burned brighter than his fear, a defiance unyielding against the torrent of power. Fang Jinhao fared better, though even she wasn't unaffected. Her golden aura flickered faintly, her knees bending slightly under the pressure, but her determination remained intact. The heavy door creaked open. A tall man with flowing golden hair stepped into view, his very presence exuding authority. His sharp eyes swept over the two, his aura suffocating as it bore down on them. The oppressive pressure vanished, and Wen Ran inhaled deeply, his body trembling as he gasped for air. Sweat drenched his robes, clinging to his skin like a second layer. "Get out of my sight," the men spat, waving them away dismissively. "And take your filthy dog with you. If I see him in this house again, I will kill him, and you, with my own hands. Even your great-grandfather won't be able to save you from me, that senile old bastard." He turned sharply, slamming the door with such force that the surrounding walls cracked, the sound echoing through the hallway. "I'm sorry," Fang Jinhao whispered, her voice trembling as tears streamed down her face. Guilt weighed heavily on her. She regretted bringing Wen Ran into this house, but she hadn't known where else to take him. "No need to apologize," Wen Ran said, his voice calm, though a flicker of amusement danced in his eyes. "We'll talk later, somewhere private. For now, let's go before your great," he emphasized the word with a sharp tone, "father changes his mind." The two of them stood in silence for a moment, gathering themselves. Fang Jinhao wiped her eyes, while Wen Ran adjusted his robes, his composure returning despite the humiliation he had just endured. The morning sun was beginning to set as they stepped outside. The streets were alive with activity, merchants calling out their wares and pedestrians bustling about. The vibrant, magical city stretched out before them, its beauty a stark contrast to the turmoil in Wen Ran's heart. He looked around, the sight stirring something deep within him. Memories of his hometown flickered to life, bringing a pang of longing. But those thoughts were quickly overshadowed by a new, more pressing concern. "You have received a new quest. Kill Fang Jinhao's father. Time limit, 5 days. Failure will result in death. Reward, random." Great. Wen Ran thought bitterly, his mind racing. Just what I needed. Chapter 21 Mysterious Old Man. Wen Ran's mind raced like lightning. No matter how he analyzed the situation, it didn't make sense. Killing a cultivator far beyond his strength was nearly impossible. Unless I had some sort of poison. But to acquire something like that in under 5 days. His jaw tightened as frustration bubbled inside him. Does this so-called system want me dead before I've even had a chance to grow? It's ridiculous. He followed Fang Jinhao through the bustling crowd, his thoughts heavy despite her slightly cheerful demeanor. Yet, another question nagged at him. Why didn't anyone try to save her when she screamed for help? With the caliber of cultivators in that palace, the attackers should have been stopped the moment they hopped the fence. His brow furrowed, his mind spinning. Lost in thought, he almost collided with an old woman crossing his path. He quickly stepped aside, barely dodging her. Muttering a low apology, he straightened, only to realize something alarming. Fang Jinhao was gone. Great. He muttered, glancing around in irritation. But as he thought about it, the situation wasn't entirely bad. This might actually be perfect. Having some time alone will let me figure out how to survive this insane system quest. Still, there was one glaring problem. These clothes. As he glanced down at his gray servant robes, a bitter truth settled over him. To the people here, a servant without their master was nothing more than a stray, a lowly slave unworthy of respect. Wen Ran cursed inwardly. It will have to do for now. His mind was racing as he wandered among the stalls, glancing around to make sure Fang Jinhao was nowhere in sight. If she finds me, everything will fall apart. The town's market was bustling with merchants. Stalls lined the streets, offering a myriad of goods, artifacts, weapons, and armor were on full display. Yet what truly caught Wen Ran's attention were the vendors selling pills and elixirs, at. His trained eyes darted from one stall to the next, scanning the wares with precision. Most of the cultivation-aiding pills on display were either low-quality trash or outright scams, their appearances carefully crafted to deceive the untrained eye. Filthy merchants, Wen Ran thought bitterly, though he couldn't blame them entirely. Kindness doesn't fill bellies in this world. Stall after stall, disappointment etched itself onto his face. Just as he was about to give up, something unusual caught his eye. An old man sat cross-legged on the ground, his back hunched, barely supporting his disproportionately large nose. His long gray hair obscured much of his face, but even with his age and frailty, There was something oddly imposing about his tall frame. In front of the old man was a simple cloth laid out with a few pills and elixirs resting on it. At first glance, they seemed unremarkable, low quality, even. But Wen Ran's heart skipped a beat the moment his gaze locked onto them. Treasures, how is this possible? Pills like these shouldn't even exist in this realm. Any one of them could spark a war in my old world. He approached cautiously, his movements deliberate. The old man didn't acknowledge him, his head bowed as if in disinterest, or perhaps apathy, having grown accustomed to being ignored. Wen Ran knelt before the cloth, now the sole customer, but the activity caught the attention of the nearby crowd. But what happened next silenced them completely. This bag contains 10,000. I want everything, Wen Ran said, his tone firm as he held out the spiritual pouch he'd taken from the male cultivator he killed. The old man finally showed a glimmer of interest. His eyes, sharp and ancient, locked onto Wen Ran's, as if trying to pierce through to his very soul. Senior, Wen Ran began, his voice steady, I don't want to be rude, but this isn't how you conduct business. His words carried a subtle challenge, and he kept his thoughts and emotions tightly guarded, preventing the old man from gleaning anything further. For the first time, a faint smile crossed the old man's face. Good Junior, he said with a chuckle, you're quite something, you know that. I'll take you up on your offer, but there will be no refunds, the old man added, his laughter fading into a warning. You should know that. No problem. I've never even seen you in the first place, Wen Ran shot back smoothly. The old man's expression flickered with a hint of shock before turning into amused curiosity. What an interesting young man. Just who is he? The thought lingered as he nodded and took the pouch from Wen Ran's hand. Scanning the contents quickly, the old man confirmed the crystals were genuine before leaning back and closing his eyes, his business concluded. Wen Ran smirked, his heart racing with excitement. His practiced eyes had already appraised the value of the items he'd purchased, they were worth millions of spirit crystals, maybe even more. Luck is finally shining on me, he thought, relishing his victory. But his moment of triumph was short-lived. Hey, you lowly servant, a haughty voice rang out from the crowd. The words carried an air of arrogance that grated on Wen Ran's nerves. I'm very curious about the contents of what you just purchased. How about you pass it to me as an offering? Chapter 22 Wu Shall We? The crowd bustled, parting to reveal a man clad in ornate azure robes. His attire screamed wealth and status, adorned with intricate designs that shimmered under the sunlight. He was strikingly handsome, with long black hair flowing past his shoulders, sharp brows like blades, and an aura so potent. It was impossible to ignore. It was as if his very presence demanded attention, proclaiming, I am the center of the world. That's Wu Shall We, the young master of the Wu clan, someone whispered in awe. Isn't he an inner disciple of the Azure Dragon Sky sect, another murmured. And his master's an elder of the sect. The man practically exudes power and influence. No wonder he looks so perfect, a middle-aged woman chimed in, her eyes practically shining. That body, like a lion's. You can't even compare him to that twig of a servant. The remark drew laughter from the crowd, their amusement fueling Wu Shall We's smug grin. Wen Ran, however, paid no mind to the growing spectacle. His focus remained sharp and unwavering. With a slight bow to the old man, he carefully collected his purchase, transferring everything into another pouch he had taken from the female cultivator. Without sparing a glance at the crowd, he turned and walked away, his steps calm and deliberate as he headed in the opposite direction. The crowd fell silent for a moment, their jaws nearly hitting the ground. Wu Shall We's expression darkened, his smug grin replaced by an ugly scowl. To him, it was as though someone had spat in his face. A nobody, a servant, had dared to ignore him. Are you deaf? Wu Shall We roared, his voice laced with fury. When Wen Ran didn't respond, the young master leaped forward, his powerful body closing the distance in an instant. He landed gracefully, blocking Wen Ran's path. Wen Ran finally looked up, his face devoid of emotion. The sight only further enraged Wu Shall We, whose pride had already taken a severe blow. Without a word, he reached out, attempting to snatch the pouch from Wen Ran's hand. But Wen Ran's reflexes were quicker. His arm shifted effortlessly, dodging the grab. What is this? Robbing someone in broad daylight? Wen Ran asked, his voice loud enough for the crowd to hear. So what if I am? What can a piece of garbage like you do about it? Wu Shall We sneered. You're nothing but a lowly servant. If I say you stole it, who here would dare contradict me? In this city, my word is law. At. Is that so? Wen Ran's voice remained steady, his gaze unwavering. You dare talk back? Wu Xiaohui's hand clenched into a fist, his stance shifting as he prepared to strike. Miss Fang Jinyao. I. Smack. Her palm struck his other cheek with unrestrained force. Wu Xiaohui stumbled slightly, stunned by the blow. The very woman he adored had just humiliated him in front of the entire city. The crowd was deathly silent. All eyes were on Wen Ran, their minds racing with questions. Who is this man, and why is the mistress so fiercely protective of him? Get out, Fang Jinyao commanded coldly. You're no longer welcome in this city. From now on, you are forbidden to set foot here. Wu Xiaohui's heart shattered at her words, his pride crumbling into dust. Hatred swelled in its place. Slowly, he sheathed his sword, his face an unreadable mask. This means war, he said, his voice low and deliberate. Hundreds of years of friendship between our clans, destroyed by you, Fang Jinyao. I hope you're satisfied. He turned to Wen Ran, his gaze cold and venomous. And you? Tell me your name, so I'll know what to carve on your gravestone when I catch you without your protector. Wen Ran's lips curled into a smirk. Your grandfather, he said nonchalantly. Fang Jinyao chuckled softly, quickly hiding her amusement behind her hand. You. Wu Xiaohui sputtered, his composure slipping. What you? Wen Ran retorted, his tone indifferent. If you want to bark, go back to your master and do it there, like the obedient little dog you are. Without waiting for a response, Wen Ran grabbed Fang Jinyao's hand and pulled her away, leaving the crowd stunned and speechless. Wu Xiaohui stood frozen, his chest heaving with suppressed rage. His hands clenched into fists as he muttered under his breath, just you wait, you lowly slave. I'll have your head sooner or later. Chapter 23 A Place to Hide. The entire city fell into a tense silence. Whispers rippled through the streets as people speculated about the Fang clan's future and the ramifications of the mistress's actions. Fear of the Wu clan loomed heavily over their conversations, with many contemplating fleeing Fang clan territory to avoid being caught in the inevitable fallout. What the hell just happened back there? Fang Jinyao hissed as she pulled Wen Ran aside. Her chest rose and fell with uneven breaths, her fiery demeanor cracking under the weight of the situation. Though bold and outspoken by nature, even she fully grasped the enormity of what she had done. A sharp pain coursed through her temples, the stress threatening to overwhelm her. Not only had she likely doomed her family to face the wrath of the Wu clan, but she now had to answer to her great-grandfather, a prospect that chilled her to the bone. Yet, her biggest fear remained losing Wen Ran. Where could she even hide him now? Not much, Wen Ran said with a casual shrug, his indifference cutting through the tension like a blade. The chaos didn't bother him, it worked to his advantage. If things escalated, it might just provide the perfect opportunity to eliminate two threats at once. Fang Jinyao stared at him, speechless. His calmness in the face of what felt like certain doom was unnerving. In just 2 days, her entire world had turned upside down, and the man standing before her was at the center of it all. This Wen Ran was like a stranger, night and day different from the men she had fallen in love with. Worry crept into her heart, twisting it tightly. What exactly had changed him so much? I need a place to lay low, Wen Ran said suddenly, his tone matter of fact. Can you arrange something? I want to focus on cultivation. If I train hard, I'm certain I can achieve a lot. Those words made Fang Jinyao's heart clench. She couldn't help but recall how much Wen Ran had suffered in the past for his inability to cultivate, how deeply it had hurt him. It had been his greatest pain and her greatest weakness. Even if he doesn't remember who he was, she thought, that part of him hasn't changed, the part one fell in love with. He never gives up. Her gaze softened, her golden eyes shimmering with affection as she looked at him. Fine, she said quietly. I can arrange that. For me, it's not a big deal. But you have to promise me one thing, stop causing trouble. Hide yourself well. If my father or grandfather catches you, you'll die, even with my protection. Her voice broke slightly as she looked down, her shoulders slumping. Her watery eyes betrayed the turmoil within her. This is so annoying. Wen Ran thought bitterly, masking his irritation with a neutral expression. This girl is such a headache. I can't wait until I can drop this act and get far away from here. But for now, he smiled faintly and nodded. I promise. Inside, the room was lined with shelves packed with books and scrolls. Cultivation manuals and teachings filled the space, their value immeasurable. "This house is perfect for you," she said proudly. "Take your time. Rushing cultivation isn't good for your foundation, and if you have any questions, just ask me. I can even be your master." Her chest puffed out with pride, her enthusiasm almost childlike. "Master?" Wen Ran nearly laughed aloud at the thought. "You couldn't teach a fish to swim, let alone me." But outwardly, he nodded graciously. "Thank you so much. I don't think I can ever repay you for this." He had no intention of repaying her, of course. This girl is too naive. She's handing me everything on a silver platter. "Wen Ran, don't be silly," Fang Jinyao said, her face flushing again. "I don't need your thanks or repayment. All I want is for you to be happy." Her words trailed off, and before Wen Ran could respond, she rushed out of the house. "See you later. I just remembered I have something else to take care of." And with that, Wen Ran was left standing alone in his new home. "I have to admit, I'm pretty lucky in this life," he muttered to himself, smirking as he took in the space. "Maybe that's the heavens paying me back for how unfairly fate treated me in my past life." He laughed at his own joke, settling into the room. Sitting down cross-legged, he pulled out the pouch he had bought from the old man and fastened his copper bracelet around his wrist. "Let's see if I can reach the 6th or even 7th layer tonight," he said, his voice low and full of anticipation. His eyes gleamed with madness and desire as he began to channel his energy, ready to immerse himself in the power within. Chapter 24 7th Circle. Wen Ran sat cross-legged on the ground, the air around him thick with spiritual energy. Each deliberate breath drew more of the energy into him, strengthening his body and spirit. The flow of energy circulated in a steady rhythm, nourishing every corner of his being. Every fiber of his body cried out with a desperate desire to break free from the confines of mortality, to transcend beyond its limits. The copper bracelet on his wrist pulsed faintly, amplifying his cultivation speed. In front of him lay 6 items he had purchased from the old man, alongside an additional pill from the system. Picking up the golden ethereal essence pill, Wen Ran examined it closely, admiration flickering in his eyes. Ethereal essence pill. "What a mysterious creation," he murmured, his fingers tracing the faint inscriptions etched on its surface. "But even this pales compared to the pill I purchased." His sharp gaze lingered on the pill. "If I'm right, this was crafted by a true master of alchemy. In my past life, I encountered godlike entities proficient in this art. But I never had the time to learn." His thoughts grew resolute. "In this life I'll master every skill that can make me stronger. The gods may be more powerful now than ever, but I will surpass them. Even if I regain my former strength, it won't be enough. I need to go beyond. To reach limits no mortal has ever dared. To seize immortality and end the reign of the gods. This world belongs to humans, not gods." His resolve burned fiercely, driving him forward. Without hesitation, he placed the pill under his tongue. He didn't swallow it. Instead, he let the outer layer dissolve slowly, releasing its potent energy bit by bit. A faint, bitter taste filled his mouth, followed by a torrent of spiritual energy so powerful it made his body tremble. The pain was immediate and overwhelming, as though his veins were alight with fire. Yet, Wen Ran endured, knowing that swallowing the pill outright would waste most of its energy. "My mouth feels like it's on fire, but I must endure," he told himself, pushing through the agony. This wasn't cultivation, it was pure torture, a test of willpower and resilience. The room began to shake faintly, the tremors barely perceptible. Wen Ran could feel his cultivation surging, his dantian expanding as it absorbed the pill's energy. The growth was violent, forceful, and unlike anything he had experienced before. His dantian, the reservoir of his spiritual power, swelled to twice its size, the sudden expansion nearly tearing him apart. The searing pain threatened to rip a scream from his throat, but Wen Ran gritted his teeth and held firm. A sharp explosion of energy within his dantian marked his breakthrough to the 5th circle of the spirit-gathering stage. Yet, the pill's power was far from exhausted. The energy coursing through him felt endless, an uncontrollable torrent that he struggled to contain. Holding it in any longer would undoubtedly lead to his body exploding from within. "Just one more push," he growled through gritted teeth, his breath ragged. Above him, an invisible vortex began to form, drawing spiritual energy from the air with terrifying speed. The dense energy spiraled downward, merging with the pill's power inside him. I can barely endure it. Did I overestimate this body? Panic began to creep into his mind as he felt sharp cracks forming in his dantian. The container that held his spiritual power was reaching its limit, showing signs of imminent destruction. If it shattered completely, his cultivation would be lost forever, leaving him a cripple. Rage and frustration bubbled to the surface. Damn system, do something. If this keeps up, I'll die, and then what? Wen Ran shouted, his fury directed at the system. He had expected it to accelerate his growth, to give him the strength to dominate. Instead, it felt like every step forward was carved out of his own blood and sweat. You call yourself a system, yet I have to do everything myself. The pain in his dantian intensified, the cracks widening with each passing moment. His thoughts blurred between anger and desperation. Yet, amidst the chaos, a sliver of his unyielding resolve flickered. No. I won't break here. Not now. Not ever. It's not over yet. The potency of the pill continued to astound him. The seventh circle loomed tantalizingly close, and Wen Ran's brow furrowed as sweat beaded on his skin. In my past life, it took me 6 days to reach the peak of the spirit-gathering stage. Now, I might break that record in mere days. This system. It might actually be worth something. Boom. Another surge of energy erupted from within, coursing through his body like an unstoppable wave. The sheer power was almost overwhelming, but Wen Ran held firm, his will unyielding. His strength surged, his aura grew sharper, and his entire being felt as though it had been reborn. He had ascended to the seventh circle, stepping firmly into the late stage of the spirit-gathering realm. Such speed, it was nothing short of astonishing. His body brimmed with unspent energy, threatening to destabilize him. Even with the system's stabilization, it was too much for his current vessel. I need to release this energy now, or risk shattering my foundation. Without hesitation, Wen Ran donned the fox mask and his new black clothes, his movements sharp and precise like a seasoned warrior. In a flash, he bolted toward the nearby woods, his speed far surpassing any ordinary human's. The landscape blurred around him as he covered a full one in moments. Stopping beside a towering tree, Wen Ran clenched his fist, feeling the raw power swirling within him. He drew a deep breath, focusing his energy, and then struck. Crack! The air around his fist rippled faintly. When his fist met the sturdy tree, a sharp cracking sound echoed through the forest. The bark splintered at the point of impact, leaving a noticeable dent in the wood. The tree groaned under the strain, and though it remained upright for a moment, the damaged section gave way. With a final, creaking protest, the tree cracked in half and collapsed onto the forest floor with a resounding thud. Wen Li is approximately 500 meters, or 0.5 kilometers / 1,640 feet, at. Chapter 25 New Challenge. Wen Ran stood still, panting heavily. His chest rose and fell as adrenaline coursed through his veins, his entire being buzzing with the thrill of newfound power. His gaze shifted to his fist, then to the massive tree now lying shattered on the ground. This. He struggled to find the words, his voice barely a whisper. Even in my past life, I never wielded this level of strength at the spirit-gathering stage. He glanced around, his sharp eyes scanning the surroundings to ensure no one had witnessed what had just occurred. The forest was silent, save for the faint rustling of leaves. The feeling earlier. His brow furrowed as he recalled the surge of energy. That pill, its potency was far beyond what I imagined. It expanded my dantian beyond the normal limit of the seventh circle. He paused, flexing his fingers as he felt the energy pulsing within him. Right now, my strength rivals that of an early-stage spirit flow warrior. But he knew all too well that raw power wasn't enough. Sadly, I lack techniques suitable for this world. He muttered, frustration flickering in his eyes. Closing his eyes, Wen Ran began circulating his spiritual energy through his meridians, attempting to form a basic technique that every spirit flow cultivator should know, or at least, that was how it worked in his old world at the formation establishment stage. Flame Serpent. He whispered, focusing intently as he tried to summon the fire element and manifest flames. Yet, to his disappointment, nothing happened. His energy dissipated without producing even a spark. It appears the elemental laws here don't work the same way as they did in my world, he concluded, his tone cold and analytical. Which means I'll have to start from scratch, learn techniques from the beginning. Then, an idea struck him. The system might be able to provide me with one, but testing it out here is too risky. A flicker of hope crossed his face. For now, however, he decided to return to the city before night fell, his thoughts already racing ahead. Sneaking back into the city was surprisingly easy. Wen Ran quickly realized that the city's defenses were laughably inadequate. It became apparent to him that the Fang clan's arrogance had left them blind to their vulnerabilities. Their overconfidence would be their undoing, and Wen Ran already had several ideas forming in his mind for how he could bring this place to ruin when the time came. Once inside his temporary house, Wen Ran wasted no time. He made his way to the room filled with books and scrolls, his steps deliberate. The room was dimly lit, but the faint scent of aged parchment filled the air. Wen Ran's sharp eyes scanned the shelves, seeking techniques suitable for his current level. His fingers trailed over the spines of ancient scrolls, picking out anything that caught his attention. Very well. Based on the user's request, the challenge will be initiated ahead of time. Proceeding with teleportation in 3, 2, 1. Wen Ran's vision spun wildly as a strange force gripped him. The world blurred, the familiar surroundings vanishing in an instant. When his senses finally steadied, he found himself standing in a dense forest. The air felt different, heavier somehow, and the faint rustling of leaves carried an unfamiliar rhythm. His sharp gaze swept over the towering trees, noting their unusual height and the faint glow emanating from some of the plants. This wasn't the forest near the Fang clan. Where am I? Wen Ran murmured, his mood darkening as a sense of unease crept in. His instincts told him this was Northwest ordinary place. The air thrummed faintly with spiritual energy, but it was wild and chaotic, unlike the cultivated tranquility he was used to. He glanced upward. The sky was still bright, the position of the sun suggesting it was midday. Yet the dense canopy of trees filtered the light, casting long, ominous shadows over the forest floor. The challenge quest will now begin. User must complete the challenge within 2 days. Challenge: find a 100-year-old golden ginseng and slay the beast guarding it. Failure to complete the challenge will result in death. We wish you luck. Wen Ran scowled at the message. Great. Another life or death situation. How generous of you, he muttered sarcastically. Chapter 26: A Hunt Through the Forest. The entire forest was cloaked in an eerie silence. Despite the sun lighting his path, Wen Ran moved cautiously, his senses sharp and alert. He had been traversing this massive forest for more than half a day, yet he had found nothing, not even a single rabbit. The emptiness gnawed at his mind, and hunger slowly began to creep in. Now that I think about it, I haven't had anything to eat since arriving in this world. He muttered under his breath. To him, going without food for a few days with his current cultivation level was not much of a challenge. After all, the stronger a cultivator became, the less reliant they were on food for sustenance. In the world of cultivators, it was common for practitioners to survive solely on spiritual energy for years, even decades. Some of the truly powerful could one day shed their mortal shell entirely, freeing themselves from all earthly desires, including the need to eat or sleep. For now, though, Wen Ran was far from such heights, and the pangs of hunger served as a frustrating reminder of his current limitations. I need to find something to replenish my strength. If I had to fight a powerful beast in this state, I'd be asking for my own death. Wen Ran muttered, his tone grim. Several more hours passed, but to his growing frustration, not even a single berry came into view. This forest is dead. Does it even have a beast guarding a golden ginseng? He thought bitterly. It feels like I've been conned by the system. Sure, I appreciate the help with my dantian, but now I'm going to starve to death before the quest even has a chance to kill me. His complaints echoed inside, but outwardly, he quickened his pace, his sharp eyes scanning every detail around him. And then, something caught his attention. A broken branch, he whispered under his breath, his excitement barely contained. A small paw print, left by an unknown animal, led away from the spot, faint but visible. To Wen Ran, it could only mean one thing: dinner. He wasn't about to let the opportunity slip away. What Wen Ran didn't realize was that in this world, the technique of infusing spiritual power into one's eyes was considered advanced, far beyond the reach of cultivators at the spirit gathering or even spirit flow stages. For him, however, it was as natural as breathing, a skill ingrained deeply from his past life where cultivation was leagues more advanced. Normal cultivators here relied solely on sensing the aura radiating from others to gauge their strength, a method that Wen Ran could easily manipulate to his advantage. The rabbit remained oblivious to Wen Ran's presence as he crept closer, each step carefully placed to avoid detection. His arms shimmered faintly with an ethereal light as he channeled spiritual energy into them, ensuring his aura remained concealed. His skinny frame slipped silently between the towering trees, and then, with a sudden burst of movement, he launched his attack. The ground where the rabbit had stood erupted with a small shockwave as Wen Ran's fist struck the earth with force, sending dirt flying into the air from the impact and leaving him covered in a fine layer of soil. To his growing annoyance, the beast had leaped away at the very last moment, narrowly evading his strike. "Come back here." Wen Ran growled, frustration lacing his voice. "I only want a leg, maybe two. Spare me some." He bolted after the rabbit, his movements swift and precise, but no matter how fast he ran, the creature remained elusive. Eventually, realizing the futility of the chase, he slowed to a stop, panting lightly. Irritation simmered within him, but just as he was about to give up entirely, something caught his eye. To his left, a faint golden shimmer glinted from atop a stone altar partially hidden by the dense foliage. The setting exuded an eerie, ritualistic air, as though sacrifices had been performed there long ago. And resting on the altar, bathed in a soft glow, was his target, the golden ginseng. "I found you," Wen Ran murmured, a grin spreading across his face as a mix of triumph and wariness settled in his heart. Chapter 27. A Deal with the Devil. The stone altar shimmered with an ethereal green light, wrapping itself around the object like a web of vines. The glow pulsed faintly, each thread of light appearing to funnel energy directly into the golden ginseng perched atop the altar. "This looks like some sort of ritual," Wen Ran murmured, his sharp gaze analyzing the scene. "If I'm not careful, I might fall into the trap of a formation. These kinds of treasures are usually heavily protected. Unless..." A sly grin spread across his face. "It's an offering. In that case, why shouldn't I be the one to take it? After all, this world owes me plenty." He stepped forward, his movements deliberate and calculated. His eyes swept over every branch, every patch of ground, scanning for signs of a hidden formation. If there's a formation, it would be subtle, but there's always a flaw. If I can spot it, I might be able to dismantle the whole thing. However, no matter how intently he observed, there was nothing, no visible lines, no runes, no traps. Or perhaps it was so well hidden even he couldn't detect it. The lack of any obvious defenses left Wen Ran puzzled, his cautious steps bringing him ever closer, at. As he approached the altar, a sudden shift gripped the world around him. The daylight faded, replaced by an unnatural night that cloaked the forest in darkness. The green light emanating from the vines intensified, and they began to grow. The once delicate tendrils expanded, twisting and coiling into the form of a massive tree. Its roots and branches encased the golden ginseng, shielding it as though protecting a cherished child. "Well, I should have expected this," Wen Ran muttered under his breath, his eyes narrowing as he studied the towering structure. Without a weapon, no sword, no axe, he knew breaking through the vines would be a far greater challenge. Hisses. The sharp, guttural hiss cut through the air like a blade, sending a wave of piercing sound directly into Wen Ran's ears. He winced in pain, clutching his head as the hiss reverberated, infused with spiritual energy that assaulted him from within. His heart quickened as the realization hit. Whatever was approaching held power far beyond the spirit-gathering stage. Yet, instead of panicking, Wen Ran's instincts kicked in. He drew upon his spiritual technique, masking his aura entirely before darting behind a nearby tree. The strategy wasn't perfect, but it was all he had for now. Every movement was precise, every breath carefully controlled as he remained still. Iron Spear, 11 years. Dual Iron Swords, 20 years. Spiritual Infused Iron Axe, 30 years. Spiritual Infused Iron Sword, 25 years. "You've got to be kidding me," Wen Ran thought, his expression souring further. The cost of these items was no joke. Even demonic cultivators infamous for sacrificing lifespan would balk at these prices. This is practically a deal with the devil. Grinding his teeth, Wen Ran whispered through gritted teeth, "Give me the simple iron sword." The moment the words left his mouth, he felt a strange, otherworldly sensation. It was as though some unseen force had reached into his very soul and taken a piece of it. A hollow, fleeting pain echoed through his body, leaving him slightly breathless. "This system will regret this one day," he swore silently. "And whoever is behind it all." His thoughts simmered with fury, but he quickly pushed them aside. His focus returned to the massive serpent before him. With a soft metallic hum, an iron sword materialized in his hand. It was plain, unadorned, and functional, exactly what he needed. Wen Ran's fingers tightened around the hilt, his lips curling into a smirk. "Let's see how good snake soup tastes today," he whispered, his voice dripping with mockery. Moving like a shadow, he began closing the distance between himself and the serpent, every step calculated and silent. His body tensed as he prepared for his first strike, his mind sharpening for the battle ahead. Chapter 28 Fighting the Serpent. The azure serpent's emerald eyes glimmered as it scanned its surroundings meticulously, searching for the source of disturbance. But even a creature as perceptive as this could not anticipate the shadow creeping silently behind it. Wen Ran moved with precision, his light steps barely disturbing the forest floor. Infusing his arms with the strength of his cultivation base, he swung the iron sword at the serpent's thick tail. The blade connected with a metallic ring, leaving only a shallow cut, not nearly enough to sever it. A guttural hiss erupted from the serpent's jaws, a sound that seemed to reverberate through the air. Its tail glowed faintly with a dim golden light as it lashed out at Wen Ran, the sheer force behind the strike aiming to crush its attacker. Despite its terrifying speed, Wen Ran reacted just in time. The weak body of a slave has its advantages after all. He thought bitterly, his movements fluid as he slid beneath the swipe, the tail narrowly missing his head. I'm faster, lighter, and more agile now. I may not pack a punch, but I can dodge. Rising quickly to his feet, Wen Ran gritted his teeth and pushed more power into his legs. With a sudden burst of speed, he closed the distance between him and the serpent's vulnerable underbelly. His sword flashed once more, slicing into the softer scales beneath. The wound was small but visible, enough to draw blood, though far from fatal. The serpent hissed louder, its tail whipping around wildly as it coiled defensively. Wen Ran smirked, his confidence unshaken by the limited damage. Little by little, I'll cut you to pieces. He readied himself for another attack, his stance low and prepared, watching every twitch of the beast for his next opening. You look quite scary, don't you? But tell me, how should I cook you? Wen Ran taunted the serpent, a sly grin tugging at his lips. Beneath his bravado, though, was a lingering truth: he was starving, the kind of hunger that gnawed at his core. His stomach churned, and his body felt on the verge of collapse, weakened from days of poor sleep and no food. The serpent suddenly coiled its body like a spring and launched itself at Wen Ran with incredible speed. His body jerked to the side, narrowly dodging the massive jaws. The move wasn't just luck. Wen Ran's agility stemmed from the core strength the previous body had developed during years of hard labor in the fields. At least this useless body gave me something decent, he thought, a hint of bitter amusement flickering through his mind. Arf! A blood-curdling roar tore from his throat as the serpent's fangs pierced his shoulder and ribs. The pain was indescribable, white-hot and consuming. But in the same instant, his blade drove deep into the beast's skull, piercing its brain with surgical precision. The serpent's thrashing ceased, and its massive body collapsed to the ground, lifeless. Wen Ran staggered, his vision blurring as blood poured from his wounds. He shoved the beast's corpse away with the last of his strength, his breath shallow and uneven. Is this it? Am I going to die here, after everything? His gaze shifted to the vine tree, the golden ginseng glowing faintly at its core. A desperate resolve ignited within him. He dragged his broken body forward, step by agonizing step, each movement leaving a crimson trail in the dirt. Gripping the cracked sword tightly, he hacked at the protective vine surrounding the ginseng. The blade was weak, but so was the tree, it gave way little by little. I won't die here. I can't die here. Using the last reserves of his spiritual energy, Wen Ran clenched his fist and punched a hole through the weakened barrier. His fingers wrapped around the golden ginseng, its warmth pulsing faintly in his hand. I hope you can save me, he whispered hoarsely, a bitter laugh escaping his bloodied lips. Or else, I'll be heading back to hell, ha. His body slumped against the altar, the ginseng glowing faintly in his hand as darkness consumed his vision. Chapter 29 Beast Bonding. The moonlight cascaded over Wen Ran's battered body, casting a soft glow onto the golden ginseng in his hand. The entire forest seemed to hold its breath, silence stretching across the scene. Two forms lay still beneath the moon's gaze, the lifeless young man and the massive serpent, their battle now reduced to eerie tranquility. From the shadows, a pristine white rabbit emerged, its fur shimmering faintly under the moonlight. Its movements were deliberate, each step cautious as its sharp eyes scanned the altar for any lingering threats. Sensing none, it ventured closer, drawn irresistibly toward the golden treasure cradled in Wen Ran's limp hand. The intoxicating aroma of the ginseng filled the air, rich and potent, making the rabbit's nose twitch with fervor. A faint line of drool escaped the corners of its mouth, its body trembling slightly as the allure of the treasure overtook its instincts. The fragrance was otherworldly, a tantalizing blend of nature's essence that no creature with even a trace of spiritual power could hope to resist. Step by step, the rabbit inched closer, the shimmering golden glow reflecting in its wide, hungry eyes. The rabbit leaped onto Wen Ran's back, its movements cautious yet unsteady. The slick blood coating his body made navigation treacherous, causing its small legs to slip repeatedly, nearly sending it tumbling off. But determination fueled its every motion, and it steadied itself with quiet resolve, inching closer to its coveted prize. As it reached the hand clutching the golden ginseng, its nose twitched furiously, and its drooling became uncontrollable. The intoxicating aroma of the treasure overwhelmed its senses, but it dared not wake the seemingly lifeless human. Step by painstaking step, it moved with utmost caution, knowing that a single mistake could prove disastrous. But fate had other plans. Its paw slipped on Wen Ran's blood-slicked arm, and as it scrambled to regain its balance, its sharp teeth sank into the golden ginseng, and Wen Ran's finger. In an instant, an ethereal light burst forth, engulfing the rabbit in a glowing, mysterious aura. The intoxicating aroma vanished, replaced by a wave of dread that washed over the poor creature. Its body trembled violently as the ethereal energy coursed through it, binding it to a destiny it had never imagined. The system message, one that Wen Ran would remain oblivious to until much later, silently appeared before his eyes. Initiating a beast bond. Target, White Demon Rabbit. Cultivation base, Late Spirit Gathering, 8th Circle. Age, 2. Race, Demon Rabbit. What the hell is going on? His gaze darted to the rabbit sitting nearby. Recognition dawned as he recalled the same creature he had hunted before. Yet now, it sat calmly, its aura subtly tied to his own. The realization hit him like a bolt of lightning. He pieced together the events, the healing of his wounds, the eradication of the poison, and the absence of the golden ginseng. "Did you feed me the ginseng and save my life?" he asked, his voice low as his sharp eyes fixed on the rabbit. The rabbit nodded silently, its luminous blue eyes never wavering from his. They glimmered with a strange brilliance, as though it understood far more than he expected. "Well, this is troublesome," Wen Ran muttered, pushing himself off the altar. Dusting off his clothes, he glanced at the serpent's corpse sprawled nearby. Its body, though lifeless, still appeared relatively fresh, though he knew days must have passed since their battle. Turning back to the rabbit, he studied it for a moment before sighing. "How about I name you Xiao Mo1, he asked, the name slipping from his lips without much thought. Naming animals wasn't his forte, but the rabbit's response surprised him. It began bouncing around in sheer delight, its enthusiasm unmistakable. "Looks like it approves," he thought dryly, shaking his head. "Congratulations. You have completed your system challenge. Reward, Spirit Beast Bonding. You will be teleported back to your previous location in 3, 2, 1. Wen Ran's vision blurred as a wave of dizziness overtook him. Reacting quickly, he lunged for the serpent's massive fang, yanking it free just as the teleportation completed. Moments later, he found himself standing back in his room, Xiao Mo beside him, the fang clutched tightly in his hand. Little Demon. Chapter 30: A Fateful Decision. The two figures materialized into the large room, seemingly out of thin air. On the bed lay a woman, her golden hair cascading perfectly over the pillow, framing her angelic features. But to Wen Ran, she was anything but heavenly. More like a devil than an angel, he thought bitterly, cursing his luck. Why does she have to be here right now? At least she hadn't witnessed his sudden arrival. That would have been a disaster. Explaining myself isn't exactly my strong suit. He glanced at the rabbit beside him and cursed his fate again. Why does everything have to be so troublesome? Since my rebirth, it's been nothing but one problem after another. This is exhausting, The rabbit, however, seemed to have its own opinions. It leapt onto the bed, sniffing curiously at Fang Jinyao. Its expression shifted oddly, almost as if it were jealous. It stared at the girl with an unmistakable pout, clearly displeased by her presence on its master's bed. Wen Ran ignored them both, quickly stashing the serpent's fang away. One day left, he thought grimly. He needed to extract the poison and raise his strength. Whatever challenges lay ahead, he had to be prepared. His gaze flickered toward the sleeping Fang Jinyao, but not a trace of guilt crossed his face, even as he plotted her father's death. If the system asked me to kill her as well, I'd do it without hesitation. In this foreign world, nobody mattered to him, only himself. The only reason she was still alive was because she provided him with shelter. As he turned, something caught his eye. On the small table by the corner sat a pot, the aroma wafting from it immediately drawing his attention. He approached and lifted the lid, revealing a beautifully prepared stew. His stomach growled, and he sighed softly as he glanced at Fang Jinhao. This girl is really foolish. But, maybe it's not so bad having her around from time to time. Without another thought, he devoured the stew, leaving the pot spotless in mere moments. Feeling full for the first time in days, he returned to the study room, his movements purposeful. The room still bore traces of the mess he had caused earlier. He checked briefly to ensure Fang Jinhao was still asleep before settling down. "Now then, system, or whatever you are, give me something I can actually use," he muttered under his breath, his voice low but firm. "I need something strong." "No." The quick and definitive response made him rub his temples in frustration. This system, is it even worth the trouble? Sure, it had thrown him a few good things, like the pill, the Heaven Defier manual, and the bracelet that boosted his cultivation speed. But nothing so far seemed like the game-changing advantage he needed. He was impatient, and his mind raced with thoughts of the gods finding him, sending someone to strike him down while he was still weak. Time passed, the equivalent of a full meal being cooked, as Wen Ran mulled over the decision. Can I at least know the benefits of each path? After all, this is no joke. Once I choose, there's no going back, he said bitterly. Even if he didn't want to pick a side, the allure of the system's offerings tempted him. Greed was a weakness every cultivator harbored, whether it was for power, immortality, or wealth. Righteous path, user gains access to a rapid cultivation manual and endless resources from the system, enabling swift ascension to the heavens. However, the user must not train in the arts of the body on this path, as qi is deemed superior here and physical cultivation would hinder progress. Immortality awaits at the end of the path, should the user follow it unwaveringly. Demonic path, user gains the power to grasp their own fate. The system will provide less assistance, but the user will acquire a unique skill that boosts cultivation through unorthodox methods while maintaining a stable foundation. The user has the freedom to choose between qi cultivation, body cultivation, or even both simultaneously if they possess the talent. Immortality or destruction lies at the end of this path, a gamble only the daring can take. Wen Ran's heart pounded as he read the descriptions. He knew the gravity of the decision before him. Both paths held their own appeal and dangers, but there was no room for hesitation. I choose. Chapter 31 Wen Ran's Choice. The system screen burned brightly in the dimly lit room, its glow casting shifting shadows on the walls. The weight of the decision pressed heavily on Wen Ran's shoulders, but deep in his heart, he already knew the answer. It was the only option that made sense, given his circumstances and how the system seemed to operate. He had pieced together the hints from previous quests, and the choice was clear. I choose the demonic path, he said, his tone flat and devoid of emotion. There was no hesitation, no regret, Is that truly what your heart desires? The sudden question made Wen Ran frown. What does it even know? He thought bitterly. After all, it was the one that forced me into a corner, presenting one good and one bad choice as if there was ever any real freedom in this decision. My heart only desires one thing, he said, his voice firm but edged with irritation. And that's to slaughter the gods until none remain. His sharp eyes glinted as he continued, no matter what path I must walk, I will fulfill that desire. Even if you demand I destroy the world or the universe itself, as long as you give me the power, I will do it without a second thought. That single sentence seemed to make the world tremble. It was as if the heavens themselves had heard Wen Ran's declaration. The sky above the city began to shift unnaturally, black thunderclouds forming rapidly from what moments ago had been a clear day. Their dense, ominous presence blotted out the sun, casting the entire Fang clan's territory into an eerie darkness. This is... A man dressed in the robes of a prominent sect stammered, his voice trembling with fear. This is heaven's punishment. Who in the world triggered it? His terror was palpable, and the wet stain spreading across his robes only added to his humiliation. Heaven's punishment, someone in the crowd echoed, panic spreading like wildfire. Could there be an evil cultivator among us? Congratulations. From today, you are a demonic cultivator. Rewards. Demon Sovereign Scripture, this technique enhances cultivation through slaughter and sacrifices. It maintains stability in the cultivation base while stealing power from other living beings. Demon Body Transformation Sutra, Part 1, enables the practitioner to transform their physical body into a powerful demonic weapon. While the body's appearance remains unchanged, it receives boosts in power, agility, and longevity. The practitioner can evolve their meridians, bones, and spirit root using the power of beast blood. The stronger the beast, the more potent the effect. Wen Ran's eyes widened as he read the system's message. A smirk crept onto his lips, growing into a wild grin as the realization sank in. This power. It's everything I need. While others might scorn these methods, what do I care for their judgments? This world is mine for the taking. Let them cower in fear. I'll carve my name into their nightmares if that's what it takes. His thoughts were consumed by an unshakable resolve. He exhaled slowly, the weight of his decision settling over him. He thought back to his original world, a place where he once cared deeply for others. The memories of those bonds flickered briefly in his mind, a faint echo of a life long gone. But now, in this foreign realm, there was nothing left to tie him down. He had nothing to lose, and a man without anything to lose was the most dangerous creature in existence. To complete this step, you must face the heavenly punishment. You have the time it takes for an incense stick to burn to prepare. Chapter 32 Heaven-Shattering Art. Suddenly, immense pressure crashed down on Wen Ran, forcing his knees to buckle. It felt as if the entire sky had collapsed onto him, and every breath he took was a desperate struggle, each one like trying to inhale through a collapsed lung. His chest tightened, and his vision blurred for a moment under the unbearable weight. What the hell? How is this even possible? Wen Ran's heart raced like it was about to burst out of his chest. This pressure, this feeling, it can only be one thing. Dread gripped him as he stood frozen in place, unable to move, as though the very world had locked him in place. It was as if time itself was counting down to his doom. No matter how I think about it, heavenly punishment shouldn't even be possible at this level. This is ridiculous. I've only chosen a path to walk, it's not like I've actually defied the heavens yet. His mind churned, desperately trying to make sense of the impossible. He had witnessed heavenly punishment before, seen it obliterate even cultivators on the verge of immortality, their seemingly boundless power nothing before the heavens' wrath. And yet here he was, a fledgling cultivator at the very beginning of his journey, staring down the same divine fury. Am I really going to die here? Wen Ran clenched his fists, the veins in his hands bulging. If I do, I swear I'll curse the one who made the system, and I'll curse this damn world for being so unfair to me, again. The oppressive force tightened around him further, as if mocking his thoughts, daring him to prove his resolve. He knew the doom was imminent, but surrender was not in his nature. Gritting his teeth, Wen Ran forced himself to sit on the ground, crossing his legs despite the suffocating pressure that made even the slightest movement feel impossible. Since I'm already in this situation, I might as well use it to my advantage. This pressure is immense, but if I can endure it, it'll help me build a stronger foundation. The moment his eyes scanned the ancient text within the manual, the words burned themselves into his mind, their meaning echoing as if spoken by a distant, wrathful deity. If you wish to accept my power, you must abandon the heavenly path. From this day forward, you will take energy from the world by force rather than receiving it as a gift. This technique will trick the heavens, disguising your cultivation as righteous, but once you reach the 10th step, the heavens will not be fooled any longer. They will send punishment upon you, targeting your life. This technique can only be learned in the spirit-gathering stage. It sets the foundation for defying the heavens. But beware, enduring the punishment at the 10th level is nearly impossible. Don't try to defy the heavens before that, as you will die, never to cross the golden river to the afterlife. The weight of the words slammed into Wen Ran's mind, leaving him dazed. His head throbbed painfully, as though the knowledge itself carried the heavens' wrath, pressing down on him with relentless force. This damned world, it wants me dead. Good. 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 His lips curled into a wild grin. That's how I like it. Blood dripped from the corner of his lips as he clenched his teeth. I won't let this stop me. If the heavens want me dead, I'll drag them down with me. Suddenly, the text began to burn with a golden light, making Wen Ran's eyes feel as though they were on fire. The searing pain was almost unbearable, but he didn't dare to look away. In his heart, a new technique had been etched, heaven-shattering art. Instantly, he felt his body greedily absorbing the energy around him. But with it came a pain so immense it threatened to shatter his resolve. He wanted to scream, to let out the agony coursing through him, but his lips remained firmly shut as he focused all his willpower on the technique at hand. A new line of text etched itself deep into his mind, this technique transforms one's organs into a golden hue. The brighter the brilliance, the more stable the foundation becomes. Once all organs achieve full golden radiance, you will have formed the golden core body, increasing not only raw power, but also extending one's lifespan by 100 years. However, if you fail to achieve this before entering the spirit flow stage, you will be deemed unworthy, and your cultivation will be destroyed. Chapter 33 Golden Radiance. When Ran scanned the text etched into his mind, his heart pounding wildly. This was an opportunity so heaven-defying that it would not only be the greatest chance of his life but also a glimmer of hope for survival, however faint it might be. Despite the manual foretelling his doom, he believed this heavenly punishment must be far less severe than the one awaiting the 10th circle of spirit gathering. This was a perfect chance to temper his body, preparing it for the trials ahead. Ha ha ha. He laughed maniacally, his heart steadying as his fear dissolved into determination. This is perfect. Let the heavens try to take my life, I will endure it all. His grin widened, wild and unrestrained. Without hesitation, Wen Ran focused the raw, untamed spiritual energy surging around him and began refining his body. The faintest golden radiance started to envelop his inner organs, though it was too dim to see clearly. It was still the beginning of the technique, but the effects were undeniable. Wen Ran's body tensed and spasmed as his bones began to transform, growing denser and stronger. His raw power increased slightly, not enough to make him invincible in this realm, but enough to place him among the strongest in terms of sheer physical strength. The crushing weight of the heavenly punishment lessened slightly, as if the heavy mountain pressing on his shoulders had eased. Yet, the suffocating pressure remained, a constant reminder that the real trial was just beginning. The faint glow within his body bolstered Wen Ran's resolve. I need to steady my breath. My cultivation is nearing the next circle, just a little more, and I'll be stronger than before. His breathing slowed, measured and deliberate, as he prepared for the imminent disaster. The pressure grew, his spiritual energy surged, and in that instant, the boundary to the 8th circle of spirit gathering shattered. Wen Ran's body shook uncontrollably as he felt his cultivation break through, pushing him into the 8th circle. He tilted his head upward, staring at the ceiling with an expression full of defiance. Come, he shouted, his voice unwavering and fearless. The time for preparation was over. Get ready. The heavenly punishment is starting soon. Meanwhile, in the adjacent room, Fang Jinyao stirred from her deep sleep. Her golden hair lay disheveled, and her eyes opened groggily, still heavy from exhaustion. She hadn't slept properly in days, anxiously waiting for Wen Ran's return, and her body had finally succumbed to rest. But now, something felt off. The golden brilliance within him flared brighter than ever. As the lightning coursed through him, Wen Ran's body blackened, charred like coal. Yet inside, the heaven-shattering art worked tirelessly, transforming him from within. His organs gleamed faintly, and his meridians pulsated with an otherworldly vitality. It was as if he was undergoing a rebirth. But even with the technique working wonders, the pain was beyond comprehension, making him feel like he was moments from death. It's not enough, he thought grimly. And this is only the first strike, there will be more. As if answering his fear, the second bolt of lightning tore through the heavens, slamming into Wen Ran with even greater force. The air around him crackled with raw energy, and his body shook violently. Yet this old demon was far too resilient. The golden radiance deep within him glowed brighter, shielding his inner organs. With each strike, it seemed to grow stronger, tempering his body and pushing his limits further. Wen Ran could feel it, despite the excruciating pain, he was becoming stronger. His body felt slightly lighter, his spirit more unyielding. But he wasn't naive. The torment wasn't over yet. His teeth ground together as he desperately searched for something, anything, to keep him going. His hand trembled, moving agonizingly slow, as he reached into his storage pouch. Finally, his fingers grasped a small, bright red elixir. He sniffed it weakly, and a potent, metallic scent filled his nostrils. It smelled faintly of blood, but the overwhelming life force radiating from it reignited his resolve. Ha ha ha. He laughed inwardly, a manic grin spreading across his face. To hell with dying. I'm not just going to survive, I'll become a true demon. Damn you, heavens. You'll see the monster you've created. Without hesitation, he gulped the elixir down. His body convulsed violently, as if a surge of uncontrollable energy tore through him. But amidst the agony, his heart burned with exhilaration. Before his eyes, a blazing system message appeared. Demon Body Transformation Sutra has been successfully activated. Chapter 34 Demon Awakens. Wen Ran's heart sank as an inexplicable chill coursed through his veins, freezing him from the inside out. His black hair, once dark as night, began to shift, turning as white as freshly fallen snow. From the side, one would think he was teetering on the brink of death. Beneath the layer of burnt and charred skin, a new layer began to emerge. What was once tanned and weathered from days of labor under the scorching sun now transformed into pale, smooth skin, radiating an otherworldly glow. A cold, oppressive aura radiated from his body in waves, hitting both the rabbit and Fang Jinyao with suffocating force. Their bodies trembled instinctively, paralyzed by the sheer weight of his transformation. His once warm, brown eyes shifted, morphing into a radiant, blood-red hue, bright as gems and dripping with an unnatural power. Fang Jinyao watched the scene unfold, her breath caught in her throat. Her world seemed to shatter before her eyes. The person she had loved and adored was changing into something unrecognizable. No, this isn't real, it's not. Her voice cracked as tears welled in her eyes. Ah, my Wen Ran, just what is happening to you? At. Crackle. The heavens raged louder, their fury unrestrained. Outside the city walls, terrified onlookers gazed at the darkened skies. The black clouds churned and grew heavier, the light of crackling lightning illuminating the trembling faces of the crowd. Many fell to their knees, their fear palpable. Hands clasped in desperate prayer, they muttered chants to appease the heavens. Whatever calamity had been unleashed, they hoped it would pass before the city was reduced to ashes. Even Fang Jinyao's father and grandfather stood frozen, their fists clenched tightly as they observed the chaos from the safety of their stronghold. They didn't dare to interfere. Both knew all too well that the wrath of the heavens would destroy anyone foolish enough to step in. Neither of them was confident they could withstand such punishment. How did my Fang clan manage to offend the heavens? The grandfather muttered, his gaze fixed on the storm raging above. His expression twisted into worry as his eyes darted around. Where the hell is that brat? Don't tell me she's still in the city. Hi. A demonic laugh tore through the silence, metallic and raw, like steel scraping against steel. Who? The unearthly howl that followed sent shivers down Fang Jinyao's spine, shaking her to her core. The burnt layer of skin peeled away on its own, revealing pale, ghostly flesh beneath, a complexion so unearthly that it seemed to belong to a spirit rather than a man. This power. Wen Ran's voice, low and chilling, broke the tension. A wild grin stretched across his face, his red eyes gleaming like blood-soaked rubies. Ha. What an idiot I was in my past life. He rose slowly, his figure commanding and fearsome. I should have walked this path long ago. Then even the gods would have trembled in my presence. Fang Jinyao could only stare in horror as his words, foreign and cold, cut through the air like blades. Yet, something about his tone struck her deeply, triggering a vision in her mind. She saw an ethereal, breathtakingly beautiful woman being slain by a devilishly handsome man, a figure that looked eerily similar to Wen Ran. She had never experienced visions before. So why now? I, Wen Ran, gladly accept the demonic path, he declared, his voice reverberating with chilling certainty. He stood tall, his muscles slightly more defined and his frame visibly taller, exuding an aura of unrestrained dominance. His eyes fell on Fang Jinyao, who cowered in the corner. Yet, to her surprise, and his, he felt no urge to kill her, not yet. No. Not yet. I want to see her grow, to see her regain her full power, and then I'll slay her again. His crimson gaze brushed past her as if she were nothing more than an afterthought. Without a word, Wen Ran shot toward the direction of the Fang Palace, his movements swift and purposeful. His goal was clear, the Black Sword. Chapter 35 Assassination. The white shadow darted through the city streets, moving with precision and speed. No one dared to cross his path. It was the perfect opportunity for Wen Ran to execute his plan and claim the weapon that called out to him. He could feel its power beckoning, a resonance that promised unmatched strength. The moment that old dog comes back, I'll be waiting for him in his room. And then I'll make sure he dies a painful death for the humiliation he caused me. His mind seethed with hatred for Fang Jinyao's father. Wen Ran's pride, unyielding even after reincarnation, burned fiercely. In his past life, someone like that would have been nothing but an insect to crush. Now, having started anew, the indignity of being beneath such a man gnawed at him. He moved swiftly, faster than his current cultivation stage should allow. Each step demonstrated the raw potential that set him apart from his peers. It was only later that Wen Ran would come to realize just how far behind this world was, where even this display of strength would be considered heaven-defying. Like a shadow, he slipped into the palace undetected. Navigating through its halls with the ease of a seasoned thief, Wen Ran reached Fang Jinyao's room. His eyes locked onto his prize, the black sword. Its presence dominated the space, exuding an aura so powerful it felt alive. He could feel it resonating with his own energy, stronger now than before. Stepping forward slowly, he reached for the weapon, savoring the moment. Everything is going according to plan. Good. Let's end this quest early, shall we? His voice carried a sinister edge. As his hand wrapped around the sword, an electric jolt coursed through his body. The blade greedily absorbed his spiritual energy, almost as if testing him. In return, Wen Ran swung it experimentally. The motion was subtle, but its power was devastating. The bed nearby bore the brunt of the strike, the blade slicing cleanly through the fabric and wood as if they were paper. While it didn't cut through completely, the sharpness was undeniable. Ha ha ha. His laughter filled the room, maniacal and full of satisfaction. Good. I love this. How I missed having power in my hands. These past few days were pure torture. With the sword in hand, he made his way to Fang Jinyao's father's room. Pushing the door open carefully, he stepped into the spacious chamber. The air was dense with spiritual energy, though not as concentrated as in Fang Jinyao's room. Closing the door behind him, Wen Ran assessed the space. When he returns, he won't sense me as long as I conceal my aura properly. He'd never suspect someone hiding here. All I need is one clean strike, a fatal blow to the heart from the shadows. That should save me a lot of trouble. His internal monologue abruptly ended as he froze in place. A cold blade pierced through his back, exiting cleanly through his chest. His heart shattered instantly, leaving no chance for resistance. The man's body jerked, his cultivation somehow sealed, rendering him powerless. Blood splattered onto the floor as the blade withdrew, the sound of metal slicing flesh echoing in the room. Why you? The man choked, turning his head just enough to see his assailant. His eyes widened in terror and disbelief. The slave, the very man he had mocked and insulted countless times, stood before him, holding the blood-stained black sword. What you? Wen Ran replied, his voice devoid of emotion. With precise, swift strikes, he severed the man's left arm, followed quickly by the right. Blood gushed like a waterfall, pooling on the floor. Wen Ran extended his index finger, and the blood began to float, wavering slightly in the air. Manipulating it wasn't easy, but with his deep understanding of spiritual energy control, he made it move, taking form bit by bit. The middle-aged man trembled in fear, his remaining strength sapped by the overwhelming loss of blood. Demon. Demonic arts, he stuttered, his voice shaking. He had heard stories of demonic cultivators, true devils who tortured their prey, turned them into slaves, or even refined them into pills. Good that you know, Wen Ran said calmly, his tone icy. Now, die, you old dog. The man collapsed to the ground, his face twisted in horror and agony. Without his heart, and with so much blood drained, even a cultivator's resilience couldn't save him. To Wen Ran, he was nothing more than a pile of useless flesh, trash unworthy of even existing. With one final motion, Wen Ran slashed through the man's neck with his own blood, ending his life definitively. Now, the rest of the town, he muttered, a sinister glint flashing in his crimson eyes. But before he could leave, a massive surge of spiritual energy exploded from the lifeless body on the ground, slamming into Wen Ran like a tidal wave. Chapter 36 The 10th Circle. An enormous pressure overtook Wen Ran as he sat still, his expression growing darker by the second. What the hell, he muttered through gritted teeth. The energy rushing into his dantian was unlike anything he had ever experienced. The sheer force of it threatened to shred his meridians into pieces, each strand of spiritual energy feeling like a wild, unbridled storm tearing through his body. But before he could succumb, a crimson light enveloped his dantian and meridians, calming the chaos and acting as an ethereal barrier against the violent influx. It was as if the demonic path he had chosen was now showing its usefulness. For the first time, Wen Ran felt what it was like to steal spiritual energy from a living being. The vile art, taboo in any righteous community, was now etched into his reality. Yet, instead of guilt, Wen Ran felt exhilaration. This was power. Unrestrained, wild, forbidden, yet so good. So, this is what it feels like. The energy that failed to return to the heavens now flows into me. His thoughts raced as his lips curled into a twisted grin. This is amazing. If I keep killing strong cultivators, I can rise to the top faster than anyone. No need for slow progress. His heart burned with a dark desire, a hunger that felt both foreign and familiar. Had he lost himself, or was this the truest version of him, finally awakened? That question clawed at the corners of his mind, but he dismissed it. In his past life, he had lived in the gray, neither saint nor devil. But now, the lines were becoming blurred, and the answers didn't matter. I need to refine this energy quickly. The disruption I'm causing will definitely draw attention, and if I'm caught mid-refinement, I'll be too vulnerable to defend myself. Without hesitation, Wen Ran sat cross-legged on the floor, his breathing slowing as he steadied himself. The violent spiritual energy raged within him like a furious beast, but he controlled it with an iron will, circulating it through his body with the precision of a master. The threshold to the 9th circle was close, tantalizingly so. Reaching the peak of the spirit-gathering stage was every cultivator's dream, the cusp of a new realm. For most, such a breakthrough required external aid like medicinal pills, specialized techniques, or rare opportunities. But for Wen Ran, this surge of stolen energy was all the catalyst he needed. Each breath drew the wild energy deeper into his dantian, nourishing his body in ways that felt almost supernatural. His veins burned, his bones hummed, and his entire being felt on the verge of transformation. Then, with a sudden, earth-shattering boom, an explosion of spiritual energy surged through his body, making him shake uncontrollably. The release of power radiated outward, spilling into the air, making the walls tremble under its force. But before they could enter, the room erupted in a brilliant explosion of lightning, engulfing them in the shockwave. Many perished instantly, their bodies reduced to nothing but charred remnants. Others staggered back, coughing mouthfuls of blood, their internal organs severely damaged from the impact. As for the one at the center of it all, Wen Ran remained calm. The moment the lightning bolt struck, his dantian expanded exponentially, shrouding him in a crimson light. His entire body trembled under the intense pain, but it was tolerable now. He had tempered himself enough to withstand the heavenly wrath. He breathed steadily, his focus unshaken despite the destructive force around him. A strange, viscous black substance oozed out of his pores, staining his skin. Wen Ran glanced at it, a sinister grin creeping onto his face. Hey, this body was filled with so many impurities. Thank you, heavens, for helping me cleanse myself. His voice dripped with mockery as he watched the impurities leave his body. With each passing moment, his meridians absorbed more spiritual energy from the surroundings, greedily feeding on the power unleashed by the heavens. And then, his dantian began to shake violently. Boom. A seismic shift coursed through his body, and the 10th circle of his cultivation formed. Wen Ran felt his entire being elevate, his power surging to new heights. If anyone were to inspect his cultivation base at that moment, they would witness an unprecedented phenomenon. The 10th circle shone with a multicolored brilliance, a kaleidoscope of light that no one in this world had ever seen. It pulsed with a divine, yet ominous energy, as though it held the potential to rewrite the very laws of cultivation. Wen Ran chuckled darkly. This is only the beginning. Chapter 37: A Fight to the Death. The radiant energy surged uncontrollably through Wen Ran's body, making him feel as if the world was beneath his feet. Though it was far from reality now, who was to say he wouldn't reach the pinnacle in the future? I'm growing stronger. A grin crept across his face as he rose to his feet. He glanced around the room, taking in the complete devastation. The room was now nothing but rubble, and even the corpse of his victim was gone, obliterated into nothingness. Whoever created this heaven-defying technique must have been a genius unmatched by this world. If they're still alive, I'd bow before them. If they're dead, I'd visit their grave to pay my respects. With this power, who knows how far I'll go. Taking a deep breath, Wen Ran picked up the black sword lying among the debris. It seemed to gleam more brilliantly than before, its aura refined by the wrath of the lightning tribulation. The sword's domineering power resonated deeply with him, as though the weapon was a reflection of his newfound strength. With a simple push, the heavy door fell outward with a loud thud, revealing a room filled with kneeling guards and servants. Blood dripped from their eyes and noses, their bodies trembling under the overwhelming pressure that still lingered in the air. Are they deaf and blind? Wen Ran muttered, his eyes scanning the group. Their shallow breaths betrayed the fact that they were still alive, but they were little more than lambs waiting for the slaughter. A wicked grin tugged at his lips as his blade moved, elegant yet merciless. One by one, they fell, and with each kill, Wen Ran felt their cultivation bases rush into his body. The crimson brilliance of his technique wrapped around the energy, refining it into his own, solidifying his foundation instead of destabilizing it. Let me test this new blood control power, he thought, his finger twitching slightly. The blood of his victims floated into the air, suspended in shimmering droplets. It wasn't much, barely enough to fill a few gourds, but it moved at his command. I can mold it easily, turn it from liquid into sharp, solid blades. This power is perfect for fighting multiple enemies. Even a single drop of blood could become a deadly weapon, slicing a throat before anyone notices. It's the ultimate assassination tool. Or a means to create an army of blood-forged weapons. He paused, furrowing his brow. But the drawback, this consumes too much spiritual energy. I can't use it recklessly in prolonged battles, Despite his musings, Wen Ran didn't forget the real threat. The old monster, Fang Jinyao's grandfather, was still alive. Wen Ran's memory of being choked and humiliated by that man was vivid, and he had no intention of letting it go unpunished. He planned to return that humiliation tenfold. His sharp gaze swept the surroundings. Barely moments had passed since the lightning struck, yet the palace and the city outside were in utter disarray. 2 consecutive disasters had left even the strongest cultivators disoriented, as though the world itself was collapsing. But as he moved past a heap of bodies, his instincts screamed. His entire body shivered, and he dodged to the side just in time. A massive crimson blade shot out from beneath the corpses, piercing his chest and narrowly missing his heart. Blood sprayed from the wound as he staggered back, his face twisting in pain and rage. Well, this isn't ideal. Wen Ran cursed inwardly. His grip on his emotions slipped for just a moment, letting a sliver of killing intent leak out, enough to alert the old man. Pushing the corpses aside, Wen Ran stood up, his blade gleaming with malevolence. Without wasting a second, he launched another attack, sending a stream of blood toward the old man's throat. But the elder reacted quickly, channeling spiritual energy into his hand to catch the blood midair. He caught it. Wen Ran smirked. Let's see if he can handle this. With a flick of his finger, the liquid blood turned solid, morphing into a sharp edge. It slashed at the old man's arm, severing it cleanly at the shoulder. Ayerberg. The old man's agonized scream echoed through the hall as blood gushed from the wound. Rage and desperation filled his eyes as he clutched at the stump of his arm. With a furious roar, he unleashed a massive explosion of spiritual energy, thick and oppressive, forcing Wen Ran to step back. The surge disrupted his control over his own energy momentarily. Turning to face his attacker fully, the old man froze. Recognition and horror spread across his face as he stammered, "Why you? How is this possible? You, dirty slave." Wen Ran's expression remained cold, devoid of emotion. What, surprised? His voice dripped with mockery as he stepped closer, the crimson glow of his blade casting eerie shadows across his pale face. I'm here to claim your life, old dog. Are you ready to die? If so, then get on your knees and let me end you. The old man's aura flared with a mix of fury and fear, the air around him crackling with oppressive energy. Both men locked eyes, their killing intent palpable, suffocating the space around them. They knew what was coming next, a battle where only one of them would leave standing. Chapter 38 Slaying the Old Dog. Both of them locked eyes, a silent battlefield stretching between them. Wen Ran's gaze was calculating, his sharp mind working overtime. He couldn't afford to be reckless. A head-on clash was out of the question, his advantage lay in his cunning and the element of surprise. His fingers twitched slightly, ready to manipulate the blood he'd already spilled, though he'd need to time it perfectly. Every second spent observing the old man's stance, his breathing, his aura, was a second closer to forming a strategy that might lead to victory. As for the old man, his smirk masked the storm brewing inside him. Relief and terror fought for dominance. How could a cripple, a lowly slave, reach such heights? His aura screamed of the spirit-gathering stage, but its oppressive weight felt entirely wrong, far stronger, far more refined. It made no sense. And yet, knowing this, the old man took comfort in his own experience and realm advantage. A bug is still a bug, he muttered under his breath, steeling himself for what he assumed would be a guaranteed win. You damn slave, the old man sneered, his voice dripping with disdain. You've sold your soul, haven't you? Taken the evil path to get back at us. How pathetic. To think you'd go this far for a fleeting moment of vengeance. He let out a bitter laugh, the mockery echoing in the silent, blood-soaked hall. Throwing away your life just to take down my clan. How pitiful. Wen Ran's lips curled into a dark smile. Is that what you think? His voice carried an icy chill. No wonder your clan is nothing more than a pile of garbage. You think you're invincible, living in this tiny corner of the world, blind to the truth. Let me tell you something, your entire clan isn't even worth the dirt under my feet. I won't just kill you. I'll erase you so thoroughly that even the heavens won't remember you. How about that? Are you scared now? At. The old man's smirk faltered, his confidence wavering for just a moment. That aura, demonic and vile, it felt ancient and monstrous, like a ghost from forgotten legends. He couldn't tell if Wen Ran's words were truth or bluff, and that uncertainty gnawed at his resolve. The blood control Wen Ran wielded was like nothing he'd ever seen, the kind of power that only existed in the horrifying tales parents told their children to scare them away from the evil path. Those who wielded such techniques were devils incarnate, capable of the most unspeakable atrocities. And now, standing before him, was a man who embodied every nightmare those legends described. For the old man, this wasn't just about survival, it was about obliterating a threat that could destroy not only his clan but the world as he knew it. His hands tightened into fists, spiritual energy surging around him like a raging storm. I can't let him live. If I do, he'll eradicate my clan. No, he'll bring ruin to everything. Yet the old man's body betrayed him. His strength faltered, his spiritual energy running dry, and his once powerful punch lacked the force to match Wen Ran's determination. The sword pressed forward, cutting through the last of his resistance. His remaining arm was severed, blood spraying into the air. The old man's vision blurred, his body trembling as he stared into Wen Ran's crimson eyes. Those eyes, they weren't human. They bore into his soul, merciless and unrelenting, like the gaze of a demon. His heart sank as he realized the truth, there would be no escape, no salvation. The old man closed his eyes, surrendering to his fate. Wen Ran didn't hesitate. With a clean swing, he severed the old man's neck, silencing him forever. The Fang clan elder collapsed lifelessly, his blood pooling on the ruined floor. In that instant, a surge of immense spiritual energy exploded from the old man's body, rushing into Wen Ran like a flood. It filled his dantian to the brim, expanding the vast crimson ocean within. But this time, something new happened. Above the ocean, a small, crimson object began to take shape, radiating a faint, moonlight glow. It hovered above the boundless sea of energy, casting an eerie red light that rippled across the surface. What is that? Wen Ran's voice trembled as he focused on the strange object in his dantian. The presence of it was overwhelming, an ancient and terrifying power that sent chills down his spine. For the first time in his new life, he felt a flicker of fear, a fear that this newfound power might be something far beyond his understanding. Chapter 39 He's a Demon. The eerie crimson object floated in Wen Ran's dantian, its sinister glow casting an otherworldly light over the vast ocean of spiritual energy within him. This thing, it's vile. If it's in my dantian, then it must be tied to one of the techniques, but which one? His grip on the black sword tightened as tension coiled through his body like a spring ready to snap. For now, it's only illuminating the ocean, but that aura, it's far too dangerous to ignore. If I'm not careful, it could consume me. He exhaled slowly, steadying his nerves. Once this is over, I'll study it thoroughly. I have to figure out what it is before it's too late. His gaze shifted toward the palace, his ears catching the frantic shouts of guards and servants echoing through the corridors. The entire city was in chaos, and Wen Ran's heart burned with a singular desire, a relentless hunger for power, no matter the cost. His body moved without hesitation, rushing to fulfill his goal. But I need something to serve as a catalyst. I need to burn this place to the ground. Boom. Crash. The sound of destruction roared in the distance, forcing Wen Ran to pause, his attention drawn to the chaos erupting beyond the palace walls. The source of the commotion was a small army of cultivators that had reached the town gates in secret. At their forefront stood a familiar figure. If Wen Ran had been there, he would have instantly recognized the arrogant fool from the town square. True to his promise, the men had returned, this time with reinforcements, intent on forcefully taking Fang Jinyao. A middle-aged man clad in ornate battle armor, adorned with phoenix and dragon motifs, stepped forward to stand beside Wu Xiaowei. His posture was respectful, his hands clasped in a formal bow, but his face betrayed uncertainty, and a glint of fear flickered in his eyes. Young master, must we truly go this far? Provoking the Fang clan could spell disaster, especially if the clan head gets wind of this. His voice wavered with hesitation, and he didn't dare meet Wu Xiaohui's gaze. And the tribulation lightning, those clouds still haven't fully dispersed. Wu Xiaohui sneered, his voice dripping with arrogance. My father has no control over me. If I want to destroy the Fang clan, then so be it. Who dares to stop me? He raised his voice, his confidence unshaken. I, Wu Xiaohui, am a disciple of the Azure Dragon Sky sect. Who in this wretched region would dare deny my will? Why hasn't anyone from the palace come out yet? One of them asked, confusion evident in their tone. Wait, isn't that the clan mistress's slave? Another said, hesitantly pointing at the approaching figure. The aura radiating from Wen Ran was undeniable, and it struck fear into their hearts. But how can it be? That slave was supposed to be a cripple. Before they could act, Wen Ran lunged forward, his killing intent crashing down on them like a tidal wave. The sheer pressure made their legs tremble as they stared at him in horror. And no. Their screams barely lasted a moment before their heads separated from their bodies, blood spurting into the air like fountains. The crimson liquid floated unnaturally, swirling in the air as if controlled by an unseen force. Onlookers froze, their eyes wide with terror. Demon, one person screamed, their voice shaking. He's a demon. Run for your lives, another yelled, spurring the crowd into a frenzied panic. To them, Wen Ran wasn't human anymore. He was a demon god, a force of destruction that could manipulate blood like a twisted artist painting a canvas of death. Those who were too slow to escape found themselves cut down, crimson blades slicing through them with ruthless efficiency. Wen Ran moved like a predator, hunting his prey with unrelenting speed. Each kill replenished the spiritual energy he had expended, strengthening his cultivation base with every life he extinguished. The once chaotic energy within him grew more stable, his foundation solidifying amidst the slaughter. Those foolish enough to fight back found themselves utterly outmatched. None could land so much as a scratch on him. His movements were too fast, too precise, and his aura too overwhelming. That day marked the beginning of the Fang clan's destruction. Wen Ran's one-sided massacre would become the stuff of legends, and soon the world would know his name. The name of the demon who single-handedly obliterated an entire town full of cultivators. Chapter 40 False Promises. Wen Ran moved slowly, his every step measured, yet there was something unsettling about his pace. The air around him pulsed with an eerie crimson glow, the blood of his victims swirling in the streets, coating the stone beneath his feet in a deep, unholy red. The unlucky ones who crossed his path barely had a moment to scream before they were sent to meet their ancestors, their lives snuffed out like candle flames. At the city gates, another slaughter had begun. The Wu clan's small army pushed through with ruthless efficiency, cutting down anyone who dared stand in their way. Those who did not drop to their knees in submission were torn apart like insects beneath their boots. Their advance was as swift as it was brutal, leaving nothing but corpses in their wake. Young master, something feels off about this place, murmured a man standing beside Wu Xiaohui. His brows furrowed, unease creeping into his expression as he took in the chaos. The thick scent of blood in the air, the lingering trace of something far more sinister, it all felt wrong. What nonsense are you blabbering about? Wu Xiaohui sneered, his voice dripping with arrogance. His blade swung effortlessly, cutting down another fleeing cultivator without so much as a second glance. The laughter that followed was unhinged, bordering on madness. His eyes, if one looked closely, had a strange, cloudy quality to them, as if a mist had settled over his vision. They run like frightened chickens before my might. He raised his sword high, the blood still fresh on the blade gleaming under the flickering flames that had begun to spread through the city. Burn it all. Let them tremble at my name. His voice carried across the ruins like a curse upon the dying. The heavens and earth are nothing to me. I, Wu Xiaohui, will be the strongest in the world. The sword in Wu Xiaohui's hand trembled, as if responding to his madness. Flames danced higher, swallowing buildings whole. The city was already in ruins, yet the destruction had only begun. Wen Ran's cold smile deepened. Everything was going exactly as he wanted. Soon, his mission would be complete, and he'd leave nothing but ashes in his wake, But then, his black blade met something different. A middle-aged woman stood before him, her presence still and unmoving, as if she had been waiting for him all along. At first glance, she looked like nothing special. Simple robes, no fancy ornaments. To an outsider, she could have easily been mistaken for a beggar. But Wen Ran wasn't fooled. peak of spirit flow. The woman's eyes gleamed. She followed his gaze toward the approaching group. Their strongest member was at the peak of spirit flow stage, a joke in her eyes. She was confident in her own abilities. Perhaps even overconfident. "Junior brother," she cooed, flashing him a warm smile. "I'm glad you've come to your senses. But don't even think about going back on your word. If you do, this big sister will make sure you suffer a fate worse than death." Without another word, she shot forward, her figure blurring as she leaped gracefully into the air. A simple-looking sword appeared in her hand, and with a single motion, she crashed down upon the Wu clan's forces. "Hey, what an idiot. As if I'd ever join your shitty sect." Wen Ran sneered inwardly. "Once the chance presents itself, I'll kill you along with the rest of them." For now, he turned back to his slaughter. The blood around him swirled like an extension of himself, a dance of death that froze hearts in terror. "Wen Ran, stop." A familiar voice cut through the chaos. His blade, inches from claiming the life of the golden-haired girl, froze midair. Fang Jinniao stood before him, her golden locks illuminated by the flames consuming the city. Her chest rose and fell rapidly, fear and determination warring in her gaze. She had been running to find him, to confirm the truth, and now, she was standing in front of the very monster she had been searching for. Wen Ran. Her voice was barely above a whisper, shaking with emotion. He didn't lower his sword. He didn't speak. He just stared at her, crimson eyes devoid of warmth. Chapter 41 Unexpected Battle. Wen Ran's eyes met Fang Jinniao's, and in that instant, he saw everything written on her face: panic, confusion, the raw hurt tearing at her heart. But to him, her emotions meant nothing. The only thing that bothered him was the strange stirring deep within, a foreign resistance clawing at his consciousness. It was faint, yet persistent. The lingering will of this body's former owner, struggling against him when it came to this woman. "Move. I have no time for you," Wen Ran said, his voice sharp as a blade, cutting through her like a sword to the soul. "If you think this is unjust, remember what these people owe me. Remember what I suffered." His words sliced through her like 1,000 wounds, and she had no defense. She knew what he had endured. She had seen it with her own eyes. If not for that fateful encounter, the moment she saw the kindness hidden beneath his cold exterior, she might have treated him like everyone else. "Why are you doing this?" Her voice trembled, her eyes swimming with unshed tears. "This isn't you. You know that yourself." Wen Ran chuckled, a low, mocking laugh. "Why?" His crimson eyes gleamed with amusement. "Because I want to." "What will you do? Will you try to stop me?" He walked past her, his shoulder grazing hers as he moved forward, unbothered, unshaken. Fang Jinniao stood frozen, her body unwilling to move, her tears blinding her. Her heart waged its own war, torn apart by the unbearable conflict within her. Wen Ran turned back, lips curling into a cruel grin. "I thought so." His words struck her like a whip. "You're weak. Even that night, you could have killed both intruders, yet you hesitated. You are strong, yet you chose to sacrifice yourself for me. How foolish." His gaze bore into her, stripping away every layer of her heart. "This love you feel for me, it's nothing but a fleeting illusion. In a world where we can live for thousands of years, it's a mere speck of dust compared to the endless opportunities you'll have to find someone who will actually love you the same." His voice lowered, turning almost gentle, almost. "Even so, will you still pursue me after I kill your entire family?" Fang Jinniao's lips parted, but no words came out. Her voice had abandoned her. The person she adored most had become the very thing she feared. Her gaze followed him as he moved forward, his blade dancing through the air, reaping lives without hesitation. Blood bloomed like petals in the wind, and she couldn't move. She couldn't bring herself to step forward, to stop him, to strike him down before he wiped out everything she knew. She should. But she couldn't. A sinister grin spread across his face. "This is my chance." His mind raced, weaving a plan. "If I play the hero now, if I slay this demon, I'll earn her admiration and gratitude. And then, it'll only be a matter of time before she warms my bed every night. Ha ha ha." Without hesitation, he took the opportunity to slip away while the woman was occupied with 5 fighters at once. He darted forward, blade drawn, his heart pounding with excitement. And then... bam. Something slammed into his face with the powerful kick, sending him flying backward. Wuxiaowei crashed through a nearby wall, rubble crumbling around him as he groaned in shock. As the dust settled, a pair of cold, glowing blue eyes stared him down. A small, white rabbit stood where he once was, its soft paws radiating an immense force. Wuxiaowei's mind went blank. What the hell was that? Chapter 42 Xiao Mo vs Wuxiaowei. The white rabbit cracked its neck, somehow exuding a human-like presence. A bizarre sight. Anyone watching would find it absurd, and that was exactly what ran through Wuxiaowei's mind. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Why was a damn rabbit attacking him? Where had this thing even come from? His confusion quickly turned into burning rage. You dare. He growled, pushing himself up, barely sparing the rabbit a glance. But the moment he looked again, it was gone. Slam. A powerful paw struck his ribcage. A sickening crack rang out, and Wuxiaowei spat out a mouthful of blood. Before he could even process the pain, another white leg came crashing into his jaw. The rabbit spun midair, its paws glowing with a brilliant white light. The force of the kick sent him flying, slamming through a nearby wall. Wuxiaowei staggered to his feet, his head spinning, bile rising in his throat. His pride, shattered. Beaten to a pulp by a damn rabbit. A humiliation beyond anything he could have imagined. Meanwhile, Xiao Mo danced around him, a tiny demon in the shape of a rabbit. Her brilliant blue eyes gleamed with fury, her entire being radiating killing intent. The moment she had sensed this human scheming against her master's woman, she lost all restraint. Yes, that was what Fang Jinyao was in Xiao Mo's little mind, her master's mate. And if anyone dared lay a finger on his things, they had to answer to her. Wuxiaowei wiped the blood from his mouth, his body flashing with golden light as he steadied himself. His sword was out in an instant. He scoured the rubble, eyes darting around. Silence. The damn thing had disappeared. Little did he know, the rabbit was simply waiting for that moment. Unlike him, she had patience. She watched as he swung his sword aimlessly, slashing at nothing but air. Damn rabbit, he hissed, frustration boiling over. This grandfather will teach you a lesson, you messed with the wrong man. You'll be my dinner tonight, just you wait. His voice cracked slightly, making him curse inwardly. First, the hateful rabbit was beating him senseless, and now his own body was betraying him. In the next instant, a white paw was already inches from his face. This time, however, he reacted. A peak spirit flow cultivator. Wen Ran narrowed his eyes. That one might be troublesome. But he had no intention of wasting his strength. He left the men to the old woman. You. Who the hell are you? The middle-aged man's voice shook as he glared at Wen Ran. His body tensed, his instinct screaming at him to flee. The white-haired figure before him radiated an overwhelming bloodlust, his presence as eerie as a ghost drifting through a battlefield of the damned. The experts of the Wu clan recoiled, their eyes flickering with fear. That aura, it's monstrous. Not to mention the blood that was floating, swirling unnaturally around him, shifting with a will of its own. It sent shivers down the spines of even the hardened cultivators. This demonic aura. He furrowed his brows. You're a demonic cultivator, the middle-aged man muttered, his face twisting in disgust. Why has someone so young already fallen onto this forbidden path? His expression darkened, and his grip on his sword tightened. It doesn't matter. Today, I will personally rid you from this world in the name of the heavens. His roar rang through the battlefield, but before he could act, a blur of steel descended from above. Clang. The force of the strike sent shockwaves through the ground, forcing him to stagger backward. Blood trickled from the corners of his lips as he lifted his gaze, only to see the middle-aged woman grinning wildly. Talk big all you want, she sneered, flipping her sword effortlessly in her grip. But do you have the skill to back it up? She tilted her head mockingly. You want the kid? Then you'll have to kill me first. Without waiting for a response, she launched forward, her sword swinging in an erratic, almost playful manner. The middle-aged man barely had time to raise his weapon before her blade slammed into his defense. Boom. He was sent flying, crashing through the remains of a collapsed city wall. Blood spurted from his mouth, his body trembling from the impact. Wen Ran, standing at a distance, lowered his sword slightly. His crimson eyes glowed in the dimming flames of the burning city. The real battle was about to begin. And he was ready. After all of his opponents were now in the early stages of the spirit flow. This would be the perfect test to see how his 10th circle of spirit gathering measured up. Chapter 43 Dancing Like a Monkey. The cultivators of the Wu clan surrounded Wen Ran, their auras oppressive, but to their surprise, he remained unfazed. Confusion was evident on their faces. Each of them wielded swords, their weapons radiating power and sharpness. One swing could easily cut through a tree. Yet, when they tried to slice through the crimson tendrils attacking them, they met a resistance as solid as iron. Their heads throbbed with frustration. This young man, barely more than a boy, held his ground against them effortlessly. No matter how they tried, they couldn't break past his defenses. When Ran scanned his opponents, his aura twisting eerily through the air, oppressive and domineering. It was an impossible presence for someone still in the spirit-gathering stage. His sharp gaze locked onto one of the men, a slight hesitation, an awkward grip on his sword. A weakness. Without hesitation, Wen Ran pressed forward, forcing the men to retreat. That was exactly what he wanted. His black sword thrust toward his opponent, making him stumble backward. The men instinctively dodged, but his allies' expressions turned to horror. Behind him, a crimson blade materialized, striking in perfect synchronicity. He never even had a chance to turn around before his head flew cleanly from his shoulders. A perfect cut. The sheer sharpness of the blood-forged weapon left the remaining cultivators tense, their grips tightening on their swords. A technique that could switch between liquid and solid at will, such an ability in the hands of someone still in spirit gathering. It was unheard of. Fear crept into their hearts. You're too ruthless. The heavens will smite you for your sins, but before that, we will execute you in their stead, the man in his 20s declared, his voice sharp. His brown eyes flickered with fear, yet they held a glimmer of determination. Oh! Are you a god? Can you command the heavens? Wen Ran scoffed coldly. He moved like a phantom, a warrior honed to perfection. His opponents tried to surround him, striking from all directions at once, but Wen Ran merely leaped upward, dodging with effortless grace. In midair, he twisted, his legs snapping out like a whip. His foot connected with two of them, sending them crashing into the ground. The third barely had time to react before Wen Ran spun his sword downward. Using the hovering blood as a foothold, he propelled himself into a front flip, landing behind his remaining opponent in a fluid motion. The moment his feet touched the ground, his blade slashed. The men didn't even have time to scream before he was cleaved in half. Everything happened in mere moments, yet it was enough to plant the seed of terror in the hearts of his remaining enemies. To them, Wen Ran wasn't human, he was a devil in the flesh. His strength, his movements, his eerie blood control, it all defied reason. They had once thought their young master, Wu Xiaowei, was a genius. A cultivator so talented that he had earned a place in a great sect. Now, compared to the monster standing before them, that belief seemed laughable. You're strong, another Wu clan cultivator spoke, his voice steady but his eyes burning with both respect and killing intent. That is why we can't let you leave here alive. Prepare to die. Flying sword. Impossible. He's only at the spirit gathering stage. Controlling a weapon with spiritual power was a technique only those in the spirit refinement stage could accomplish. Even the most gifted genius at Wen Ran's cultivation level shouldn't be capable of this. But what they failed to see was the thin crimson thread attached to the sword, blood, under Wen Ran's command. It wasn't true flight, but an imitation of advanced techniques, one that cost him a great deal of spiritual energy to maintain. Still, it was enough to fool them. The sword shot forward, piercing through the chest of a panicked cultivator who had hesitated for even a moment. Blood splattered, and Wen Ran's reserve surged back to life as the crimson liquid fed his power. Before the others could react, the sword twisted midair and flew toward another target. The man raised his blade to defend, but the black sword curved unnaturally, spinning in a circular motion before cleaving his head clean off. 4 remained. Now he's defenseless. One of them rushed forward, sword drawn. Wen Ran smirked. He abruptly turned the blade toward himself, aiming the tip at his own chest. Let's die together if you want. His laughter rang out, wild and unhinged. The attackers flinched, their blood running cold. They weren't expecting this level of madness. In their moment of hesitation, the black sword twisted again, the hilt flipping toward Wen Ran instead of the blade. Cowards, he spat, catching the weapon as he lunged at the remaining 4. Chapter 44 Xiao Mo vs Wu Xiaowei. The battle around Wen Ran grew even more intense, but his focus remained on the 4 fighters. Meanwhile, another confrontation was escalating elsewhere. Xiao Mo, who had been fighting valiantly, now bore several cut wounds on her small frame, blood staining her otherwise pristine white fur. Despite her agility, the man she fought, Wu Xiaowei, was no easy opponent. His face was a bloody mess, swollen from her relentless strikes, but his anger only grew with every punch. "You shitty rabbit, just you wait. I'll skin you alive and feed you to the dogs." Wu Xiaowei raged, his entire body suddenly glowing with a golden light. The energy radiating from him was overwhelming, pushing Xiao Mo back, her small body almost crushed under the pressure. For her, this energy felt oppressive, suffocating even. She could feel her legs growing heavy, as if the very air around her had become a weight she couldn't bear. With a final surge of energy, Wu Xiaowei launched his next attack, locking her in place. Panic surged within Xiao Mo. She couldn't move. Something was wrong, she couldn't move even one bit. Something had changed in her opponent's aura. The secret technique of the Wu clan, one used only by the elite, was now binding her in place. An ugly grin shone on Wu Xiaowei's lips. He loved to feel in control. Wu Xiaowei's anger fueled the technique, and the moment he activated it, Xiao Mo realized she was trapped. His status as the son of the clan head granted him access to these forbidden techniques, and as a spirit flow cultivator, he held a tremendous advantage in this battle. His power surged through him like a tidal wave, and Xiao Mo, despite her strength, could do nothing but writhe helplessly under his control. She was caught, helpless and panicking. "Die, you stupid animal!" Wu Xiaowei roared, his blade descending inches from Xiao Mo. Just as the sword was about to strike, a golden brilliance tore through the air, crashing into his weapon. The impact was so forceful that it bent his sword, the iron warping under the pressure. For a brief moment, Wu Xiaowei felt as though his arms had betrayed him, the force so overwhelming that he lost his grip on the sword entirely. Xiao Mo, who had been momentarily paralyzed in fear, suddenly snapped out of it, the instinct to protect herself kicking in. She rushed toward the girl, her white paws brushing against her hand. However, the girl didn't respond, her expression blank, her eyes distant, her focus clearly elsewhere. Fang Jinniao grasped her chest, her breath shallow as if the very air had turned heavy. A wave of dizziness overtook her, and her mind was once again shrouded in visions, the same confusing, blurry images she had seen earlier. The scene played out before her eyes, but this time, the faces remained unclear, their features distorted and hazy. Frustration and confusion clawed at her, making her question her own sanity. Was this real? Was she losing her mind? She couldn't make sense of the visions, couldn't piece together the faces, yet they felt so familiar. The sensation of losing control gnawed at her, and she clutched her chest tighter, trying to steady her racing heart. The weight of it all was becoming too much to bear, and doubt crept in. Am I truly sane? Wen Ran. Fang Jinniao murmured weakly, her gaze drifting toward the direction of the fight. She barely had enough strength to stay conscious as she collapsed to the ground, her body giving out. The golden brilliance of the flames around her began to grow more intense, and soon it spread to the building, catching fire. The heat was unbearable, but Xiao Mo, still somewhat dazed, managed to catch a whiff of the smoke. The rabbit desperately struggled to move Fang Jinniao out of the building, but her strength was nowhere near enough. It was a struggle, but the instinct to protect her master drove her forward. Slowly, inch by inch, she dragged the unconscious girl out of the building. Just before the roof caved in, Xiao Mo collapsed beside her, panting with exhaustion. With a heavy sigh, the rabbit looked at her owner. She cursed him inwardly for the chaos he caused, but admired him at the same time, unable to hide the respect she felt for him, despite the danger he constantly put them in. Chapter 45 Killing the Two Experts. Meanwhile, only two enemies remained standing before Wen Ran. Both of them were panting heavily, their bodies weary from the relentless battle. They exchanged a brief look, then glanced at the elder, their anger rising as they saw Wu Xiaowei flee, abandoning them mid-fight. He had jumped the wall and ran like a coward, his tail between his legs. They cursed their service to this fool, cursed his family, but most of all, they cursed the demon gods standing before them. With a silent nod, they exchanged a plan, silently agreeing on their final, desperate attack. Using the last of their strength, they combined their powers, launching a devastating blast at Wen Ran. A crimson snake made of flames and a boulder-sized rock rocketed toward him. Wen Ran, with a calmness that unnerved them, dodged the attacks effortlessly. His eyes never left them as they moved. He saw the two cowards darting through the gate, abandoning their duties. These kinds of strategies made Wen Ran chuckle. The sound was cold, like the echo of a predator that had just cornered its prey. It was a laugh of disdain, as if he already knew what would happen next. The moment they turned their backs, Wen Ran's warning rang true: never show your back to your enemy. As they fled in fear, not expecting Wen Ran to chase after them, 2 blood streaks shot through the air with terrifying speed. They were faster than anything they could dodge. The attacks didn't just fly toward them, they seemed to track their every movement. The powerful energy slammed into his dantian, making Wen Ran sweat. He could barely hold on without breaking through to the next stage. If a powerful expert had witnessed Wen Ran's actions at that moment, they would have seen him as a walking disaster. A talent so terrifying, it would either bring about chaos across the world or unite it under his rule. Either way, someone with that kind of power was a threat that could shatter the balance of the world. Wen Ran was an unstoppable force. Deep within the heart of the Fong Palace, an old man sat cross-legged, his eyes shut in deep meditation. The chamber around him was designed to isolate him from all external disturbances, ensuring absolute focus. Yet, just as he reached the critical juncture of his cultivation, an aura, so potent it sent a shiver down even his spine, erupted through the void, shattering his concentration. His eyes snapped open. A frail figure, skin shriveled like withered parchment, a long beard and hair of ashen gray, he looked like a corpse long past its time. And yet, in that instant, blood spurted from his lips, his chi violently thrown into disarray. His spiritual energy churned in disorder, on the verge of a breakthrough, yet now teetering at the brink of collapse. That aura. Fong Jinyao. A deep fear gripped his bones. That sacred, divine presence, one he had nurtured with everything at his disposal, had flared so chaotically that even he trembled. He had placed her above all, not as family, but as the future of their lineage, showering her with endless resources, molding her into the pillar of their clan. And yet, her spiritual energy now surged with wild turbulence, as if disturbed by something, no, someone. Then, another presence emerged, one so vile, so drenched in malice, it was the complete opposite of Jinyao's. A demonic cultivator. Here. In my city. Chapter 46 The Curse. His spiritual sense stretched out frantically. His son. His grandson. Where were they? He scoured the palace, the city, but all he found was an empty void. His heart sank. There were only 2 possibilities. Either they had left the city, or they were dead. Immense rage overtook him, but in his current condition, he could not even move an inch, let alone help her. He cursed his fate, cursed his own inability, cursed the heavens and the earth, and prayed that his great-granddaughter would walk out of this alive. His aura swept across the town, searching desperately for life, and in that instant, his heart nearly stopped. Only 2 living people remained, and 1 beast. That aura. His temples throbbed painfully as realization dawned upon him. He knew this presence all too well. And he knew the father behind it even better. No, 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 no. That can't be true. I severed his spirit root with my own hands. He should have never been able to cultivate. His voice shook with fury, his mind refusing to accept what his senses told him. That bastard had abandoned his son to him, leaving behind nothing but a cripple. But who would train a walking disaster? And now, this boy. His breath came ragged as he traced the thick, suffocating blood aura surrounding him. He slaughtered them, all of them, just like his father. His teeth ground together with such force they nearly shattered. His entire clan, his people, gone. Not a single one left standing. Only he remained, a useless, withered relic, unable to strike down the demon responsible. I may not be able to kill you right now. A slow, twisted grin crept onto his lips as an idea surfaced in his mind, a memory from his youth, a vile technique he had once stumbled upon in his travels. A cursed mark that latched onto the very soul, unseen and undetectable, one that would never fade unless the caster willed it. Yes, with this, he would know exactly where this abomination ran, no matter how far he fled. One day, when I am free from this prison of flesh, I will find you, and I will make you regret ever crossing my Fong clan. His fingers trembled as the silent curse took root, sinking into its target like an invisible chain. His senses flickered back to Fong Jinyao, her aura is battered and unstable, but alive. And that boy. Wen Ran, he had spared her. The old man exhaled, letting his rage settle into something colder, deeper, something that would not fade with time. He shut his eyes and withdrew into meditation once more, cutting himself off from the outside world. Let the heavens be witness, this grudge would not be forgotten. Through the shattered gate, a small white figure emerged, dragging the unconscious girl behind it. Xiao Mo, panting from exhaustion, finally reached Wen Ran, gently placing Fang Jinyao beside him before collapsing onto the ground. The rabbit shot her master a look of clear disapproval, her ears twitching in irritation. Wen Ran chuckled at the sight. "You're a funny one, Xiao Mo. You should have just left her. It's not like a little fire would have killed her," he scolded lightly, his voice tinged with amusement. Xiao Mo huffed and turned her head away, clearly upset. But Wen Ran didn't care. His focus lay elsewhere, he was waiting, anticipating that inevitable message to finally appear before his eyes. And soon. "Congratulations. You have successfully completed your quest." Evaluating. Wen Ran's eyes gleamed with a radiant, multicolored light, a phenomenon that manifested both physically and as an expression of his current state. His gaze remained fixed on the system screen, anticipation stirring in his chest. What exactly is it evaluating? His talent. The time it took him to complete the quest. Chapter 47 Longxue Clan. The system was still an enigma to him, a force beyond comprehension. To think something of this nature could even exist. Wen Ran could swear that not even the gods were capable of crafting such a thing. Whoever had created it was no mere cultivator, no deity, they were a genius the world had never seen. Time taken to complete the quest, a rank. Execution, B rank. Chaos, SSS-rank. Wen Ran narrowed his eyes. A, B, SSS. What do these rankings even mean? A headache was already forming as he tried to piece it together. He could have been called a genius in his past life, but even he struggled to decipher a system so alien. Without enough data, making sense of this strange set of evaluations was impossible. Then, the final line appeared. Overall rank, S. Reward, high-grade spirit ascension pill. A golden light suddenly flickered into existence, hovering over his palm before solidifying into a small, unassuming wooden box. But Wen Ran's sharp instincts immediately told him otherwise. This wood. It was of a peculiar quality, unlike anything ordinary. The material alone hinted at its true purpose. This was a container designed to hold a pill of extreme potency. His eyes gleamed, not just with excitement but with greed. A spirit ascension pill, high grade at that. Wen Ran smirked. Now this is a proper reward. His chest tightened, a silent war waging within him. The betrayal. The shattered bonds. The world he had once fought for, now nothing more than a distant dream. His fingers curled into a trembling fist. I will deal with you just like I did with the rest. You wish to become a god? Fine. I never stopped you. I only hope you grew stronger, because I will not let the killer of our kind walk free. Your head will roll, and I will ensure you receive a proper burial, alongside mother and father, whose names have long since faded into time. In the past, Wen Ran had loved his younger brother more than anything. To him, Wen Ji was not just family, he was his closest friend, his trusted partner in battle. Together, they had been unstoppable, a force that stood against the heavens themselves, rising up to challenge the gods in a desperate attempt to protect the world they cherished. But somewhere along the way, that bond had been severed. His brother had chosen the easy path. Instead of striving for true strength, he had abandoned everything. Wen Ran's form faded into the horizon, leaving behind only the burning ruins of the city, a silent graveyard of destruction and death. Days later, news of the massacre spread like wildfire. The entire region was thrown into chaos as clan after clan sent their experts to verify the truth. Yet, among them, one clan's presence stood above the rest. They arrived like an omen, an overwhelming force that silenced even the strongest cultivators. Their very presence exuded dominance. Eyes gleaming like those of a lizard, their gazes swept across the land with cold, predatory intensity. Their robust frames pulsed with powerful vitality, their sheer aura alone sending waves of fear through those who dared stand near. The azure robes they wore shimmered with an embroidered name, one that struck dread into the hearts of all who beheld it, Longxue Clan. The people around quickly fled to the sides, their fear palpable as they dared not stay near the new arrivals. In their minds, the treasures of the broken clan weren't worth the risk of their lives. They would rather escape with their lives intact and return to their loved ones than face the unknown dangers lurking here. One thing was certain to everyone present, Longxue Clan was unstoppable, and anyone who crossed their path would meet a tragic and brutal end. Chapter 48 Target, heaven-shattering sect. Any information on which clan is responsible for this? A young man, no older than 14 or 15, asked in a calm, measured tone. His footsteps were light as he walked through the charred remains of the city, his expression unreadable amidst the desolation. Beside him, a man bowed deeply, his demeanor reverent, his words carefully chosen. "Young master, we have searched the entire area and questioned the nearby clans. There is no clear information on what could have provoked the conflict. However, some witnesses mentioned dark clouds shrouding the skies on the day of the massacre, an omen of something unusual. It may have been related to the battle if the lightning tribulation was powerful enough." The young man shook his head. No. He could still smell the thick scent of blood in the air, the lingering trace of something far more sinister. His sharp gaze swept across the ruins, his instinct screaming that this was no ordinary battle. It might have been a trigger, but this was the work of a man, not the heavens. Taking a deep breath, he straightened his posture, standing firm like an unshakable pillar. Even without an overt display of force, his mere presence was enough to remind those around him of his terrifying strength. Suddenly, a ragged figure stumbled toward them, a beggar, clothes tattered, face smeared with filth. The man dropped to his knees, hands outstretched in desperation. I have information. I know who might have been behind this. I'll tell you, if you pay me." His voice trembled, but his eyes burned with expectation as he looked up at them, waiting for their answer. "Speak," the young man commanded, his voice soft yet laced with an unmistakable authority. "I will reward you based on the value of your information." The beggar's eyes lit up, his lips curling into a wide grin. It was the Wu clan. "I swear on my life. I saw two of their young masters flee the city on the day of the disaster, and after it was over, a young man with white hair and a white rabbit left as well. I need a place to lay low for a long time," Wen Ran thought. "I believe there will be a lot of people coming after me if the news of my ability spreads like wildfire. At that time, I won't have a place to hide under the heavens. Well, hell might be a nice place." He laughed at himself. His fingers idly traced the smooth surface of a jade token in his hand. The intricate carvings embedded on its surface bore the name of a sect, one that exuded dominance even in mere words. Heaven-shattering sect. Wen Ran muttered under his breath. The name alone carried immense weight, a promise of power and destruction. A place where the weak perish and the strong thrive. A smirk tugged at his lips. Perfect. If he was going to lay low, it wouldn't be in some backwater village, it would be in the heart of a powerful sect, where he could sharpen his fangs in preparation for the battles ahead. Wen Ran followed the directions scribbled on a small piece of cloth he had found inside the woman's spatial bag. Among the many items he had looted, these notes stood out. There were several of them, all pointing to the same location. If his guess was right, that woman had been a recruiter for the sect. That's why she risked her life to recruit me. A smirk tugged at his lips. How convenient. He would use this as his excuse to infiltrate the heaven-shattering sect. Of course, he had no intention of exposing his true cultivation path. That would be reckless. Instead, he had already decided, he would pose as a sword cultivator. Sword cultivators were seen as prodigies, known for their dedication and mastery over the blade. To the world, they were battle maniacs who spent their lives refining their swordsmanship, honing their skills to perfection. And for Wen Ran, it was the perfect disguise. Chapter 49: The Looming Breakthrough. Wen Ran's thoughts drifted back to the days of his old world. After all, in my past life, I lived by the sword. His understanding of the sword Dao ran deeper than most could ever comprehend. He had studied it for years, wielded it as both a tool and a philosophy, and in his hands, the blade had become a force unmatched under the heavens. If there was one thing he could pass off without suspicion, it was sword cultivation. As he walked, Xiao Mo trotted beside him, her ears twitching in irritation. She glanced at the men she both adored and despised, her small body trembling in frustration. This idiot. It had been 5 days. 5 days. And he still hadn't bothered to feed her. She had to scavenge for her own food while he walked around lost in his grand schemes. In her mind, she cursed the heavens for cursing her. How could fate be so cruel? How could she, a noble and refined rabbit, be stuck with this neglectful bastard? She huffed, glaring at him. Should she bite him now? Or wait for the perfect moment to take revenge? Decisions, decisions. Wen Ran exhaled sharply, his dantian surging with power, the crimson ocean within him swelling to its absolute limit. The sheer depth of it felt boundless, an endless sea of raw energy pressing against his very core. His body trembled as he fought against the overwhelming pressure, his veins burning with strain. He was on the verge of breaking through. But he resisted. He clenched his fists, gritting his teeth, forcing himself to endure the unbearable pain. The longer he held out, the stronger his breakthrough would be. This was not just about stepping into the next stage, it was about refining his foundation, tempering his power to its absolute peak before taking the next step. Endure. That was the only thought in his mind. The remaining 2 tigers, still uninjured, froze in terror at the display of Wen Ran's power. Their primal instincts screamed at them, this was not prey. This was a predator far beyond their understanding. Without hesitation, they turned tail and fled, choosing survival over a pointless battle. But Wen Ran made no move to chase them down. It wasn't that he didn't want to, it was that he couldn't. The moment he struck down the third beast, which had barely remained standing, a violent surge erupted from within his body. His dantian trembled, the crimson ocean of energy roaring like an unchained beast, swelling to its absolute limit. I need to find a place to break through, and fast. He gritted his teeth, his eyes darting around frantically. Then, he spotted it, a small cave nestled in the nearby mountainside, barely large enough for a person to squeeze through. It wasn't ideal, but it would have to do. Chapter 50 Brutal Breakthrough. Without wasting another second, he rushed forward like the wind, his body a blur as he pushed himself toward the cave. Xiao Mo, who had been watching the whole ordeal with mild amusement, tilted her head in curiosity before bounding after him, her little feet kicking up dirt as she chased after her. Reckless master. Wen Ran sat on the ground, crossing his legs as he focused on stabilizing his breathing. The cave was dark, void of any signs of life, the only sound being his steady, controlled exhales. His body trembled slightly from the immense pressure building within him. Xiao Mo hopped in front of him, her round eyes fixed on her master, observing the strange changes in his aura. I have a feeling this breakthrough will not be a simple one. Guard the entrance for me, Xiao Mo, Wen Ran said, his tone unexpectedly soft. The rabbit scratched her head in confusion. Did he hit his head somewhere? Or had he suddenly developed a heart? She wasn't sure what was more shocking, the warmth in his voice or the fact that he was actually asking instead of ordering her around. But she didn't dwell on it for long. If he wanted to be nice for once, she wouldn't complain. With a flick of her ears, she turned toward the cave entrance, scanning the surroundings before casually raising a tiny paw to give Wen Ran a silent thumbs up. Meanwhile, inside Wen Ran's dantian, the once calm crimson ocean had turned into a churning tempest. If one looked closely, they would see the surface of the water boiling, releasing waves of spiritual energy so dense they distorted the very air inside him. But to Wen Ran, this chaos was nothing new. He had gone through similar breakthroughs in his past life, and yet, this one felt different. Back then, he had never possessed such an immense reservoir of power. His previous dantian had held, at most, a small sea of energy, a vast amount by normal standards, but insignificant compared to the endless ocean surging inside him now. The difference between his past and present talent was overwhelming. And then, it happened. The crimson ocean in his dantian cracked, sending an intense shiver through Wen Ran's body. The entire place began to shake uncontrollably, the force of the rupture reverberating through the air. An immense force erupted from within, and Wen Ran felt a powerful surge of energy flood into his body like an unrelenting tidal wave. In that instant, the first path split from the ocean, a newly formed spiritual river that rushed through his meridians with terrifying force. His meridians, which had never known such overwhelming power, began to expand at an alarming rate, forcibly widened by the sheer intensity of the flow. Too fast. Wen Ran clenched his fists as a searing agony tore through him. His meridians weren't meant to handle such a violent expansion all at once. This process should have happened gradually over time, but now they were cracking under the pressure, straining to accommodate the flood of raw energy. During the spirit gathering stage, his meridians had only carried a minuscule amount of energy, barely enough to be useful. They weren't meant for continuous circulation back then, merely storage and slow refinement. But now, in the spirit flow stage, that was no longer the case. This was the realm where a cultivator's meridians became conduits, where energy would constantly circulate within them, making it easier and faster to cast powerful techniques. And when Ran's body was undergoing that transformation in the most brutal way possible, most likely the most brutal in history. If any other cultivator were in his place right now, it was highly likely they would have already burst under the pressure, either dying from the powerful strain on their body or from the stress overwhelming them. But Wen Ran was different. He endured everything through gritted teeth, refusing to yield. No matter how much pain he had to endure, if it meant growing stronger, suffering a little was nothing. After all, the pain of betrayal and destruction hurt far more. He could feel it coming, the surge of power rising rapidly within him. The birth of his spirit flow was right around the corner. Chapter 51 Spirit Flow Stage. The powerful energy rushed through Wen Ran's body, making him wish he could just give up. But at the same time, he knew he couldn't. The intense pain seemed to refine his will, forging him into a stronger version of himself with every moment. Luckily for Wen Ran, his meridians held firm, even if they were on the verge of collapse. They strained, cracked, but refused to break, adapting under the immense pressure. The energy forcefully carved its path, expanding his meridians and allowing the raw spiritual power to flow freely through him. Then, without warning, the second river split off. A new surge of power rushed through his body, flooding into his bones and muscles like a crashing tidal wave. Ack! Wen Ran clenched his jaw, but the pain was unbearable, a firestorm raging within his very core. His entire body trembled as he let out a guttural scream, every inch of his flesh forcefully refined to accommodate the surging spiritual energy. This was no ordinary breakthrough. His bones fractured and healed instantly, his muscles tore and reknit themselves stronger, every fiber of his being tempered to the extreme. The benefits were undeniable, his speed, strength, endurance, all of them would reach an entirely new level. His skin and bones would become tougher, resistant to blades and blows that would have once maimed him. If someone were to look inside his body right now, they would see a crimson glow radiating from within his bones, not merely coating them, but fusing into their very structure. The energy was becoming a part of him, molding him into something far beyond ordinary cultivators. And yet, this was only the beginning. The pillar's final pulse washed over Wen Ran, healing the hidden injuries he had sustained during the grueling breakthrough. The tension in his body melted away, his muscles relaxing as the domineering power within him surged outward, the power of the first circle of the spirit flow stage. But little did he know. This so-called small breakthrough had turned the surrounding lands into a storm of chaos. The mysterious crimson pillar that had pierced the sky would not be forgotten. For years, cultivators would whisper of the day the heavens themselves were dyed in blood. And even now, many experts were already rushing toward his location. A small village nestled deep within the vast mountain range had long enjoyed peace, untouched by the turmoil of the outside world. The very aura surrounding this place was mysterious, as if the mountains themselves had cast a blessing over it, shielding it from harm. A dense mist had veiled the village for countless years, forming a natural barrier that warded off dangers and unwanted guests. But not all things in life last forever. Trouble finds everyone. As dawn broke, the villagers, numbering no more than a couple hundred, began their day as they always had. It was peaceful, just as it had been for the past 5,000 years. A sacred spring, brimming with spiritual energy, had long been the heart of this village, its water carrying a miraculous effect. A single sip could elevate one's cultivation by leaps and bounds, a divine gift that allowed even the weakest to flourish. Surrounding the spring, rare spiritual plants thrived, their very presence nurturing the land. The village had flourished under its blessings, becoming a self-sustaining paradise where animals, crops, and people thrived in harmony. Yet the people in this village didn't know the kind of disaster Wen Ran had brought upon them. He never intended for it to happen, but at the same time, even if he had known, he wouldn't have cared all that much. To him, such accidents were normal. But little did he know that this seemingly small disaster would intertwine his fate with this place in ways he would never be able to imagine. Chapter 52 The Mysterious Village in the Mountains. Amidst this idyllic scene, a young woman and a young man walked side by side. At first glance, they seemed like a couple. Their steps matched, their presence complementary. But a closer look told a different story. Xiaoxi, how many times do I have to tell you not to venture outside the village borders? The young woman's voice carried a mix of frustration and worry as she fixed her gaze on her younger brother. She looked to be around 17 or 18 years old, her black hair strikingly vivid against the soft pallor of her near-perfect complexion. Her warm brown eyes locked onto him, stern yet filled with concern. She had been scolding him all morning, but the boy, ever the troublemaker, only pouted in response, his expression filled with practiced innocence. Jia. Xiaoxi attempted to plead his case, trying to feign innocence, but under his sister's unrelenting gaze, he quickly crumbled. Shoulders slumping, he lowered his head in defeat. I'm sorry. I won't do it again. He looked 14 or 15, his long black hair falling over his face as he avoided her eyes. His youthful yet defined features, combined with his deep brown eyes, already hinted at the striking handsomeness he would grow into. The young woman let out a long sigh, her expression softening, though a trace of exasperation remained. I know how much you want to explore beyond the village, but the elders have given us a strict warning. We are not allowed outside without adult supervision, and even then, we must be cautious, we cannot lead outsiders back here. Her voice dropped slightly, as if the very thought unsettled her. Just imagine what could happen if someone were to find us. But those words made the boy frown, his frustration clear. He didn't seem to believe in his sister's warnings. And what's the worst that could happen, he scoffed, crossing his arms. We'd all live in harmony and peace, and maybe, just maybe, I could find myself a beauty outside the village. He tilted his chin up in smug satisfaction, feeling proud of his own words. That pride lasted exactly 2 seconds before a fist came crashing down onto his head. You cheeky brat, his sister growled, her fist grinding into his skull. Aren't there already enough beauties in the village? What about the girl the village chief wanted to marry to you, don't you like her? One force, in particular, was especially daring. A tall, bulky man with a bald head stood with his arms clasped in front of the village entrance. The muscles beneath his robes rippled with power, and on his broad back rested a massive saber, its sheer presence radiating a sharp, oppressive aura. Behind him, hundreds of cultivators stood, their expressions filled with greed and ambition. Each of them exuded the spirit flow stage's energy, and judging by their ragged attire and chaotic presence, they were clearly no ordinary sect, this was a gang of rogues. The man stepped forward, his voice booming like thunder, shaking the very foundations of the village. People of this paradise land, he declared, his tone leaving no room for defiance. Let us in, and we promise not to make things difficult for you. We only request 3 things. His voice carried a weight of undeniable authority, not giving the villagers even the slightest chance for negotiation. Inside the village, the people gathered hurriedly, whispering among themselves, their once peaceful lives now shattered. The tension in the air was suffocating. At the center of the discussion stood an elderly man, his presence commanding respect. His age was evident, 70, maybe 80 years old, his once dark hair now completely gray, each strand a testament to the many hardships he had endured. His wise, weathered eyes swept across the gathered villagers, knowing that this moment would decide their fate. We will send the children away for now through the secret passage. The rest of the village will fight to drive these invaders away. These lands are no longer safe. The elder's voice was calm yet firm, the weight of centuries of responsibility resting upon his shoulders. His gaze flickered toward the distant sky, where the remnants of that crimson pillar still lingered in his mind. I'm not sure what triggered the phenomenon, but that crimson light is the reason we are now in this situation. He turned toward the gathered children and teenagers, 20 or so in total, each of them filled with tears, their faces pale with fear and reluctance. The eyes of the elder shone with reluctance and pain, but deep in his heart, he had already made his final decision. Chapter 53 The Immovable Statue. I ask of you, children, the elder's eyes softened, yet his voice remained unwavering. You must stay safe out there. And if you ever uncover the source of that crimson pillar, you must not engage. His expression darkened, his brows furrowing in a rare display of unease. That aura was demonic. Dark and ominous. Never, and I mean never, befriend a demonic cultivator. The group nodded hesitantly. Many of them did not want to leave. They wanted to fight, to stand beside their elders, to defend their home. But they were too young, too inexperienced. Their parents and elders ushered them toward the narrow cave hidden within the mountain's embrace, an escape route that had existed for generations, carved out in secrecy. It was designed only for humans to pass through, its structure too tight for larger pursuers. As the last child disappeared into the tunnel, the tall man outside shouted once again, his booming voice carrying over the village walls like a storm crashing against the cliffs. I want these lands, the women, and plenty of alcohol. The tall man stood before the village gates, a wild grin stretching across his face. His voice dripped with arrogance as he spread his arms wide. See. I'm not asking for much, am I right, boys? Behind him, his gang erupted into cheers and roars, their chaotic energy filling the air like a swarm of hungry beasts. They jeered, laughed, and pounded their weapons against the ground, eager for the bloodshed to come. You have no place here. Leave. Suddenly, the air trembled as a massive, human-sized palm materialized from thin air, descending from above with the force of a falling star, aiming to crush the invader in a single blow. But the tall man merely scoffed. With a flick of his wrist, he unsheathed his saber, its blade gleaming ominously. One effortless swing. The palm shattered instantly, its energy dispersing like scattered mist. The man exhaled, his grin fading into a cold, piercing stare. Well, I guess that means we'll just have to take it ourselves. With a single, brutal slash, his saber cleaved through the village gate, splitting it clean in half. The wood groaned before collapsing, dust and splinters flying into the air. Then, chaos descended. Hundreds of men stormed inside, their battle cries drowning out the desperate screams of the villagers. That day, not a single soul remained alive. By the time the sun set, the gang had already claimed the village as their own, its sacred land tainted in blood. But there was a problem. Wen Ran blocked the only exit. Unaware of the chaos he had caused, he sat there, completely immersed in his own world, an unmovable obstacle in the children's path. Just then, Xiao Mo returned. The little white rabbit had been wandering outside, happily collecting berries. This place was abundant with food, and she had eaten to her heart's content, stuffing her tiny body until she was round and full. Feeling proud of herself, she had even gathered a small mountain of berries and stacked them neatly in front of Wen Ran as a gift. But as she turned back, she froze. A group of strangers stood behind Wen Ran. Her ears twitched violently. Impossible. She had not sensed anyone pass through. How did they get here? Confusion swirled in her tiny mind, but instinct took over. Her soft, round body stiffened, her ears lowered, and her stance turned defensive. A low, almost silent growl escaped her throat as she inched closer to Wen Ran, nudging him cautiously. Wake up. Her small paws pushed against his arm. She didn't know who these people were, but she didn't trust them. But no matter how hard Xiao Mo pulled, pushed, or nudged, Wen Ran remained completely unresponsive, trapped in his deep meditation. His body was like an immovable stone, his breathing steady, his aura completely detached from the outside world. Chapter 54. Just a group of children. What is that? Is that a rabbit? The young man's excited shout echoed through the tunnel, his eyes gleaming with fascination. Without thinking, he moved forward, reaching out. Only for his sister to stop him. She caught his arm firmly, her gaze still locked onto Wen Ran's unmoving figure. Her brows furrowed, her mind working through the situation. Who was this person? His aura was powerful, yet refined. Unlike the oppressive and sinister presence of that crimson pillar that had shattered their sky, his energy felt noble, controlled, different. She couldn't understand why a stranger was in their secret passage or why he had chosen this place to meditate. And the rabbit, it was clearly connected to him. Her temples throbbed, at. Too many things had changed today. First, their village was exposed. Then, invaders arrived. And now, this. This unknown white-haired youth sitting calmly at their only exit. Another headache to deal with. There's somebody blocking the path, she finally said, her voice low and careful. A foe. Her brother's aura surged, his battle intent flaring as he instinctively prepared to fight. Relax, you're scaring the others. She scolded her hot-headed brother, keeping her voice firm but calm. Please do not fear, I'm not sure myself who we are dealing with yet. But before she could say anything else, she saw a subtle movement from Wen Ran. The faint killing intent in her brother's aura had stirred him awake, his eyes slowly opening. If one looked closely, they could see an unnatural sharpness in his crimson gaze, as if blades were hidden within them. And seeing the effort Xiao Mo had put in, how could he simply discard it? Let's go, he said, his tone firm yet indifferent. Without sparing so much as a glance at the stunned group, he turned and walked away, his aura lingering like a passing storm. To them, it was as if a deity had descended, charmed them effortlessly, and then vanished into the wind. The group stood speechless, still reeling from his presence, until the young woman snapped out of her daze. Wait, she shouted, her voice urgent as she rushed after him. The young woman rushed forward, her instincts screaming at her not to let him go. She couldn't explain it, not properly, but it wasn't love or admiration. It was something deeper. A feeling that this man, this stranger, was someone who could help her. But Wen Ran didn't care. Without sparing her a single glance, he continued walking, his pace steady, his focus locked on the direction of the sect he had been searching for. He had no intention of taking on companions. This was not his thing. Yet, they still followed. The entire group, moving with cautious steps, trailed behind him like a shadow. His temples throbbed. His patience wore thin. The sheer audacity of these people was testing him to his limits, pushing him toward the edge of madness. Chapter 55 Unwanted Burden. Without hesitation, his sword flashed. In one swift motion, he drew his blade and pointed it directly at them. His crimson eyes burned cold, sharp enough to pierce through their hesitation. Listen. His voice was low and deadly, his aura pressing down on them like a storm waiting to break. I don't care about your reasons, but you'd better stop following me while I can still control myself. The blade gleamed under the faint light, steady, unwavering. Don't make me use drastic measures. This was his first warning. With the second, he would take their lives. The young woman halted, confusion flickering across her face. Why did Wen Ran choose violence so easily? But as she thought about it, she realized something: their village had been too peaceful. Sheltered. Perhaps, this was how the real world worked. And this stranger? He was the perfect person to learn from. She clenched her fists, not willing to let this opportunity slip away. Suddenly, her parents' teachings surfaced in her mind: if you desire something, you must offer something in return. Without hesitation, she reached into her robes and pulled out a scroll encased in a jade container, its surface adorned with the intricate carving of a dragon's head. A rare treasure, one not meant to be carelessly given away. But she threw it at Wen Ran anyway. He caught it easily, his sharp reflexes ensuring it didn't even graze the ground. The moment his fingers wrapped around the jade, a mysterious aura pulsed from within, its energy thrumming against his palm like a restrained beast. His eyes shone with intrigue. Wen Ran paused for a moment, his thoughts racing. 100-year-old spiritual herb pack. Now that was worth considering. Wen Ran's eyes widened in feigned surprise. To the onlookers, it seemed like he had been moved by their story, that their hopes had been lifted. But in reality, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This quest was far too easy. The reward was enticing: the 100-year-old spiritual herb pack could definitely be worth the trouble. But the real issue wasn't the reward. It was the fact that he now had to spend days, possibly weeks, with this group of children. Babysitting them was the most annoying part of this whole deal. He didn't know where the heaven-shattering sect was, and searching for it was already a headache. Now, he had to deal with these idiots on top of that, or else fail his quest. Will you help us? The woman asked again, her voice laced with desperation, but also hope. Wen Ran exhaled sharply, a brief flicker of irritation crossing his features, but he quickly masked it with a calm expression. He could already see where this was headed. He could either take the easy reward and deal with the nuisance or turn them away and miss out on everything. Fine, Wen Ran finally said, the words slipping from his lips. He was resigned to the task. I'll help you, but you better keep up. The woman's face lit up, relief washing over her, but Wen Ran's thoughts were already elsewhere. This was going to be a long, exhausting journey. Do you truly mean it? The faces of the group lit up, hope and excitement flashing across their expressions. Yes, Wen Ran said, his voice flat, devoid of any emotion. He accepted the offer and the quest, knowing that any reward, would be beneficial. But what he didn't know was just how much he would soon regret his decision. The journey began, and as expected, the constant wailing of the children grated on his nerves. They cried every single day, asking for their parents, wanting reassurance that everything would be okay. Wen Ran could barely control himself from raising his voice, but he did his best to ignore them. The group trudged forward, and with each step, his patience grew thinner. On one particular day, as they passed through a thick, dense forest, one of the younger boys went missing. His absence wasn't noticed immediately, and it took Wen Ran half a day to find him, wandering lost and crying. This was just the first of many frustrations. Despite his growing impatience, Wen Ran didn't express it outwardly. He kept his cool, focusing on the path ahead. But the pestering from the two siblings, Feng Chenxi and Feng Yulan, became unbearable. Chapter 56 Arrival at the Heaven-Shattering Sect. He had learned that Chenxi was about his age, a brash boy who seemed to view Wen Ran as a role model, a leader to be impressed. And then there was Yulan, the older sister, 4 years his senior, who often tried to act as the authority in the group. They were the grandchildren of the village chief and held the highest rank within the group, which, to Wen Ran, only added to the pressure. And the pressure was beginning to wear him down. Brother Wen Ran, tell us, what does the outside world look like? Feng Chenxi's questions came at him in rapid succession. What do the cities look like? Are there many strong opponents? Did you ever find someone strong? Are you strong? His words tumbled out one after the other, each question more persistent than the last. Xiaoxi. Feng Yulan scolded her younger brother, her voice firm. You shouldn't ask so many questions. What if our friend here finds you annoying? She glanced at Wen Ran, her gaze softening for a moment as her curiosity mirrored her brother's. She, too, wanted to know about the outside world, the very place that seemed so far beyond their quiet village life. Wen Ran sighed, half amused by their relentless questioning. How about you pay me up first if you want answers, he joked, his tone light. But he hadn't expected what happened next. Without a moment's hesitation, Feng Yulan pulled out another scroll, handing it to Wen Ran with an almost businesslike precision. Wen Ran's eyes widened for a brief second. Jackpot. The scroll felt heavy in his hand, and as his fingers brushed against the edges, he could sense the power contained within. These techniques had to be high-grade, possibly some kind of cultivation art or secret knowledge, things that would be immensely valuable. They would certainly help him, especially when it came to masking his true strength. His gaze flicked up, and he gave a small, almost imperceptible smile. I've found my golden goose. For a full day, Wen Ran chatted with the two siblings, telling them stories, all of them from his past life. Of course, he didn't tell them that, and he certainly didn't mention the fact that he had no good stories from this life. They hung on his every word, eager to hear about a world beyond their village, a world that seemed like a distant dream to them. They listened intently, their admiration for him growing with each tale. They had no idea that the very man they were getting so close to was the one who had caused the destruction of their village. His heart dropped. The realization hit him like a tidal wave, the reward was about to be revealed. If the system began to shine now, if the bag of spiritual herbs appeared in his hands, it would expose him. His carefully laid plans would be in ruins. This was bad. His thoughts raced. The last thing he needed was to attract attention by showing off his reward, especially in front of these people who, while they trusted him now, would become suspicious if they saw him receiving anything out of the ordinary. His plans to remain under the radar would be ruined, and his journey would turn into a nightmare. He had to think fast. Well, this is great. Wen Ran thought to himself, still feeling the lingering tension as his eyes scanned the surroundings. But to his surprise, the system didn't send him the reward as it usually did, leaving him in a state of confusion. Had he been conned? Or perhaps the reward hadn't been issued yet. He wasn't sure, but for now, he felt the tight knot in his chest loosen a little. His heart calmed down, and the rush of panic he had felt earlier subsided. Thank heavens, he thought, not yet. Wen Ran's eyes darted around, cautiously observing the people leading the way. Their auras were hard to read, and he couldn't shake the feeling that they were stronger than he initially thought, probably at a level above spirit refinement, but he couldn't be sure. Their energy felt different from anything he had sensed in his past life, and he didn't want to risk exposing himself by snooping around too much. As they moved further into the sect's territory, Wen Ran noticed the many caves nestled within the towering mountain peaks. That made him smile. At least some things remained the same, no matter how much time passed. Those were the immortal caves. In some sects, these caves were personal spaces, places where cultivators could live, train, and mediate in isolation. Wen Ran's past life had been spent in places like this. He had never had the luxury of a sect, but he had carved out a decent-sized cave of his own with his sword, where he could meditate and disappear from the world for years, even decades. It had been the perfect place to go unnoticed. And right now, disappearing from sight seemed like the best option. The longer he could stay in the shadows, the better. Chapter 57 The Trial. Everywhere one could glance, the mountain peaks surrounded the area, creating an imposing yet serene atmosphere. The spiritual energy in this place seemed to seep into the bodies of the group, instantly relaxing their tense muscles, as if the stress had been washed away by a cool, refreshing spring. The air was crisp and pure, and the overwhelming presence of the place had a captivating effect, especially on the younger ones. Even Wen Ran, who had witnessed mysterious wonders beyond imagination, couldn't help but admit that this place was truly one of a kind. If I cultivate here for a few years, I'll be able to mask myself well from the outside, Wen Ran thought. In his opinion, he hadn't left much in the way of tracks or evidence linking him to the fall of the Fang clan. The people leading the group remained silent, and not a single person dared to ask too many questions. The atmosphere grew heavy, and it seemed that someone needed to break the silence. And that someone had to be the most daring individual in the group, Feng Chenxi. Elder sister, he caught up to the woman leading the group, his tone eager. Tell me about this place. I need to know everything. No. He shook his head with great vigor, almost fervently. I must know everything. Also, did you know that you are so beautiful? His words sliced through the awkward atmosphere like a hot knife through butter. Wen Ran couldn't help but shake his head. He knew exactly what was coming, and it amused him greatly. Well, I might as well enjoy the show. Let's see what happens now, he thought, a silent laugh bubbling up inside him. To him, this whole situation was just too comical. Junior, watch your words, and stop asking questions, or I will personally throw you out and feed you to the mountain lions, the man, who looked to be in his 20s with a well-worn sword strapped to his back, said coldly. His words made Feng Chenxi pout, and Feng Yulan quickly rushed to her brother's side, covering his mouth with her hand before he could start complaining. She knew her brother's character all too well. They had to make a decision. Feng Yulan clenched her fists hard, and with a decisive motion, she carefully put the children down. Jia, what are you doing? Feng Chenxi's eyes widened in shock. He never imagined he would see the day when his sister would give up on the group. Please stay here and wait for us, we'll come back soon, she said gently, patting the children's heads before turning to her brother. Let's go, we have to catch up. If we lose them, we might never be able to help our people. Her eyes burned with determination as she grabbed her brother's hand, and without wasting another moment, she rushed up the stairs, hoping to catch up with Wen Ran and the rest of the group. Meanwhile, Wen Ran was following the three cultivators of the heaven-shattering sect. For him, the challenge wasn't too difficult. After advancing to the spirit flow stage, his body had undergone a heaven-shaking transformation, and so far, he didn't feel overly tired. But even he knew that he wouldn't be able to endure forever. This must be a spiritual array set to test our talent and endurance, he thought to himself. So far, we've climbed enough to scale 3 mountains. Just how long will this last? Chapter 58 Reaching the Top. Wen Ran's heart remained calm as he carefully assessed the situation. I need to be careful of these people, he thought. Not only did this trial come without warning, but I can also feel that the aura of the people ahead of me is somewhat suspicious. He kept climbing, step after step, as the endless stairs stretched before him. So far, he could swear he had climbed several mountains worth of steps. It's fine, I have energy for a few more, he reassured himself. After that, if I still can't keep up, I'll push myself to the point where they'll beg for me to join the sect. His eyes gleamed with a competitive fire, the kind he hadn't felt in a long time. After all, he was in the body of a teenager now, and despite the years of tempering his heart and pushing aside the feeling of competition as he grew older, he now had the chance to relive those memories of youthful ambition. If someone had been observing the situation from the side, they would have seen Wen Ran at least 10,000 steps ahead of the brother and sister duo. The sweat dripped from their bodies, and their heavy panting could be heard from afar. The duo barely had any strength left to keep going. Jia. Feng Chenxi pushed himself past his limit, but no matter what he did, his legs seemed to betray him. He glanced ahead, but the path was unknown and uncertain. He didn't even understand anymore why he was trying so hard. Doubt filled his heart. Would those people even help us? Did that person lead us into a trap? The unshakable feeling of unease gnawed at him. His vision blurred, and he tried to reach out to his sister, but no matter what he did, her body seemed to get farther away. She couldn't hear him, and his strength failed him as the gap between them grew wider. Feng Yulan was in the zone, her focus fixed solely on the path ahead. Her legs had long since given up on her, yet she somehow found the strength to keep going. She could feel something warm inside of her, a strength that kept her moving forward. If anyone were to inspect her right now, they would notice that inside her dantian, a strange-shaped egg lay dormant, glowing with an azure light. It was likely the only reason she could keep pushing herself, the source of her inner strength. But that smile wasn't just a smile. If Wen Ran was right, there was something more to it. He could feel excitement and amazement in her eyes and on her face. It was the kind of expression that screamed just how excited the group was to find a talent worth nurturing. With his lungs almost burning, Wen Ran took his last step, and ahead of him, he saw a small bamboo house, surrounded by trees and lush greenery. But the moment he placed both of his feet on flat ground, an immense spiritual energy washed over him. It was as if the energy cleansed him from the inside, returning the strength he had lost and filling his dantian to the brim. The thick crimson rivers in his body seemed to expand, flooding with powerful spiritual energy. Then, the entire place trembled, and Wen Ran's body shook slightly, unaware of when or how he had risen to the second circle of the spirit flow stage. This place. He could feel the sheer intensity of the spiritual energy concentrated here. The amount of energy is at least 10 times stronger than the outside world. If I could train here. His heart burned with desire and excitement to grow stronger, the possibilities overwhelming him. Wen Ran turned to the trio, who were watching him with smiles on their faces, their gazes focused on him as if he were a precious piece of jade. They had finally found a worthy seed. He cupped his hands respectfully and bowed deeply to them. Thank you for leading me all the way here, seniors. You must have had a lot of trouble because of my slow pace. I deeply apologize. His words were chosen well, his tone full of respect. The trio smiled even more deeply, feeling flattered by his words and nodding in approval. But before they could speak, an ancient voice boomed from the bamboo house, shaking the entire area. The voice held authority and power. Welcome to the heaven-shattering sect, Junior. Please come to meet me now. Chapter 59 Another Test. The deep and ancient voice echoed from the bamboo house, filled with a mysterious power that made Wen Ran unable to resist the command. It was as if the spiritual energy itself bent to the will of the voice. Is this the voice of the sect master? Wen Ran thought, his heart sinking. He seems extremely powerful. Despite the unsettling feeling, Wen Ran didn't show fear on the outside. His legs moved on their own, carrying him forward. Soon, he reached the entrance, and as soon as he stepped inside, the seemingly empty and average-looking place transformed into something far beyond his imagination. Rivers flowed, filled with spiritual energy, while mountains stretched far and wide. In the distance, he could see the massive palace standing tall, an imposing presence that seemed to command the entire landscape. This. Wen Ran couldn't find the words to describe what he was seeing. It was as if every word he tried to say got stuck in his throat, overwhelmed by the sheer grandeur of this world. The three people soon followed, and Xiao Mo rested on Wen Ran's shoulder, her eyes taking in the mysterious domain before them. Even the rabbit could feel her spiritual power rapidly rising, close to the 9th circle of spirit gathering, just a few steps away from catching up to Wen Ran. The air was thick with spiritual power, the atmosphere so dense with energy that it almost felt tangible. Wen Ran had already been amazed by the amount of concentrated spiritual power in the outside world, but now. In his eyes, this place was a paradise, the immortal domain every mortal dreamed of. It was as though he had entered the very heart of what the gods might call home. So why was the Fong clan so weak? Wen Ran thought, his mind struggling to make sense of the paradox. It doesn't make much sense. Was it that the talent of the people in this world wasn't sufficient enough? But then again, to create a domain like this, even a god would have difficulty doing so. His words made the three people chuckle, and they looked at Wen Ran as if they were inspecting a precious gem. There weren't many youngsters with such a mindset and respect these days, and the trio nodded their heads in approval. Junior brother is a true man, I like your guts, but let's see how you talk when you meet the sect master. The man with the bald head laughed. He held praying beads in his hand, giving him the appearance of a monk, though his bulky frame could easily trick anyone into thinking he was cosplaying as one. Perhaps a battle monk suited him more, given his stature. Thank you, senior brother. Wen Ran bowed respectfully, his mind focused on getting through this test and starting his cultivation as quickly as possible. Let's go, the woman instructed. She turned away and gestured into the air. Suddenly, a sword flew from the sky, landing right in front of her. The sword was extremely long, almost as long as her body, but it was thin, just wide enough for one foot to step on. With grace, she stepped onto the sword and soared into the distance. The other two quickly followed suit, summoning their own swords from thin air. Wen Ran, however, was left standing there, speechless. Is this also some sort of test? He thought. How the hell am I supposed to follow them from this massive cliff? He looked down, and the massive cliff seemed to stretch endlessly. Below him, only a wild forest could be seen, and there was a significant distance to the palace. He didn't have a flying sword. Even if he did, his abilities weren't enough to control one with ease. They must be kidding me, he thought bitterly. If they wanted to test me again, why trick me into thinking you'd take me there? He clenched his fists, a dark fire burning in his heart. Just you wait until I grow strong enough. I will make sure the three of you suffer a fate worse than death. Chapter 60 Mysterious Ancient Stone Tablet. While Wen Ran was trying to figure out how to get down from the cliff, the other members of the group were unconscious, too tired from their long journey. Many of the youngsters dressed in the light blue sect clothes rushed to their location. They carefully picked up each and every one of the exhausted members, carrying them to the bamboo house. But when they stepped through the mysterious portal, none of them appeared in Wen Ran's location. It seemed the portal led each person to where their heart desired, and before them stood a building with a large sign above it that read, Talent Hall. They carefully carried the unconscious children inside and laid them down gently. Wow, look at this one, she's a beauty. A 16 or 17-year-old man said admiringly as he looked at Feng Yulan. He almost instinctively reached out to touch her face, curiosity driving his actions. But before he could, the girl around his age swiftly struck him with a fist to the top of his head. Brotherly. She shouted at him, her voice causing the poor boy to feel as if his soul had almost rushed out of his body and fled as far as it could from this monster of a friend. I was only joking, Sister Zhao, no need to get so aggressive. He sulked, rubbing the top of his head in an attempt to soothe the pain. Ha ha ha, brotherly, you should know not to get on Sister Zhao's bad side. Look at you, running away like a rabbit fleeing from its hunter. The group around them couldn't help but tease the poor boy. But he seemed to have already been used to this. For the entire group, this was a common occurrence. Hey, you good-for-nothings, don't pick on the poor fellow. The girl suddenly burst out in anger, her voice sharp and commanding. You're all too far behind him when it comes to cultivation. How about you beat him in a fight first, and then you can bully him? Her words were directed at the other youngsters, who quickly fell silent and stepped aside. They didn't dare to even glance in her direction. Her light blue hair and striking blue eyes, which seemed as cold as ice, made everyone shiver under her gaze. This beauty was not someone they wanted to mess with. This tablet was used to determine the potential of the cultivator. Suddenly, the room started to fill with the scent of spiritual herbs. The disciples of the sect pulled out vials filled with mysterious liquid and pressed them against the noses of the sleeping children. The smell caused their eyes to twitch, slowly waking them up. Disoriented and slightly panicking, all they could remember was climbing the stairs to the mountain, and now they found themselves laying down in a mysterious hall. The feeling of wanting to flee surged within them, but they didn't dare to move. Welcome to the Hall of Talents, the woman spoke. Here, all of you will undergo a second test. This will determine if you are qualified to become a disciple of the sect or a servant to the disciples. But her warm smile hid something, an unsettling aura that made the air feel tense. But do not fret, she continued. Even if you become a servant, you will be able to climb the ranks and join the disciples someday. Her fingers moved quickly, forming hand seals, and in the next moment, the tablet began to shine with an ethereal light. The energy radiating from it made the group feel a sense of relaxation, restoring the strength they had lost during the climb. What is this? Feng Chenxi asked curiously, his eyes shining like gems. He was eager to try the test and see what it entailed. Meanwhile, Wen Ran was slowly climbing down the rocky cliff. His fingernails dug deep into the rock, his entire body covered in sweat as he struggled. Even the rabbit perched on his head was shaking like a leaf in the wind. This is too humiliating, Wen Ran thought, gritting his teeth. Chapter 61 Plotting from the Shadows. The lush forest stretched below the cliff, and the sound of sweat and panting could be heard as Wen Ran climbed down. His foot occasionally pushed the rocks loose, making him almost fall several times, but no matter how difficult the task appeared, he held on. His white hair danced in the wind, the soft breeze brushing against his muscles, making him feel slightly more relaxed. All the while, he cursed the seniors who had left him here. He had sworn to take revenge for this, but not now. He needed to grow stronger first. Naturally, it was Wen Ran, about halfway down with his climb. I could drop down here, he thought, but my chances of survival are still low. I'd rather not take the risk. His mind raced, considering every possible way to finish this trial faster. But no matter how he looked at it, it would take at least half a day to reach the city ahead. The roars of wild beasts echoed below, and Wen Ran couldn't understand why he had been treated this way. Was this some sort of extra test? Little did Wen Ran know that a pair of eyes had been watching him all along. The aura of an ancient being surrounded this mysterious figure, who sat cross-legged in a palace in the city. A powerful and pure aura wrapped around the person, whose long black hair framed the face of someone who appeared to be in their 60s or 70s. the old man didn't speak a word. His mind and eyes seemed to be focused elsewhere. The Xiangqi board sat alone between the two men, the only thing that connected them. But now that the game was over, the middle-aged man took his leave, a smile shone on his face, though his heart burned with jealousy. Why did the sect master decide to take that useless trash as his disciple, when he never even gave me a chance? This is unfair. The heavens are blind, and so is he. The man cursed inwardly, already plotting against Wen Ran. To him, this junior had become his worst enemy. Meanwhile, Wen Ran could feel his ears burn for some reason. He didn't know who he might have offended, but he had a feeling that someone must have been talking badly about him behind his back. Maybe the group of children are cursing me for leaving them. He thought, but he couldn't help but laugh inwardly. He quickly shook the idea off and focused on finishing his journey. He let go and dropped onto a tall tree, his fingers and palms digging into the leaves and branches, softening his landing. Xiao Mo, however, was punching his head in frustration. She had to suffer through the scratches of sharp branches, making her curse Wen Ran in her heart. The duo soon landed on the soft ground, both of them relaxing and letting out a deep exhale. Wen Ran scanned his surroundings carefully, the occasional sounds of beasts made him feel uneasy, but at the same time, he felt a surge of excitement. He would never run away from a battle, unless it was impossible to win. The thrill of the fight was something he had always embraced, and now, with the power growing within him, he was more ready than ever to face whatever dangers lay ahead. "Let's go to that damned sect," Wen Ran muttered with determination. "I'll show them that they can't just mess with me." Chapter 62 Shocking the Seniors. While Wen Ran began his journey through the thick forest, the group of children and teenagers was undergoing the talent evaluation. Place your hand on the stone tablet, and then channel your spiritual power into it. It's a simple task, right? The young woman smiled, her eyes scanning the group of terrified youngsters. For a brief moment, she couldn't help but think of herself at their age, walking through the same process. When she first joined the sect. Before that, senior, I know I am being rude right now, Feng Yulan bowed respectfully to the woman, her voice tinged with uncertainty. But there is something on my mind that doesn't allow me to concentrate. Her eyes darted around the room, nervously glancing toward the entrance. Speak, the young woman said, her expression softening slightly. They were around the same age, which was slightly older for joining the sect, but they made an exception on behalf of the sect master. Thank you, Feng Yulan kept her head low, her voice soft. I believe we are still missing one person, the boy named Wen Ran. He went ahead of us, but... Her words were interrupted by an enchanting giggle from the woman, who seemed to carry an air of mystery. She looked like a fox, her beauty combined with her aura making her incredibly alluring. You must really like that youngster to care about him so much, she teased, a playful glint in her eyes. Feng Yulan turned bright red with embarrassment. She almost jumped in place, her body trembling slightly at the teasing. That's... Senior, what are you saying? She stammered, flustered. He just helped us, and now he is nowhere to be seen, so I would feel bad if he was able to join the sect with us. I can even give him my place if that's what it takes. Her face burned even redder, and she quickly hid it behind her hair, too embarrassed to look the woman in the eye. In the next moment, golden text shone above the tablet, the letters forming in the air as though they were being drawn in the sky by an invisible brush. The woman smiled in surprise, her eyes shining like gems as she observed the text. Not bad, high-grade earthly talent, and middle-grade earthly potential, she remarked. This easily passes the requirement to become an outer disciple of the sect. She paused, her gaze sharpening with even more excitement. Not to mention you possess low-grade lightning bones, which is rare in this world. Her eyes shone even brighter as she looked at the youngster with a mix of admiration and approval. I think we have found a true gem this time. She turned to him with a warm smile. What is your name? She asked. She knew that the sect master would be pleased with this talent. If he reached his full potential, she believed he could become a pillar of the sect one day. Li Wei thanks the senior for your praise. He bowed deeply, his chest finally relaxing as the weight of the test seemed to lift from him. I think your name suits you well, the woman nodded in approval, her expression glowing with admiration. Next. She pointed at Feng Chenxi. Yes. Feng Chenxi shouted, eager to prove himself. He rushed to the stone tablet and placed his hand on it. In the next moment, the tablet began to shine with a crimson light, and the woman's eyes widened in shock as the text appeared in the air. Who are these kids? She thought, they're all heavenly seeds. Her heart raced as she read the inscription. This, a low-grade heavenly talent and potential, and high-grade spirit root. This. She gasped, barely able to contain her surprise. The shock was so overwhelming she almost fainted on the spot. Meanwhile, Feng Chenxi didn't find it all that impressive. If this woman saw my sister's potential, he thought, she would faint. Chapter 63 Feng Yulan's Talent. And on top of that, you possess mid-grade spirit bones with fire affinity. She continued, her voice almost faltering. She couldn't hide her astonishment, and the other two men standing to the sides were equally stunned. They shared a glance, both in disbelief at the extraordinary talent on display. Next. The woman finally said, her voice slightly trembling. She needed a moment to recover. If another person came forward with such exceptional talent, she wasn't sure she could handle it. Feng Yulan moved gracefully, but as she stepped toward the stone tablet, she hesitated for a second. For some reason, she wanted Wen Ran to witness her test, but he wasn't here. The thought made her feel a twinge of sadness. She quickly calmed herself down, placing her hand on the stone tablet. In the next second, the room shook, and everyone's jaws dropped as the stone tablet revealed her talent. The woman was left speechless. I have not seen this kind of talent ever in the sect. This is beyond my scope of jurisdiction. Please stay here, I must call the vice master. The woman rushed out of the building, her speed carrying her quickly into the distance. However, not everyone was having a pleasant time. A particular individual was locked in combat with a tiger. Its towering body exuded raw power and speed as it slashed its claws at the men with white hair. His crimson eyes burned like flames, and his hand moved with deadly precision, expertly slashing at the tail of the beast with his black sword, his movements reflecting that of a seasoned warrior. It was, of course, Wen Ran. In his hand, he held the long, severed tail of the tiger, his smile devilish as he taunted the beast. Thank you for this gift, it will decorate my room well. Who are you, and how dare you invade the sacred grounds of the heaven-shattering sect? One of them demanded, their tone sharp and filled with authority. Wen Ran stood still, momentarily unsure of how to explain himself. He didn't have a solid answer to their questions, and even if he did, who would believe that he had been left to find his way to the Hall of Talents on his own? The treatment he had received felt far from welcoming, and he couldn't shake the feeling that the seniors were messing with him on purpose. Halt, move aside. The tall man with a bald head pushed through the crowd, his presence commanding respect. Senior Brother Lin, the group murmured in respect, quickly stepping aside without question. They didn't understand why their senior brother, someone they looked up to so much, would suddenly take an interest in someone at the early stages of spirit flow stage. In their eyes, they could easily deal with this intruder. The men, however, ignored their bewildered expressions. Welcome to the heaven-shattering sect, Junior Brother One. I'm amazed you made it down from that cliff in such a short time, and you don't even appear injured. Truly, you are a real man. You have my respect. He chuckled deeply, making Wen Ran feel like slapping him in frustration. Please, follow me to the Hall of Talents now. Senior Brother Lin turned and started walking without waiting for a response. His nonchalant attitude only fueled Wen Ran's growing annoyance, but he followed without any complaints, keeping his frustration to himself. The group of cultivators stood in stunned silence, their jaws almost touching the ground. Did Senior Brother just say that he came all the way down from that cliff? One of the younger teens asked, pointing to the towering cliff in the distance, at least 6 li away. The entire group now stared at Wen Ran in disbelief, as if they were seeing some kind of beast. Soon, word spread like wildfire. Countless other youngsters began following, eager to find out what kind of talent this monster possessed. Their curiosity was piqued, and the whispers about Wen Ran's extraordinary abilities quickly spread throughout the sect. Chapter 64 Accident at the Stone Tablet. The group sneakily followed after Wen Ran, and soon what started as just a few people grew into a crowd of at least 100, making Wen Ran wonder if they were a group of idiots or just had nothing better to do with their time. Soon, his eyes met a tall building, the inside of which seemed to bustle with life. His gaze quickly landed on the middle-aged man and the young woman standing face to face. The man was staring at the golden text in the air, his eyes wide with shock. High-grade heavenly talent, everything is high-grade. Where did you come from? This talent, it hasn't been seen on our continent in the past 10,000 years. The man was genuinely shocked and ecstatic, his smile unwavering as he looked at Feng Yulan as if she were the most expensive piece of jade. With her in our sect, we'll rise quickly. No, with this junior, we will become the strongest sect on the continent, perhaps even in the entire world. In his heart, he had already decided to give her the best resources to help her grow. Junior greets the vice sect master, the bald man, who resembled a battle monk, bowed in respect to the man, and soon the man's gaze shifted to Wen Ran. His smile faltered. It's this brat. The sect master seems to have a lot of faith in him, huh? Let's see how he compares to this talent I've found. The vice sect master hated Wen Ran, and Wen Ran's sharp eyes didn't miss the slight shift in the man's expression. Wen Ran could have sworn he felt a tinge of killing intent radiating from the middle-aged man. In that moment, he swore to himself to eliminate this threat. If there's killing intent now, it means this man will make things difficult for me on purpose. Ah, the boy named Wen Ran, the vice sect master said, bowing slightly to Wen Ran. This caused everyone to fall into stunned silence. They instantly thought the vice sect master had placed this youngster in even higher regard than the girl with the world-shaking talent. But of course, he had done so on purpose. He wanted to humiliate the one the sect master favored so much. The envy in his heart had already clouded his judgment, and now Wen Ran found himself in a difficult situation. Are you questioning the ancient way of testing talents? Do you think you're so high and mighty, Junior? The vice sect master sneered. You'd better quickly proceed with the test, or I'll have no choice but to kick you out and cripple your foundation. This place is not one where you can come and go as you please. Once you enter this realm, your fate is sealed. You either join us as a junior brother or remain a cripple and servant, your choice. He grinned maliciously, taking pleasure in the chance to humiliate Wen Ran. If the sect master complained, he would just blame it all on the boy. I wouldn't dare, senior. Wen Ran shook his head and pressed his palm against the stone tablet. The moment he did, he could feel something rush into him, scanning his entire body. Without his control, the 3 rivers in his dantian nearly dried up, and almost all of his spiritual energy rushed into the tablet. It shook uncontrollably, creating a brilliant crimson display. The crimson mist began to spread from the tablet, soon filling the entire room with red fog. Every person felt their soul being suppressed by this energy. It felt divine, possessing a power greater than their own, and even the vice sect master felt himself being suppressed for some reason. He shook it off as a malfunction of the tablet. Suddenly, the crimson text exploded in the air, burning like flames. Ah, look, someone in the crowd shouted. Only a low-grade earthly spirit root, but the talent, his talent is. Every person in the room felt as if their hearts were about to leap from their chests. Wen Ran cursed the system for not masking his talent. He knew that today he would either die or become the talk of the sect for many years to come. Immeasurable talent. This has never happened in the history of this world. Chapter 65 Crack in the Stone Tablet. The entire hall seemed to freeze in time, the silence so thick that every breath could be heard echoing through the room. However, not everyone wore a shocked expression. The vice sect master clenched his fists, his face hardening. To him, this was a humiliation he could not endure. Now, he finally understood why the sect master had taken such an interest in this boy. His eyes narrowed, and a deep hatred began to fester within him. It wasn't just jealousy, he recognized the admiration in the girl's eyes. She was a talent he had hoped to guide, to claim as his own accomplishment. Yet now, he saw the pure admiration in her gaze. Her eyes shone like gems, revealing clearly that she had feelings for Wen Ran. That realization was a blow to him, something that would make everything much more difficult. The vice sect master's mind raced with dark thoughts, his heart filled with vengeance. I can't let this go on, he thought, seething with anger. He quickly devised a plan, the only way he could regain control of the situation. If something starts between them, I'll lock her away in closed cultivation. She won't be able to interfere when the time comes to eliminate Wen Ran. And when I do, I'll make an example of him. A public execution that will solidify my position. The sect master is old, it's my turn now. From the side, anyone watching could see the vice sect master's body tremble with rage. His eyes were bloodshot, and veins bulged on his forehead as he struggled to control his fury. His thoughts were consumed with hatred, determination, and greed. Wen Ran, however, cursed himself and the system, feeling the weight of his situation. This was a huge mistake, he lamented, I should have known better. I've made a fool of myself coming here. Is it because I've been reincarnated into this new body? Or is it because I've been dead for too long? The uncertainty gnawed at him. I've never made such a mistake in my past life, something is off. I'm being influenced, but by who or what? Then Wen Ran's eyes shot wide open, and something within him exploded even more, sending the remaining spiritual energy into the tablet. It was as if the artifact had become ravenous for his power, the crimson mist starting to spin and swirl around it. Junior. Stop whatever you are doing this instant, or I will have to execute you on the spot. The middle-aged man roared, sweat pouring down his face. He knew that any blame for this disaster would fall squarely on him, and the sect master would surely punish him for it, so it was no surprise that he was terrified. You old dog, do you think I'm doing this on purpose? Are you a great expert or not? How about you actually help this junior and stop this? After all, it's your sex treasure that malfunctioned. Wen Ran didn't hold back with his words. Two could play this game of blame, and since he was already resigned to his fate, he might as well have a little fun with it. Why you? The middle-aged man was stunned, feeling as though Wen Ran had slapped him across the face. No junior had ever dared speak to him in such a manner. What, you? Wen Ran retorted, his voice rising in anger. You old dog, this is all your fault. I said I wanted a different way to test my talent. He went on the offensive, but in truth, he was barely holding on. His spiritual energy was almost fully depleted, and he was growing dizzy. It wouldn't be long before he passed out. But before their verbal fight could continue, a final, resounding crack echoed through the hall. At that moment, the stone tablet split in two, crashing to the ground. However, before it hit the floor, something rushed into Wen Ran, causing him to silently scream in pain. It was a sensation only he could feel and see, but every person still standing in the room felt a pang of agony in their hearts as they watched their sex-precious treasure being destroyed by this mysterious youth. The room fell into stunned silence. Chapter 66 Reaching the Prison. Wen Ran could feel his head spin rapidly as the mysterious force slammed into him. In that instant, a system screen popped up before his eyes, revealing a new line that had not been there before, appearing next to the status window. Upgrading. His face betrayed his surprise, but from the side, nobody could notice anything suspicious. They all assumed his expression was a natural reaction to the stone tablet breaking. What does upgrading mean? Wen Ran's mind raced, but no matter how hard he tried, the system was still unfamiliar to him. All he knew was that he had made a mistake. Suddenly, the air around Wen Ran's body seemed to solidify, or at least that's how it felt. No matter how much he tried to struggle, he couldn't move a single muscle. Even breathing became difficult. The Vice Sect Master pointed his index finger at Wen Ran, his eyes bloodshot and filled with pure rage. He could barely contain himself from killing Wen Ran, but if not for the Sect Master, he would have executed him on the spot. Brat, you. The veins in his head almost seemed to burst as he glared at Wen Ran, but soon, his lips curled into an evil smile. This was his chance to get rid of this youngster, and he wouldn't fail to seize it. That's. The trio wanted to protest, but when the Vice Sect Master's furious eyes met theirs, they jumped to their feet and grabbed Wen Ran, suppressing him with their cultivation levels. All three were above the spirit flow stage, and Wen Ran was still sealed by the Vice Sect Master's technique. At that moment, Wen Ran swore to himself that these four people would die by his hands. He never forgot humiliation, and for this, he would make them beg for death. We will take care of him, the young woman said, and with that, the bald man hoisted Wen Ran over his shoulder. Those standing outside could only watch in silent pity. Such a talent, but he's already caused so much trouble, was a common sentiment shared among the onlookers. The talent hall grew quiet, and Wen Ran watched the building slowly fade from view. The trio quickly made their way to the edge of the Sect City, where a river flowed and a massive waterfall cascaded down from the towering mountains. As they moved deeper, they entered a secluded area, one forbidden to all but those with the highest authority. Even they had to tread carefully. A vast cave system stretched beneath the mountain, and they walked slowly, the air heavy with the weight of the situation. Wen Ran remained silent the entire way, as did the trio. They all knew this was not the time for words. Eventually, the young woman broke the silence as they reached the dungeons. Don't hold this against us, junior brother. It's all your fault, she said, her voice calm and detached. She didn't truly fear that Wen Ran would take revenge. With the gravity of his situation, she figured he would never leave this prison. Wen Ran said nothing, choosing to ignore her. He knew that, soon, he would most likely be beaten to a pulp, so he mentally prepared himself for the inevitable. The Vice Sect Master's words from earlier were clear, this was the beginning of a long, painful ordeal. he turned his gaze to the other prisoners in the darkness of their cells. There were a few cultivators locked behind thick steel bars, some chained, likely stronger ones. Others curled up in the corners, broken and crushed by their time here. It was a grim sight. Soon, the trio reached an empty cage, and Wen Ran felt his body leave the rock-solid shoulder of the bald man. A sharp pain shot through his back as he was slammed against the wall. His eyes flared with rage, but mentally, he knew he had to endure for now. He had to suffer a little before he could find a way to escape. Chapter 67 Feng Yulan's Doubts. While Wen Ran was being carried away, a small white creature slipped away from the chaos. It darted through the unconscious bodies on the ground, its heart racing as it tried to avoid detection. Though it was fiercely loyal to Wen Ran, even Xiao Mo could not ignore the overwhelming aura that had erupted from the stone tablet. The pressure was too much for her, and she fled instinctively. The rabbit's heart beat like a surging river, a torrent of worry flooding her small chest. She watched, helpless, as her master's body was suppressed and carried away. She felt a pang of sorrow and fear, but despite everything, she followed behind quietly, hoping to stay unnoticed. In the chaos, everyone had forgotten about her, their focus entirely on Wen Ran. However, as Xiao Mo tried to keep up, she came to a stop at a massive river that blocked her path. Her eyes widened in frustration as she watched the three people carrying Wen Ran leap across it with ease. But for Xiao Mo, who was still only in the spirit-gathering stage, there was no way she could match their feats. Her body was too fragile and too weak. "Master!" The rabbit cried out in her heart, feeling utterly powerless. It was as if everything she had worked for was crumbling to pieces. Her limbs trembled, but she didn't stop. She would find a way. Meanwhile, inside the talent hall, an eerie silence enveloped the room. The vice sect master stood before the broken stone tablet, his expression unreadable. He carefully picked up the fragments, inspecting them closely. His gaze glowed with an intense golden light, as if he were trying to peer into the depths of the artifact's secrets. The sense of something profound and mysterious lingered in the air, but the vice sect master's mind was preoccupied with his own thoughts. Something had happened with the tablet, something beyond his understanding. "Thank you for holding Brother Wen Ran in high regard, but could I at least meet him one more time before he fully isolates himself?" she asked, probing for answers. If the vice sect master refused, she'd know something was off. Considering the broken stone tablet in his hands and the absence of the three senior cultivators, she was beginning to piece together what had happened. "Wen Ran is in trouble, I can tell." The vice sect master seethed inwardly, frustrated by her persistence. This girl was a precious talent, but she was too inquisitive for her own good. To him, a disciple who followed orders without question was ideal, and he would have to work hard to break her rebellious spirit. "Sorry," the sect master ordered that he may not be disturbed, he snapped, cutting her off. He turned and walked away, his irritation palpable. As he moved toward the door, he gave a quick glance to the others outside, sending a subtle spiritual message: those who dare to speak of today's events will be classified as traitors and dealt with accordingly. In his heart, nothing could go wrong with these new talents. They were far too valuable to be disturbed by such nuisances. He glanced in the direction where Wen Ran had been carried away and quickly made his way there, a vile smile curling on his lips. He had already decided to have fun torturing the one his master adored so much. He didn't have much time, his master would slip in and out of meditation, and for now, at least for a month, he could do as he pleased. Feng Yulan clenched her fists, the weight of frustration and anger building inside her. "Not only do these people not care about helping my family or sending people to the village, they even took away the one who brought us here." She gazed at the broken pieces of the tablet and the unconscious bodies around her, her heart heavy with the weight of the situation. "Brother Wen Ran, just what happened here, and where are you?" Chapter 68 Eyes of the Predator. Feng Yulan tried again to wake her brother, but his body remained unresponsive. "This damn useless brother of mine, always unresponsive when I need him." She sighed deeply, frustration mounting within her. She sat down cross-legged on the ground, trying to calm herself and steady her thoughts. "This is the worst place ever," she muttered under her breath. They had been left here without any supervision, and she began to seriously question if joining this sect had been a good idea. Still, deep down, she knew that leaving was no longer an option. There were too many things at stake now. Her thoughts were interrupted by the arrival of several cultivators wearing light yellow robes. They were clearly her seniors, and Feng Yulan quickly rose to her feet, bowing deeply to show her respect. Junior Feng Yulan greets the seniors, she said, her voice laced with respect, though it lacked the sincerity it once held. The events of the past few hours had drained her of much of the respect she had initially felt. One of the men, a tall figure with long black hair and sharp eyebrows that cut through the air like swords, glanced around at the scattered bodies on the ground without a second thought. His gaze didn't linger on Feng Yulan at all. Good, he said indifferently, his voice deep and commanding. Gather everyone around and bring them to the living quarters. Make sure they all wake up and have someone explain the situation. I will personally lead the 3 new talents to the outer disciple quarters. His voice was authoritative, yet emotionless. His flawless features were the type that would have drawn admiration from many, especially women, but as Feng Yulan observed him closely, something about him unsettled her. I need to be careful and find Brother Wen Ran fast, she thought, her unease growing. Something about this place, and especially this man, felt off, and she needed to figure out what was really going on. She couldn't shake the feeling that things were not as they seemed. I can explain that. Suddenly, a new person rushed in. He was just a youth, not much older than Wen Ran. He strolled into the hall like a godly being, with an air of indifference, and his aura felt as if the mountain was supporting his straight back. The suppressive aura pressed over Feng Yulan, and she instantly knew that this youth must be a genius to have such an aura at his age, probably not even 18. Brother Zhang Longtian. The 2 people bowed deeply to him, their heads almost touching the ground. Looking at them, Feng Yulan felt that she too had to follow suit, but her head never bowed lower than her shoulders. In this world, there were very few people who earned her respect. Feng Yulan greets the 3 seniors. I'm sorry to ask, but could Senior Brother Zhang tell me what happened here while I was knocked out? She bowed slightly deeper but only to the person who had just arrived, feeling that he was the most trustworthy, or at least that's what her gut told her. The youth smiled, pleased with the attention he was receiving. On the outside, he appeared refined, but inside, he basked in the beauty of this new disciple. To him, this was an opportunity to butter her up. While Feng Yulan was listening to a fabricated story of how Wen Ran was a once-in-a-lifetime talent and how an accident had caused the stone tablet to shatter, the man responsible for all the trouble was suffering a humiliation he would not soon forget. Even in his past life, nobody dared to mess with him in this way, but he endured. He didn't have the strength to take revenge yet, but in his heart, the seed of hatred was already planted and slowly growing toward this sect. Bark for us, and we will spare you. Or how about you walk 10 circles around the sect naked on all 4s, huh? The trio tried to make Wen Ran's life as miserable as possible. At first, they hated it, but the longer it went on, the more they enjoyed the feeling of having control and humiliating him. Wen Ran spat blood, his whole body bloodied from the wounds, but his gaze was still like a predator's. Once I get the chance, all of you will die by my hands. His heart was calm as he waited for the moment when the 3 of them would drop their guard. Chapter 69 Senior Brother Luo. The pair of crimson eyes gleamed like 2 bright gems, reflecting a fire, not from the outside, but one projected from within his soul. The hatred, which could not be easily quenched, was a seed being watered in this very moment. Every single hit he endured, every slash wound, every whip, for 7 straight days without food or water, Wen Ran was being tortured in an attempt to break him. But for someone who had lived for thousands of years and endured unimaginable pain, this was nothing. At least mentally, the pain was bearable with this body. He was still too weak, though, and Wen Ran didn't know if he would ever leave this place alive. His gaze shifted to the men with the bald head. They shared a silent understanding. Wen Ran knew that the men hadn't done this out of malice, but did that make him innocent? You're too persistent, junior brother. At this rate, you'll remain here forever, the men said with a sigh. His eyes were full of loneliness and pain. He considered himself a kind person at heart, or at least, that's how he saw himself. Wen Ran, however, stared deeply into the man's soul. You're just a hypocrite. You know it wasn't my fault your artifact broke, yet you blame me for it. If that's the case, then I can say you deserve to suffer just because you caused me harm. This world is still full of idiots like you and your damn vice sect master. He scoffed. If Wen Ran could, he would wipe the entire sect out, but he wasn't an idiot. The thick chains held him high in the air, all of the blood having long since rushed to his feet. The pain was immense. Being in this position for so long could kill anyone. Veins began to pop out of the man's head. He felt helpless in this situation. His rage swelled. He was a once-in-a-lifetime talent, but this person was looking down on him. How could his pride not be affected by this? He swung the metal rod, aiming for Wen Ran's temples. One hit would be enough to kill him. But before he could strike, a loud male voice cut through the darkness of the chamber. "Junior brother Mo, the life and death of this junior is not for you to decide." The bald man froze, as if some mysterious energy had wrapped around him and stopped him at the very last second. He was ready to claim Wen Ran's life out of rage, but what shocked him even more was the owner of this voice. He knew this person well. After all, he was the #1 ranked in the sect. "Senior brother Luo, why you? What are you doing here?" he panicked. He was still sealed in place, and soon his eyes met the youth, who appeared to be around 20 years old. He had long black hair and thin, sharp eyebrows, yet his appearance was scholarly. No one would guess he was secretly a powerful warrior. "I came to collect junior brother one." After all, the sect master requested that he be immediately brought to him and accepted into the inner sect as compensation for his suffering. "So that makes you and him fellow brothers. How about you put that rod away and apologize to him? After that, you and the other 2 who were involved are to immediately get on all fours and bark around the sect for the next 7 days. If you don't do that, all of you will be kicked out and crippled." Wen Ran's eyes met those of the newcomer. He looked different from the others, but this little show of fake kindness would not fool him. For now, however, he decided to play along. Anything was better than staying in this place, he thought with a heavy mind. Chapter 70, acting like an old fox again. "Senior brother Luo, you must be joking, right?" The bald man could not believe the words that came out of his superior's mouth. After all, the sect master was in seclusion, and everybody knew it. If he came out just for this person, then they'd all be in trouble. He thought bitterly, scanning the face of the newcomer, hoping to see some sign of humor. He hoped the man was simply messing with him. The man, however, simply ignored him. With a single flick of his finger, the chains fell, and Wen Ran hit the hard floor. Despite the fall, he still managed to stand on his feet. This, the newcomer noted, was a test to see why this person had attracted the attention of the sect master. Amazing, he thought, his resilience and mind are on another level. Someone like him could be invaluable for the upcoming sect gathering. The newcomer couldn't help but feel frustration toward the bald man for making this talent suffer. What a fool, he cursed inwardly. "Junior brother one, I'm sorry for this misunderstanding," the man said, his tone now more sincere. "I hope we can somehow repay you for the humiliation you've had to endure. I am Luo Feng, the core disciple and the trustworthy aide of the sect master." Luo Feng bowed to Wen Ran with his hands cupped together, showing deep respect. This unexpected gesture caught Wen Ran off guard. After everything he'd gone through, he hadn't expected such treatment. But Wen Ran wasn't naive enough to believe it came without a price. In this world, nothing is free, he thought. This man is just another one of those who wears a fake mask pretending to be a saint in order to gain favor. Junior Wen Ran greets the senior, "Thank you for your help." Wen Ran returned the bow, but in his heart, he was already preparing himself. He feared that the sect master might have discovered his secret, and no matter which of his possessions they found, they would likely be worth so much that it could lead to a war. Not at all, after all, junior brother was treated unfairly. Luo Feng smiled approvingly at Wen Ran. He was taken aback by Wen Ran's mature behavior, impressed by his calmness despite the situation. "Why yes, that is right. Brother Wen is very kind, and I have no objections if he wants to pick an artifact. After all, I will lead him myself to do so. How about that?" Junior brother Mo scrambled to salvage what little dignity he had left. "Well, if brother Mo himself does not mind, then..." Wen Ran bowed deeply to him. "I will gladly accept brother's kindness and even let you help me choose one." If anyone were to look at Wen Ran from the side right now, they would swear they saw a long fox tail attached to him. He was still a mess, but already, he was conning and manipulating those around him. "Well then, how about that? I'm glad the 2 of you made up," Luo Feng said with a pleased smile. "After junior brother Mo finishes his punishment, he will gladly accompany you." The words hit junior brother Mo like a hammer. Any hope he had of being exempt from punishment evaporated in that moment, leaving him with nothing but dread. His eyes showed a flicker of despair. "Thank you so much, brother Mo. I will never forget your kindness," Wen Ran said with a smile, though the way his lips curled told a different story. When the bald man saw that smile, the realization hit him immediately. Wen Ran was speaking of a different kind of kindness. "I'm doomed," the man thought, his internal despair growing. He knew that his days of being a high and mighty cultivator were numbered unless he found a way to get on Wen Ran's good side. Chapter 71 Leaving the Prison. Wen Ran gathered himself, bowing to the bald man with a fake smile. He wanted to kill him right there and then, but he knew better than to act on his emotions. Patience was key, and he was well aware it would pay off in the future. Despite his clothes being in tatters and his body covered in blood, he managed to maintain his pride. He passed the men and soon exited the cell, following Luo Feng. "Junior brother, you've suffered far too much. I will find justice for you, I promise," Luo Feng said suddenly, after they had walked a little further from the bald cultivator. A strange smile appeared on his face, one that seemed genuine, but there was something about it that hinted at deeper hidden secrets. "Senior brother, that's unnecessary," Wen Ran shook his head. He didn't want to be indebted to anyone. Even if he were, he wasn't the type to rush to repay instantly unless there were clear benefits to him in the situation. "I would like to deal with it myself," Wen Ran said, a tinge of fury in his voice. "After all, I don't want to put senior brother in a tough position, and I must face my own problems on my own." Those words resonated with Luo Feng. He admired those who were truly self-reliant, and in his eyes, Wen Ran was one of those individuals. He had already been impressed by Wen Ran when he learned that he had survived 7 days without food or water, enduring constant torture without any rest. When he found out that the vice sect master had sent such a talent to the prison just for the stupid talent assessment stone tablet, he had wanted to slap the idiot himself. But, as sect master had instructed him not to interfere, he respected the old man more than he did his own parents. "You're truly admirable, junior brother," Luo Feng said, his voice filled with admiration. "In the future, I look forward to seeing how far you will go with your cultivation." "Senior, you misunderstood," Wen Ran said, but Luo Feng waved his hand dismissively. "It's okay, junior brother. You don't need to explain yourself. I wish you luck in the future and hope you invite me to your wedding someday," Luo Feng said with a grin. Wen Ran dressed himself quickly to cover his bruises, but no matter what he wore, nothing could hide his face, which was ruined. Even his nose was slightly tilted to the side, a clear sign it had been broken. "I can't be bothered to explain myself. Even if I did, this idiot would misunderstand me again," Wen Ran thought, his frustration mounting. "I guess I'll have to look for Xiao Mo myself. I hope she didn't get eaten by someone. Well, she should be fine. After all, that rabbit is smart, but sometimes a little too careless." "Follow me to the bath," Luo Feng continued. "I've already had people prepare a hot spring for you to bathe in and some medicine to heal your wounds. I hope you won't hold this incident against the sect. We will make sure to punish all the individuals involved." His words were sincere, and though Luo Feng seemed to be a man of his word, Wen Ran could feel the underlying admiration Luo Feng had for him. He had managed to catch the attention of the sect master, and in Luo Feng's eyes, that was no small feat. It was becoming boring for him in the sect lately, and Wen Ran had not only gotten the attention of the highest people, but he had also created a spectacle worth watching. To Luo Feng, some action was far more enjoyable than just sitting all day in closed meditation, doing nothing but growing his strength. "Thank you, senior. I don't know how I'll be able to repay your kindness in the future, but if there's anything you need, you can ask me." Wen Ran was sincere, even though he didn't plan on staying here forever. Having connections, he knew, was better than having none. It was key to growing stronger. Chapter 72 The Enchanting Bathhouse. The two men casually strolled through the sect city. Many of the disciples were surprised to see the number one expert of the core disciples walking alongside someone. They weren't used to this sight. Ever since Luo Feng joined the sect, he never paid attention to anyone, always staying alone. This made everyone even more curious about the youth with white hair and crimson eyes. At the same time, they were confused. Why was his face bloody and slightly distorted, as if he had just been beaten moments ago? "Did that person offend Senior Luo Feng?" someone from the crowd asked. Most of the people in this area wore light yellow robes, marking them as inner disciples. "No, that wouldn't make sense. No one has ever survived after offending him," the person next to him replied. They looked nearly identical, like twins. They were surrounded by countless people, and no one dared speak without their approval. "Hey, whoever he is, it seems he's heading towards the bathhouse. Let's follow and see how this ends. I'm quite curious. Perhaps a new talent has been found, and we could recruit him," one of the twins said, wearing a smile that wasn't quite a smile. It seemed his words hid ulterior motives. Wen Ran could feel auras probing him. He took it personally. He didn't like when people invaded his space. To him, it was rude and uncalled for. He turned his head and met the gaze of a group following him. They quickly turned away, pretending not to notice. Do they think I'm an idiot or that I don't have eyes? He cursed inwardly. Don't mind them, Luo Feng said, his tone devoid of emotion. It's my fault, after all. People are curious about why you're walking with me. I'm a bit of a loner in this sect. Soon, the two of them reached a building constructed from smooth stones and elegant wooden beams. The structure rose in tiers like a small pagoda. A mystical aura surrounded the building, giving it a peaceful, ancient appearance, adorned with jade and gold ornaments symbolizing purity and the flow of energy. It instantly caught Wen Ran's attention. Around the entrance, intricate carvings of mythical creatures and immortal beings were etched into the stone. The doors, made of polished wood and inlaid with fine jade, shimmered magically. Wen Ran could feel his soul being cleansed before he even entered. It was a mysterious feeling, as though all his wounds would heal simply by stepping inside. Please take your time, junior brother, Luo Feng said. I've prepared more than just medicine for you inside. After all, junior brother is also a man, so don't keep your senior brother waiting too long. He winked at Wen Ran and left, turning toward a nearby tavern. Wen Ran was left speechless and with a heavy sigh, he entered the building. Inside, his eyes were met with the soft mist rising from the pools. The air was filled with the gentle scent of medicinal herbs and flowers. The entire place exuded thick spiritual energy, making it a paradise for cultivators. Wen Ran could feel his outer wounds healing almost immediately. This place is amazing, he thought, his admiration growing. His eyes fell on the soft marble floor, embedded with spirit gems that shone with an ethereal light. These gems enhanced the quality of the spiritual energy in the air, giving the entire space an otherworldly feeling. The area was divided into chambers, likely leading to other pools. In the middle pool, several people sat cross-legged, wearing bathing robes that concealed their nakedness. Surprisingly, Wen Ran's appearance didn't bother them. It was as if they were lost in their own worlds, shielded by the rising mist. You must be young Master Wen Ran, a soft, alluring voice brushed against his ear. Wen Ran hadn't noticed the woman's approach. Her long black hair and her slightly exposed shoulders gave one a lot to feast their eyes on. She leaned in close to him and whispered, "Please follow me upstairs, young master. Your grand bath has been prepared, at the request of our sect master." Wen Ran could feel his body reacting. After all, he was a man, and in his past life, he had enjoyed the company of many beauties. With heat rising in his body, he followed the alluring woman upstairs. When she opened the jade-adorned door, a rush of spiritual energy crashed into Wen Ran's body. The sight that greeted him made his heart beat a little faster. In the middle of the room sat a pool of water, its heat rising from the bottom, likely heated by spiritual coals, creating a steamy atmosphere. But what truly added to the allure were the 5 beauties lounging in the pool, their clothes slightly revealing, not too much, but just enough to hint at temptation. "Junior brother, please accept this gift from the sect master and brother Luo Feng, and allow us to assist you with your bath. You wouldn't turn down such a gift, would you?" A soft voice whispered in his ear, and soon, Wen Ran disappeared behind the closed doors. Several hours later, he emerged, completely healed and radiating with the aura of manliness. Chapter 73 Slapping the Idiots to Submission. Wen Ran strolled to the tavern of the next building, now dressed in the inner disciple attire. His face exuded confidence, though nothing significant had happened behind those closed doors. Despite this, he couldn't shake off the feeling of elevation. Being attended to by several beautiful women was a dream for any man, but he kept his desires in check. Women are always so hard to resist, he thought, but keeping my yang energy pure is more important for now. He was glad, at least, that this body of his lost its first when it didn't have a spirit root, otherwise, he'd be in deep trouble moving forward. But once he reached a certain realm, he knew this wouldn't be an obstacle he couldn't overcome. For now, though, he needed to focus on regaining the strength he once had, and he hoped that would happen soon. There was something unsettling in the air, an ominous presence. Is it disaster looming, or is it just my imagination? Wen Ran gazed up at the sky, a distant look in his eyes. He knew that, sooner or later, the gods would come for him. He was fortunate to be in a different body this time, but the aura of his soul would only grow stronger with time. Once he reached the nascent soul realm, the stage where many cultivators undergo a transformation, shedding their mortal shell, he would be one step closer to his ultimate goal. It won't take long, he thought. In my past life, I reached nascent soul in under 1,000 years. If I'd kept my purity, I would have reached it in 500 or 600. He sighed deeply, pushing those thoughts aside as he made his way into the tavern. The moment he entered, he noticed many cultivators eyeing him curiously. He stood out, no doubt about it. His appearance alone drew attention, and his presence was impossible to ignore. "Who is that?" someone whispered, breaking the uneasy silence. Wen Ran ignored the remark, scanning the room for any sign of Luo Feng. After a brief glance around, he spotted a thick stairway leading to the second floor. He must be up there, Wen Ran thought. That must be the VIP lounge. But the moment Wen Ran stepped forward, he was stopped by several individuals. "Hold your horses, brother." Wen Ran, he answered flatly, his eyes scanning the trio before him. Slap. Wen Ran's palm moved with lightning speed, striking the man across the face with full force. A pair of pearl-like teeth flew from the man's mouth, landing on the floor as his face swelled grotesquely, turning as swollen as a pig's head. "Why you dare hit big brother?" The other two rushed at Wen Ran, throwing punches with anger. But who was Wen Ran? To him, these were just children, arrogant because no one had ever dared to put them in their place. He kicked the one coming from the left straight in the chest, sending him flying across the room. With the other one still charging, Wen Ran used the idiot in his hand as a shield, blocking the punch. His fist slammed into the man's face, knocking out several more teeth. "Big brother, I'm sorry." The brother who had attacked Wen Ran panicked. That gave Wen Ran the perfect opening. He closed in and landed a punch right to the other brother's nose. The impact sent him tumbling backward, clutching his bloody face. "See what you did?" Wen Ran suddenly raised his voice. Another loud slap echoed through the tavern. The onlookers who hadn't fled now watched him like he was some sort of demon. He was the one provoked, so why was he blaming the men in his grasp? The beating didn't stop. Slap after slap landed on the man's face. His swollen cheeks and the chokehold around his neck left him gasping for breath. Soon, he went limp, losing consciousness. Wen Ran tossed him aside and reached for another of the brothers still lying on the ground. "No, please, slap." Wen Ran didn't care about apologies at that point. He had to make it clear that he wasn't someone to be messed with. If he let these idiots off easy, there'd be more like them coming for him in the future. Chapter 74 Causing a Turmoil. While Wen Ran was slapping the Zhang brothers into submission, the fire on the stairs continued to grow, thickening the air with the pungent smell of smoke. It quickly spread to the second floor, where the haze disturbed the slumber of a certain individual. The heavy scent of alcohol still clung to his breath as he stirred awake. It was Luo Feng. Having completely forgotten about Wen Ran, he drunk himself into a deep sleep. But now, the sharp stench of smoke hit his nose, dragging him out of his stupor. "What the hell is going on? Can't a man get some peace and quiet?" he grumbled irritably, pushing himself up from the chair. He moved lazily down the stairs, his eyes narrowing when he saw the fire devouring the steps like a wild beast. "These damn juniors are going to drive me insane," Luo Feng muttered under his breath. With a snap of his fingers, a wave of water shot from his hand, rushing down the spiraling stairs and quickly dousing the flames. "Who the hell set the stairs on fire? I'll have your head this instant." "Ah." Luo Feng's eyes narrowed as he surveyed the scene. His gaze fell upon a youth with white hair, standing amidst two men lying on the ground, their faces swollen like pigs, while the third was still receiving the beating of a lifetime. The sight stunned him momentarily, but Luo Feng quickly regained his composure. A soft, wild grin spread across his lips. "Ha ha ha. So it was junior brother Wen," he laughed, his voice carrying across the room, causing Wen Ran to turn and meet his eyes. "I hope senior doesn't mind," Wen Ran said casually, wiping his hands off on his robe. "Just teaching some idiots a lesson." And the one with the pig's head, he pointed to the first man he'd beaten, he was the one who started the fire. "If you need to beat someone up for that, beat him." The observers watched in stunned silence, unsure of what to think. Not only had Wen Ran taken the Zhang brothers to task, but he was also casually conversing with Luo Feng, the strongest expert among the core disciples. The audacity was both impressive and terrifying. "Don't be silly. He might be strong, but do you really think he could beat any of the top 10, another responded dismissively. "Even if he can't now, who's to say he won't be able to do so in the future? I'm definitely becoming his fan. This person has something others don't. If you can't see that, you must have a pig's head," someone else added, their voice full of admiration. The inner sect was quickly divided between those who became Wen Ran's fans and haters. There were even some indifferent disciples who simply didn't care. Wen Ran was just another arrogant junior to them, and if given the opportunity, they would put him in his place. Meanwhile, Wen Ran had arrived at a building that resembled a pagoda from the outside, decorated with golden dragon statues and surrounded by flowing lotus ponds. The place radiated an aura of tranquility and elegance, looking like an immortal paradise. "What are we doing here, senior brother?" Wen Ran asked, his curiosity piqued. His time in the sect had been full of unexpected turns, and he wasn't sure if he could handle many more surprises. "No need for formalities. From today, just call me Luo Feng. I've already accepted you as a true brother in my heart. Once I choose someone, I won't back down, so just call me by my name from now on, Wen Ran," Luo Feng said with a smile, his words sincere but somewhat unexpected. Wen Ran wasn't sure whether to be pleased, confused, or amused by this sudden shift in their relationship. He had just met the man, yet here he was, calling him a sworn brother. "Thank you, Luo Feng. Now, why are we here?" Wen Ran asked, still processing the strange turn of events. Luo Feng scratched his cheek sheepishly. "Ah, this. You'll see once you're inside. There's someone who wants to meet you." Without giving Wen Ran a chance to protest, Luo Feng pushed him gently into the building and shut the door behind him, retreating with a hurried step, as if he'd just stepped on a cat's tail. Chapter 75 Trial by Fire. As Wen Ran stepped into the room, a surge of intense fire energy slammed into him, the heat searing his skin. A sharp pain shot through his body, but it was not overwhelming. His body, tempered by countless trials, withstood it. However, the vastness of the room immediately struck him as strange. "Am I inside an array? What is this place?" He glanced around, his eyes scanning every corner, but there seemed to be no boundary to this space. It stretched endlessly in all directions. He knew well that some high-level spirit arrays were capable of containing a small world within, but even so, Wen Ran found it difficult to believe that such a treasure could exist in this world. After all, this was a world he had once thought was in decline. Yet, the longer he spent here, the more he realized how far from his initial assumption that truth lay. This world was far from the broken realm he had once imagined. The only true weakness lay in the Fang clan, whose power was so pitiful that even a rookie in the spirit-gathering stage could wipe them out without breaking a sweat. Suddenly, an overwhelming, ancient voice resonated through the vast space, its power causing the very air to tremble. "Welcome, Junior. You have been chosen by the sect master to become my disciple. And no, you cannot refuse. I see that look in your eyes," the voice declared, the words carrying an undeniable weight. Wen Ran was momentarily stunned. Who was this enigmatic figure? And why had he, of all people, been selected to be their disciple? The audacity of it was almost beyond belief. Forcing someone into a disciple relationship was the height of arrogance. Still, Wen Ran's expression remained composed. "For now, I'll play along. If there's something to be gained, then I shall find it. After all, benefits are what matter most to me, To hell with this, what the hell?" Wen Ran's mind raced, frustration bubbling up as he cursed inwardly. He longed to hunt down that senior and make him regret this twisted trial. Who in their right mind would leave a junior in the heart of a volcano like this? His gaze swept the path ahead, which seemed to ascend the volcano's sheer wall. The way was fraught with peril, obstacles scattered along the way and a towering fire wall blocking his path. Strange symbols were inscribed upon it, but from this distance, Wen Ran couldn't decipher their meaning. "You have the time it takes to burn 2 incense sticks to escape this place," the voice echoed, its tone playful yet chilling. "I will be waiting for you at the top." With that, the voice faded into the void, leaving an oppressive silence in its wake. Suddenly, 2 enormous incense sticks appeared in the air, materializing out of nothing. They hung suspended, their thick, twisted forms swaying gently in the unseen breeze. One of them ignited, its flame flickering to life, signaling the start of the trial. Wen Ran cursed his fate, his teeth grinding in frustration. Damn it. His mind burned with resentment as he cursed the system for bringing him here, and the sect for dragging him into this madness. Ever since his arrival, rest had been a distant dream, only torture and trials had been his companions. His body was weary, drained by exhaustion, and his stomach growled with hunger. Worse still, there had been no new system notifications, leaving him on edge, wary of the moment when it would spring another absurd quest on him. When I get out of here, I'll find Luo Feng and feed him to the wolves. That bastard tricked me into this. That bath, it was nothing but a pitiful attempt to placate me once the trial was over. Meanwhile, far from Wen Ran's fury, Luo Feng strolled casually through the city, but suddenly, a cold shiver shot up his spine. It was as if an unseen, malevolent force had fixed its gaze on him, a demonic presence watching from the shadows. His heart faltered. I better get out of here, he muttered under his breath, his steps quickening. Wen Ran must be cursing me to death right now. Chapter 76. Passing the first half of the trial. The weight of the world seemed to crash down on Wen Ran as the full realization of the trial hit him. This was no simple test. His every movement became a careful calculation, each jump a precarious decision. He couldn't afford to lose focus for even a split second. I have to be careful. This lava is as real as it gets. One wrong step, and I'll be nothing more than a roasted chicken. The path ahead stretched on endlessly, and just when he thought he was close, the distance remained unchanged, no matter how far he moved. Something's not right. This place, it's trapping me. No matter what I do, until I find the key, I won't be able to escape. He cast a fleeting glance upwards, the first half of the incense stick had already burned away. His time was running out. He couldn't afford to waste any more of it. If he didn't act fast, the lava would consume him. The longer I stay here, the faster the lava will eat away at these stone slabs, Wen Ran muttered to himself, his thoughts racing. If I'm right, by the time the first incense stick finishes burning, I'll be dead, unless I can somehow make my way up to the fire wall. That means the second incense stick will only make the lava surge faster. I don't have much time. Wen Ran halted in his tracks, his breath steadying as he closed his eyes. I must find a way out of this, he thought, his mind racing. There's no point in running around aimlessly. There has to be something hidden in this place that can help me escape. He sat down cross-legged on the stone slab, calming his breath and centering himself. The heat from the lava was unbearable, but he couldn't afford to be distracted. With a deep breath, Wen Ran infused his eyes with spiritual energy, his vision igniting with power. The world before him shimmered, every detail now etched in sharp clarity. He scanned the surroundings with meticulous care, refusing to rush. He needed to capture every subtle detail, ensuring that no clue would escape his notice. With one final, desperate leap, Wen Ran landed on a massive rock slab that led up the volcanic wall. But there was no time to savor his success. As soon as the first incense stick extinguished, the second ignited, and the lava began to surge upward, moving faster with every passing moment. Wen Ran cursed inwardly and pressed on, his body screaming, but his will unyielding. There would be no more tricks, no more diversions. The only thing standing between him and survival was the massive fire wall that had now sealed the top of the volcano. There was no way around it, and no time to consider another approach. Wen Ran climbed with the speed of an agile monkey, every muscle burning, until he finally stood before the fire wall, covered in intricate inscriptions. His gaze flicked over the symbols, his mind racing. If I'm right, this is the fire law inscription. His thoughts hesitated for a moment. I've never been skilled in elemental Tao. My path has always been the Tao of the sword. This will be challenging, but, no matter what, I will get out of here. Wen Ran sat cross-legged before the towering fire wall, his gaze fixed intently on the intricate inscriptions. Despite his inability to fully comprehend the text, he refused to be deterred. Closing his eyes, he focused his spiritual energy outward, his senses extending beyond his body. The amount of spiritual power a cultivator at the spirit flow stage could project was limited, but Wen Ran was no ordinary cultivator, he was a special case, his will and ability surpassing the usual bounds. He pushed his energy with precision, scanning the fiery symbols one by one, allowing the spiritual power to touch and explore the hidden meanings beneath the surface. The deeper he delved, the more his mind began to unravel the laws inscribed within the fire. His focus intensified as the wall seemed to come alive with the pulsating energy of the flames. If he could just grasp the essence of these laws, he could navigate the fire and escape before the lava consumed him entirely. Every second was a battle, the heat from the lava pressing in on him, but Wen Ran ignored it, fully immersed in the study of the laws. This was his only chance, the key to surviving the trial and breaking free from the fire's grip. Chapter 77. Cheated again. The shimmering text before Wen Ran flickered like a fire, each glowing symbol burning into his spiritual consciousness as he studied it with his energy. The strain on his spiritual reserves was immense, each moment he spent observing the text drained him further. Yet, despite the overwhelming fatigue, he refused to give up. Inch by inch, he absorbed the laws into his mind. It was the most difficult approach, but also the fastest. If Wen Ran had more time, he could meditate and slowly internalize the laws, but right now, time was against him. The lava surged steadily closer, and he knew that unless he acted quickly, he would soon be nothing more than a roasted corpse. I can feel the flame speaking to me, Wen Ran thought, his focus sharpening. The flames surrounding me move in a perfect, ordered dance. Each flicker, each sway, seems to be in tune with the text. The energy emanating from it pulses with the power of life, sending waves of warmth through my body. But it's not enough. I need to go deeper, to understand the true nature of this flame. Only then can I make it bend to my will. Without hesitation, Wen Ran extended his hand toward the fire, moving it closer with measured precision. As his fingers neared, he could feel the fire swirl around him, wrapping around his hand like a gentle embrace, almost as if the flame recognized him. But that warmth was fleeting. In mere moments, the heat intensified beyond his tolerance, forcing him to yank his hand back. The skin on his palm had already begun to burn, the sensation sharp and searing. This fire, it's not like any ordinary flame, Wen Ran realized with a mixture of awe and frustration. These are advanced fire laws, perhaps even beyond that. No wonder this trial is so brutal. To master this, I must become one with the fire itself. But that will take more than just absorbing its laws. I need to understand its essence, feel its soul. So this is the problem. Wen Ran thought, his mind racing. This isn't basic fire law, this is at least advanced, if not higher. If it were anything lower, I would have already mastered it. But now. He clenched his fists in frustration. There's no way I can learn such high-level fire laws in such a short amount of time. My understanding of the fire element has increased drastically, but it's still not enough. Wen Ran's face twisted with a mix of frustration and resignation. His thoughts grew darker, and he felt himself slowly preparing for the worst. But just as the weight of despair began to settle in, something unexpected happened. A message appeared before him, the one he had been waiting for, System has been upgraded successfully. With no other options left, Wen Ran made his decision. I accept. The moment he did, a shiver ran through his body as the system flooded his mind with new knowledge. His understanding of fire deepened instantly, and he could feel the power of the flame growing stronger inside him. But with that power came an unmistakable emptiness, a void where his years once were. He knew that the system had taken its toll, and yet, despite the gnawing sense of loss, Wen Ran couldn't help but feel a rush of power surge through him. It was a bitter victory, but a victory nonetheless. The small fire danced in Wen Ran's palm, yet despite its size, it was powerful. He felt as if he could burn anything with this flame, and at the same time, create from it. It was a strange, almost mystical feeling, a sensation that only those with a profound understanding of the elements could experience. The fire wasn't just something he could control now, it felt like an extension of himself, a part of him that he could wield at will. Wen Ran extended his hand into the fire again, his movements deliberate. Time was running out, only moments remained before the last incense stick would burn to its end. The lava, hot and menacing, was dangerously close, and he knew that if he didn't act now, there would be no escape. He had no choice but to take this final risk. Well, it's now or never. Wen Ran thought with a bitter smile. He chuckled softly, as though mocking his own predicament, and stepped forward. Yet this time, the fire didn't burn him. No, it wrapped around him like a glove, warm and protective, as though it recognized him. It welcomed him, as if he were its child. The sensation was awe-inspiring, but Wen Ran didn't feel a sense of triumph. Somehow, there was no joy in this moment, not when he knew he was relying on the system to grow stronger. It felt like cheating. At least if I hadn't lost those years from my lifespan, maybe I could enjoy this feeling more. He let out a deep, almost regretful sigh. But deep in his heart, Wen Ran appreciated hard work over the quick gains, but for now, he would walk the path that made him stronger. Chapter 78 Accepting a Master. The moment Wen Ran knew he was safe, he moved quickly, his steps sure and confident as he reached the top. His eyes met the figure seated before him, an old man, sitting cross-legged, surrounded by an aura of fire that felt sacred, as if the flames themselves bent to the man's will. The energy radiating from him was unlike anything Wen Ran had encountered, its purity and power almost overwhelming. Congratulations, Junior, the old man said, a smile stretching across his aged face. There was something in his eyes, a tinge of madness, but also something more. A vitality that seemed impossible for a man of his age. You have successfully passed my trial and become my third disciple in this lifetime. Wen Ran's heart sank. When did I agree to become your disciple? He cursed inwardly, but the words never left his lips. Instead, he knelt before the old man, bowing deeply with the utmost respect. It was a traditional gesture, one that recognized the master-disciple relationship. Once a disciple accepted a master, the bond was like that of a father to a child. Wen Ran wasn't willing, but he understood the weight of this moment. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and refusing it would only hinder his growth. Even if he had his doubts about this old man, Wen Ran knew that learning from him would make him stronger. And that strength was something he desperately needed. Because Wen Ran could feel it in the old man, the power he possessed was endless, boundless, and unmistakably profound. Despite his age, this man radiated the presence of a true expert. It was the kind of power that Wen Ran longed for, the kind that could bend the very elements to his will. What Wen Ran lacked most was the understanding of the elements, and it was here that the old man could teach him everything he needed. Yet, there was more that caught Wen Ran's attention. Beside the old man sat a small pill furnace. The moment Wen Ran saw it, everything clicked into place, and he immediately understood. This person would not only teach him about the elements but would likely train him in the ancient art of pill concoction. I must learn this, Wen Ran thought, his mind racing. The ability to create powerful pills will let me exploit the system, especially if I can learn to make pills that restore the years I've lost. And those who master pill concoction are some of the wealthiest, most powerful people in the world. Resources, connections, influence, they have it all. If I want to carve my way into the heavens, I need a solid foundation. Once I have that, my dear brother, I'll come for your life. I'll take everything you hold dear, just like you took mine. Even though I love you more than the world, I can't help but thirst for your blood. You knew how much I hated gods, we both did, we wanted to be the devils who slay them. But you betrayed me. Suddenly, the old man's voice broke through his thoughts. Do you know why I chose you, out of all the young males in this sect? The old man asked, his gaze sharp. Wen Ran hesitated, searching for an answer. But he couldn't find one that satisfied him. In his mind, there was nothing particularly special about himself. He was talented, yes, but nothing outstanding. This disciple would humbly request master's guidance, Wen Ran responded respectfully. The old man locked eyes with him, a glint of something sharp and calculating passing through his gaze. A smile spread across the old man's face, but it held something darker. Because you caused quite a stir not long ago in the Fang clan, the old man said with a glint of amusement. And I've always wondered whether a demonic cultivator like you could also make a good alchemist. A wild, almost crazed smile spread across the old man's face, and an overwhelming pressure washed over Wen Ran. He felt as though the old men were scanning him, stripping him of all his secrets. Wen Ran's heart sank as the weight of the old man's words crashed down on him. I'm doomed. The thought flickered through his mind, and his chest tightened. Chapter 79 No Way Out. Nothing could ever shake Wen Ran as much as the fact that he had been exposed. His first instinct was to flee, his leg twitched, ready to dash at the first opportunity. But he was smart enough to know that if the old man truly wished for his death, he would already be lying lifeless on the ground. Wen Ran took a deep breath, then exhaled slowly, releasing his frustration and fear, grounding himself in the present. What exactly do you want from me? Wen Ran demanded, his gaze locking with the old man's. He glared into his so-called master's eyes, searching for any hint, any clue that might reveal whether he would live or die today. Since I'm still breathing, I assume I have something that you want. His voice was calm and steady, but sharp at the same time. Good perception, my dear disciple. You've seen right through my intentions, the old man said, his voice full of approval. He stood up and walked toward the large pill furnace, gently patting it as he let out a deep, weary sigh. From this, Wen Ran still couldn't piece together the full picture, but he knew it had something to do with alchemy. You see, the old man began again, his voice taking on a reflective tone, I have been in this place for over 600 years. And yet. Suddenly, a large, brilliant fire ignited beneath the furnace. It was multicolored, the energy it emitted full of vitality, almost alive in its intensity. As long as you promise me power and resources, I will truly think of you as my master, and I will help you with any pills you need, as long as you teach me well, Wen Ran said, his voice steady and resolute. He understood the power dynamic now, but he also knew that there were strings attached to every word he spoke. The oppressive pressure around him dissipated almost instantly, and Wen Ran felt as if he were as light as a feather once again. "This is what I like to hear," the old man grinned, his expression softening slightly. "But aren't you a little demanding?" He joked, his tone now light-hearted, though the underlying tension was still there. He had already prepared many cultivation pills and manuals for Wen Ran, eager to accelerate his progress. The old man wanted Wen Ran to grow quickly, to reach a point where he could still guide him, but also have the ability to craft nascent soul-level pills. With Wen Ran's vast dantian, it was theoretically possible, especially in the lower realms. In practice, however, it was almost an impossible feat. Yet the desperation in the old man's heart was palpable. His time was running out, and he needed Wen Ran to advance quickly. If Wen Ran tried to run, the old man was prepared to capture him and turn him into a slave, binding him with chains of power that would be impossible to escape. "Master, if you want my power, you better be prepared to sacrifice everything," Wen Ran said, his voice unwavering. "I wish to grow strong, and nothing will stop me as long as I'm willing. Therefore, I will be demanding, as I wish. I'm not afraid of death." The old man studied Wen Ran's eyes, and what he saw there reassured him. He believed he had found the perfect disciple, someone willing to sacrifice anything for power, someone who would follow his guidance without question. Chapter 80 Absorbing Information. That day, the world was doomed, as a new alchemist would soon be born, and his methods would shake the world one day. That person was naturally Wen Ran. He stood straight, his eyes glued to the old man's hands as they worked. Every movement was deliberate, every gesture smooth with the precision of years of practice. The old man crushed the medicinal herbs with an expert touch, his hands fluid as they poured the crushed materials carefully into the bowl. Wen Ran's gaze never wavered, trying to take in every tiny detail, every small nuance in the old man's technique. The old man picked up a small object, a grinding tool, and began to crush the plants into a fine powder, his hands moving with practiced ease. Wen Ran observed closely, noting how the old man's fingers worked with such grace and power, effortlessly guiding the ingredients into their perfect form. "Look closely," the old man's voice broke through Wen Ran's concentration. "The better you crush the materials, the easier it will be for the pill to form. A pill is only as strong as the materials you start with, and the process of transforming those materials depends on how well you prepare them. If you don't take care here, you'll have trouble later." Wen Ran nodded, focusing intently. He could feel the weight of the master's words, understanding that every step in the alchemical process had its own importance, its own significance. Every action mattered, from the crushing of the herbs to the final mixing of the ingredients. There was no room for mistakes, no room for shortcuts. The old man moved toward the massive pill furnace, his hands steady. With a snap of his fingers, the furnace roared to life, flames curling up around it in a sudden burst of heat. The flames twisted and swirled in the air, a dance of fire that responded to the old man's words, as if they were a living, breathing entity. "My flame has been refined over many years," the old man continued, his voice calm and measured. "I've learned to keep perfect control over it, maintaining the temperature at exactly the level I need, when I need it. Alchemy is not just about mixing ingredients. It's about understanding the very essence of fire, the essence of heat. A true alchemist must wield their flames like a master wields a sword, precisely, with purpose, and without hesitation." After a long moment, the old man's hands moved to the furnace's lid, gently lifting it with practiced ease with his spirit energy. He peered inside, nodding to himself with satisfaction. "It's almost done," he said, a smile tugging at the corner of his lips. "You see, the key to alchemy is understanding timing. If you rush, you ruin the pill. If you wait too long, it loses its potency. Timing is everything." Disciple thanks master for his guidance, Wen Ran nodded in understanding. Wen Ran could feel his body tense in anticipation, his eyes locked on the furnace as the old man worked. The old man's fingers moved to the side, reaching for a fairly big container, and he carefully extracted a freshly made pill from the furnace, its glow still faint but visible. He held the pill between his fingers, admiring its shape before turning to Wen Ran. "This," the old man said, holding out the pill, "is for your cultivation in the spirit flow stage. It will help you increase your speed and efficiency in refining your spiritual energy, helping you break through the barriers faster than you would normally be able to. Use it wisely, my disciple, for a pill like this is not something to take lightly." "Thank you, master," Wen Ran said awkwardly. Despite the old man's plots, he was the first person who had shown him warmth. The pill was small, yet its surface glowed with a faint, golden hue. Wen Ran's hand trembled as the old man placed it into his palm, the warmth from the pill resonating with his dantian. He felt a surge of power, a sensation of growth, as the pill began to absorb into his body. "Now," the old man said, his voice full of approval, "it's time for you to begin your real training." Wen Ran nodded, his heart pounding in his chest. He had taken the first step into a world of unimaginable power, and he knew that from here, there was no turning back. Chapter 81 Cunning Fox Strikes Again. The entire place was filled with the sweet scent of freshly baked pills. The fragrance was so intoxicating that Wen Ran didn't even notice when a little drool slipped from the corner of his mouth. He was pleased to receive such a treasure so easily, but at the same time, something about it felt too simple, too convenient. His suspicion gnawed at him, but no matter how much he scrutinized his master, he couldn't detect anything out of the ordinary. The old man's calm demeanor betrayed no hint of deceit. Still, Wen Ran tucked the pill away carefully, masking his unease. He bowed respectfully. "Thank you for your lesson, master," Wen Ran said, his voice sincere. "But this junior is still confused about something. Would you mind clarifying it for me?" A hidden smile tugged at the corner of his lips as he spoke, a subtle fox-like gleam in his eyes. This time, even the old man felt a strange sensation, as though his mind were playing tricks on him. The foxtail behind Wen Ran seemed to flicker in his thoughts, but he shook it off as a fleeting hallucination. The old man's expression shifted slightly, his instincts warning him that something was amiss. Yet, he pushed the feeling aside. Wen Ran was his disciple now, no matter how vile, how bloodthirsty, or how cunning he might be. The old man would nurture him like a son, though, of course, it would be for his own benefit in the end. "Go ahead and ask," the old man replied, his tone somewhat unwilling. He couldn't quite place it, but he knew something felt off. Still, he didn't want to spoil the moment. Wen Ran had just become his disciple, after all. It was a moment of triumph for him, one that he didn't want to tarnish. "Master," Wen Ran said, his voice smooth but carrying a sharp edge, "you said I need to learn alchemy. Yet, this junior is so poor, he doesn't even have a pill furnace. And not just any furnace will do. This junior requires one that is durable and expensive, one worthy of crafting the best pills for his master. But I don't see mine anywhere. Could it be that master forgot to gift me one? If you don't want them," the old man bit out, his voice thick with barely contained rage, "I'll gladly take them back." He reached for the bags on the ground, but Wen Ran moved quickly, stepping in front of them, his posture protective, his expression cold. His body blocked the old man's path, a clear message that he wasn't going to let the old man take back what he had earned. "Master, don't you know that taking back gifts is considered rude?" Wen Ran said quickly, his voice almost pleading as he reached for the bags. "And also, I need them. I really need them." With a sudden urgency, he pulled out his spirit furnace and set it before him, the furnace gleaming with promise. "Let me show master that I'm worth all these gifts," Wen Ran said with an enthusiastic grin, his eyes burning with determination. Without another word, he crossed his legs and sat down in the corner, the flicker of excitement in his gaze unmistakable. He had carefully observed the old man's every move, every gesture, and now, he was ready to try it for himself. "I will show the old dog that in this world, there is nothing I can't do," Wen Ran thought, a fierce glint in his eyes. "Alchemy will be just another thing I best easily." With that burning resolve in his chest, he focused, pouring his energy into the spirit furnace in front of him. The task ahead seemed trivial compared to the challenges he had already faced. He would master this art just as easily as he had overcome every other obstacle in his life. Chapter 82 Wasting the Resources. The entire hall suddenly filled with the rich, sweet scent of fresh medicinal herbs, a fragrance that hinted at the possibility of success. Wen Ran sat on the ground, his body steady as he recreated each step with precision, his wrist moving in smooth, well-coordinated motions. His focus was sharp, and every action was executed with the utmost care. As he crushed the herbs and mixed the ingredients, even the old man was taken aback by how talented Wen Ran was. For once, the old man felt a flicker of hope, a momentary belief that maybe, just maybe, Wen Ran was the perfect disciple he had always dreamed of. But that hope would be short-lived. Wen Ran, filled with determination, carefully opened the lid of the small furnace, but as soon as the lid was lifted, the fire within surged uncontrollably. The flames were wild, too strong, and too untamed. The fire roared with deadly intensity, and before Wen Ran could react, the herb mixture inside the furnace was reduced to ash. What happened? Wen Ran muttered, his brow furrowed in confusion. His first attempt had already failed, and now this. He had followed the steps carefully, so why had it gone wrong? Without hesitation, he tried again. The old man watched in silence, his sharp eyes narrowing. He had seen the truth clearly in that brief moment when Wen Ran had opened the furnace. The flame Wen Ran wielded was no ordinary flame, it had no trace of the wood element, the nurturing essence needed to fuel the creation of pills. Instead, it was a pure fire, a violent blaze that consumed everything in its path, leaving only destruction in its wake. It was a flame that could not give birth to anything, except chaos and ruin. The old man saw it clearly, the flame Wen Ran wielded had no trace of the wood element. It was a pure fire, wild, untamed, and destructive. It was a flame that could not nurture, could not give birth to anything but chaos and ruin. It would be his greatest weakness, one that would haunt him for a long time. Wen Ran could easily cultivate, his potential for growth limitless. He could easily win in battle, his strength formidable. But when it came to becoming a true pill master, he would never succeed. Not now, not with the skills he possessed. Not with that reckless, destructive flame. The old man chuckled inwardly. Ha ha ha. It's fun to watch him suffer a little. I never imagined this is where he would fail. He's capable of so much, and yet this is where he falters. Wen Ran, his hands trembling with fury, infused a small amount of wood energy into the flame, his anger guiding the energy as it flared within him. And to his shock, the flame responded. It calmed almost instantaneously. The fire, once wild and destructive, now softened, its wild hunger restrained. The temperature steadied, and the herbs inside the furnace began to heat evenly. Wen Ran's heart skipped a beat, disbelief spreading through his chest. It worked, he thought, barely able to process the change. The fire was no longer out of control, no longer consuming everything it touched. The old man, who had been watching with a calculating gaze, raised an eyebrow, surprised at the sudden shift in Wen Ran's approach. So, he finally discovered the balance, he thought to himself, not yet ready to acknowledge that his disciple had succeeded. The old man's eyes glinted with a mix of intrigue and expectation. But Wen Ran didn't care about the old man's approval at that moment. He had done it. The flames were tamed, the chaos subdued, and the alchemical process was finally beginning to take shape. His heart raced with renewed determination. This was just the beginning. The furnace hummed with a steady rhythm, and for the first time in hours, Wen Ran felt a flicker of triumph. The failure, the endless cycle of burnt herbs, it was all worth it now. The fire responded to his touch, to his will, and in that moment, he knew he had crossed a threshold. This was no longer just about creating a pill. This was about mastering the flame, bending it to his command. And soon, Wen Ran would become the true nightmare to the old man. The day would come when his master would regret every decision, every moment he'd spent shaping him. Wen Ran's power would grow beyond the old man's control, and the very disciple he had once nurtured would turn into a force that would haunt him. His decision to keep Wen Ran as his personal disciple would come back to haunt him tenfold, making him wish for someone else. Wen Ran's smirk deepened as he watched the furnace slowly and steadily do its work. The path ahead was clearer now. He would rise higher than anyone could imagine. And the old man. He would soon realize that he had created something far more dangerous than he ever intended. Chapter 83 Disappointment. This day would mark the moment when a man, who had spent his entire life battling, would come to cherish the feeling of creation. A new flame had ignited within his heart, a flame of desire, tinged with a touch of the vile, yet still full of potential and creativity. I can succeed, Wen Ran thought, his heart burning with determination. What separates me from success is only experience. If I work hard, I will achieve what I want. His passion soared, but what Wen Ran didn't realize was that this very day would be the one where he'd question the very words he spoke. The flame in the furnace now held a trace of wood energy, a delicate balance that seemed to offer hope. But the challenge was in maintaining it. One after another, the herbs inside the furnace turned to ashes, unable to even reach their melting point. To refine them into a pill, Wen Ran needed to control the flame with such precision that the powder could slowly and steadily transform into a small pill. This is harder than I thought. Wen Ran cursed inwardly, his frustration mounting. But even then, the fire within him still burned brightly. The desire to succeed fueled him, pushing him to continue, despite the mounting failures. The old man watched from the corner of the room, his eyes betraying the deep frustration within. He had once imagined Wen Ran to be a genius, someone who could learn quickly, who could rise to greatness and become a prodigy unlike any other. But now, as he observed the countless failures, he began to wonder if he should simply kill the boy and find a new disciple. His face remained neutral, but the dissatisfaction was clear, hidden behind a carefully masked expression. His killing intent was concealed so well that even Wen Ran, absorbed in his attempts, couldn't sense it. Standing in the moonlit night, Wen Ran felt a strange sense of loss. The valley of mountains stretched far and wide in the distance, the city's calm aura nearly overwhelming. The peaceful night should have been a relief, but instead, it made him uneasy. His entire life had been chaos, he had never known a single moment of peace. Every day had been a struggle, a battle to survive. Now, this stillness made him feel vulnerable, exposed. I shouldn't think about it, he told himself. I need to focus. I need to find a place to cultivate tonight. I have to absorb what I've learned today. His eyes scanned the surroundings. He remembered the bathhouse, where people practiced cultivation during the day. Maybe, just maybe, he could use that spot tonight. If he could meditate there, he wouldn't have to worry about finding a place to stay. But there was one thing he needed before he began his cultivation, his items. The copper bracelet was crucial, it sped up his cultivation and helped him slip into meditation almost instantly, no matter the situation. That damn Luo phone. Wen Ran cursed under his breath. Left me here and ran off. I'll skin him alive the next time I see him. Suddenly, a soft voice interrupted his thoughts. Brother Wen Ran, is that you? Wen Ran turned quickly, and his eyes widened in surprise. A young woman, slightly older than him, was running toward him from a distance. Her silky black hair danced in the moonlight, flowing around her like a dark halo. The sight of her was mesmerizing, and in that moment, she appeared almost ethereal against the backdrop of the night. Chapter 84 Playing with Feelings. The pleasant voice made Wen Ran turn to his left. There, in the moonlight, stood the silhouette of a woman he knew all too well. Her curvy figure made him inhale sharply, his breath catching for a moment. But he quickly calmed his racing heart. Somehow, after the system had forced him to choose the path of a demonic cultivator, his desires had become harder to control, pushing his morals into conflict with his growing urges. Sister Feng Yulan. Wen Ran greeted her with a smile, trying to keep his composure. I didn't expect to see you again. Could it be that you've also become an inner disciple? He already knew the answer from her attire, her light yellow robes fit her perfectly, signaling her elevated position. He could also sense her great talent. Ah. Yes, but that's not the point right now, she replied, panting slightly as she came closer. Her eyes, wide with concern, betrayed her worry and surprise. Wen Ran had heard rumors of his time in prison, and Feng Yulan, unable to accept his title as disciple while he was locked away, had raised a tantrum, insisting she wouldn't accept her position until he was freed. Seeing him now, healthy and standing tall, relieved her immensely. I heard you were in prison. Was that true? She asked, her voice tinged with both sympathy and concern. The wound in Wen Ran's pride reopened at her words, and for a moment, the anger he had suppressed surged within him. He wanted to curse those responsible for his humiliation, but instead, he looked up at the sky and sighed deeply, clasping his hands behind his back. I don't wish to talk about it right now, he said, his voice steady but tinged with an undertone of bitterness. Yes, I had some misunderstandings with the sect, but it has been resolved. There's no need for Sister Feng to worry. His calmness, coupled with his unwavering stance, seemed to send a warm shiver through her body. Feng Yulan couldn't explain why, but his words, and the confidence he exuded, filled her with admiration. She felt an unexpected warmth spread through her heart. Ah. Me, she stammered, her face reddening as she looked at him, clearly flustered. No, I'm just happy to have you as my friend. I could never be stronger than Brother Wen. Her reaction was exactly what Wen Ran had been waiting for. He mentally thanked his handsome appearance, at least it was useful for something. Also, Sister Yulan, I have no place to stay tonight, Wen Ran said, his tone suddenly changing, becoming more serious. It was fun teasing her, but he was tired and needed some rest. Do you know where the inner disciples sleep? Feng Yulan blinked, her expression shifting slightly. Oh, that. Well, it's a little complicated. We have to stay in the mountains, in our own caves. Someone has to guide you there. Perhaps your master forgot to take you, she said, her voice growing quieter, and Wen Ran could sense that there was something she wasn't saying. She was holding something back, her emotions hidden. Wen Ran muttered under his breath, anger flashing across his face. That old dog. He gritted his teeth in fury. It was clear now that his master had done this on purpose, revenge for Wen Ran conning him. It would always leave a bitter taste in his mouth. Brother One. Suddenly, Feng Yulan spoke again, her voice trembling slightly. Wen Ran turned to her, his fists clenched, his anger still simmering. How about, you stay at my place tonight? Tomorrow, you can ask someone to lead you to your own place. I don't want you to sleep on the streets tonight. Her face was flushed bright red, and her heart pounded wildly. She had gathered all her courage to say those words, the ones she had wanted to speak since she had first seen Wen Ran. Wen Ran paused for a moment, pretending to think it over before giving a small, hidden smile. Then, I will be in Sister Yulan's care, he said smoothly, bowing to her with a polite yet playful grace. Chapter 85 Sharing the Cave. Wen Ran and Feng Yulan walked side by side, the cool mountain air brushing past them as they ascended a narrow path that wound up the mountain, leading them away from the city. The path was carved into the rocky terrain, small caves nestled within the mountainside. These caves were hidden by a spiritual array, concealing the private cultivation houses for the disciples of the sect, places meant for solitude, growth, and secrecy. My cave is up ahead, Feng Yulan said, her voice soft but purposeful. Please be careful as you walk. The path is quite narrow and easy to trip over. She smiled, glancing over at Wen Ran, knowing full well that he wouldn't stumble, but wanting to tease him a little. The crevice is quite deep, she added, her eyes glinting mischievously. Please take my hand, Brother One. At. She extended her hand to him, the gesture simple yet loaded with meaning. Wen Ran could see the hope shining in her eyes, and it wasn't lost on him how much she longed for his attention, how deeply her feelings were becoming. The tiny, fluttering heart of the young woman beat wildly in her chest. She had never felt this way before, but now, with clarity she couldn't ignore, she realized that Wen Ran was someone she wanted to keep by her side. But to her quiet disappointment, Wen Ran shook his head. I'm all right, he said with a gentle but firm smile. I'll be careful. Thank you for your concern, Sister Yulan. The smile he gave her seemed fake, a mere mask to hide his true feelings. It was enough to make Yulan's heart ache, the unspoken distance between them expanding with every word he spoke. She didn't understand why, but each time Wen Ran gently pushed her away, her world felt like it might crumble. There was a tight knot in her chest, one she couldn't untangle, but the pain was becoming all too real. The two of them chatted for a while, the conversation light and easy, just enough time to prepare a full meal. Afterward, Wen Ran excused himself, his body weary from the day's events. He turned to the side, finding a narrow space in the corner of the cave. Within moments, he was asleep, the exhaustion from the past week weighing heavily on him. It had been a long, grueling week, and he had never gotten the proper rest he needed. Meanwhile, Yulan sat quietly, her eyes lingering on the wide back of the young man. She tried to push away any foolish thoughts, but the sight of him sleeping so soundly made her heart flutter with an unexpected longing. Just a little, she thought, her gaze drawn to his strong, defined arms. If only I could touch them, feel the muscles beneath his skin. But before she could act on the impulse, her hand froze, just inches from his arm. Yulan, you idiot, she scolded herself silently. What are you even thinking? You've only just met him, and he's so much younger than you. Her hand fell away as she exhaled, trying to shake off the feelings rising inside her. She didn't understand what was happening to her, but she forced herself to look away. With a heavy sigh, she moved to the other side of the cave, trying to find some space where she could sleep. But sleep didn't come easily, and when she finally drifted off, her dreams were filled with Wen Ran, his arms around her, holding her close. She woke suddenly, her heart racing in panic. The dream was too vivid, too real. Her chest tightened as she sat up, scanning the cave for him. But Wen Ran was nowhere to be seen. Her eyes widened in confusion, then narrowed in frustration as she opened the cave entrance. The first rays of dawn were breaking, and the morning light was already spilling across the landscape. You stupid Wen Ran. She muttered under her breath, a mixture of concern and frustration bubbling inside her. She pressed her hand to her chest, the feeling stirring deeper than she had expected. Chapter 86 Song Hao's Warning. While Feng Yulan was preparing for her day, Wen Ran was already up and focused, ready to set things straight within the sect. His first priority, finding Luo Feng and slapping the devil out of him. Wen Ran couldn't forgive the so-called sworn brother for abandoning him in the middle of nowhere. The second order of business was returning to the old man to continue his alchemy training. I thought about it all night, Wen Ran reflected, and I've realized that the reason I fail so often is my own lack of control. But now, I think I know how to fix that. Although Wen Ran had gotten a few hours of sleep, it wasn't restful. In truth, he hadn't really slept at all. A few hours were enough to refresh his brain, especially in his current realm. He had spent the night visualizing how to form a pill, and though he had the knowledge from his past life, he had never expected the actual process to be so difficult. His respect for true alchemy masters had grown immeasurably. However, that respect didn't extend to his own master. No, Wen Ran wanted to skin the old man alive. He knew he was being used, and if he didn't perform well, he'd be discarded like trash. Wen Ran strode down a narrow path toward the city, the morning air crisp and quiet. He passed by many inner and outer disciples as they went about their day, lost in their own thoughts, not bothering him. But then, one of them decided that Wen Ran was worth his attention. A fat kid from the inner sect came barreling toward him. His body was as round as a barrel, and his pace was slow, almost waddling, but he exuded the aura of someone at the fifth circle of the spirit flow stage. Wen Ran raised an eyebrow, surprised by the kid's level of cultivation. What's this about? Wen Ran thought, turning to face the approaching disciple. He braced himself for whatever this encounter might bring. Brother, wait. I have something important to discuss with you. The fatty screamed from afar, but his speed was so slow that Wen Ran, growing impatient, simply began walking toward him instead. He didn't want to waste time with others, but this kid piqued his interest. The cultivation base and clean face suggested that he hailed from a noble family, a perfect mark for someone like Wen Ran to scam for a little extra coin. Wen Ran listened to the warnings with a calm demeanor, unfazed by the growing tension. Thank you for your warning, brother, he said with a polite nod. But I'm all right. No matter who comes, I'll find a way to deal with them. He looked at Song Hao with sincerity. But please, I must repay this kindness. At least let me know your name, so I can find you later. Despite the situation, Wen Ran remained composed. He had already established connections with Luo Feng, and his master was no small figure either. But even without their help, Wen Ran refused to believe he would lose to some spoiled kid, no matter how powerful his enemies seemed. I am Song Hao, the fatty stammered, bowing to Wen Ran, finally returning the greeting. He was still visibly confused by Wen Ran's fearless demeanor. To someone like Song Hao, who had always run away from danger, Wen Ran's courage was almost otherworldly. In that moment, Wen Ran went from just a fellow disciple to an idol in his eyes, someone whose resolve and confidence he could only dream of. Thank you for what you did for me, Brother Song, Wen Ran said with a polite nod. I will repay the favor soon. If you need to find me, you can ask Luo Feng to lead you to me. But for now, I must take my leave, my master is waiting for me. His casual and unconcerned demeanor made some of the onlookers wonder if he was simply an idiot or if his arrogance was so immense that it defied belief. The way he carried himself, so nonchalant in the face of the impending danger, was enough to make every single person around him anticipate his inevitable downfall. As Wen Ran turned and walked away, the crowd watched closely, whispers growing louder. They were eager to see how long his confidence would last when Zhang Dawei, the feared core disciple, inevitably came for him. Some couldn't help but wonder whether Wen Ran truly understood the depth of the storm he had just walked into, or if his arrogance would be his undoing. Chapter 87 Training Alone. While Wen Ran strolled casually through the city, his every step radiating nonchalance, the people around him couldn't help but watch, some with awe, others with mockery. He looked like a man walking to his own demise, and yet, his confidence seemed unshaken. A few worshipped his boldness, but most whispered about how foolish he was to walk straight into certain death. Meanwhile, the person actively searching for Wen Ran was anything but calm. Weya. My dear brothers. The tall and bulky man wailed dramatically beside his younger siblings, tears streaming down his face like a child who had lost his favorite toy. The three brothers lay on the cold floor, their faces swollen like pig heads, each more grotesque than the last. Their expressions were filled with hatred, all of it aimed at one person, Wen Ran. I will take revenge for you. The man cried out, clutching his chest in exaggerated sorrow. His sobs rang through the room, and despite their theatrical nature, his fury was undeniable. They had already planned to ask their big brother for help, fully knowing that Wen Ran would never survive an onslaught from someone at the spirit refinement stage. Big bro, one of the swollen brothers moaned dramatically, barely able to lift his head from the floor. "You must not kill him, please, let us do that instead. Our poor souls may never rest if we die from these injuries. Ow, everything hurts. I'm dying. Please, brother, remember me when I pass on to the other side." The trio's acting was so exaggerated that it bordered on laughable, but what truly stood out was how their older brother believed every word. It was as though he was completely blind to their obvious theatrics, a testament to his foolishness, a rare kind of talent in itself. "Don't worry," the older brother said with a confident grin, his voice low and dangerous. "Not even that fool Luo Feng can stop me. If I want something, I will get it. I need to make sure to add the materials at exactly the right time when the furnace is ready," Wen Ran thought, his mind racing. "If I do it too early or too late, the materials might burn. Each one of them feels slightly different, almost alive in its own way. Instead of mixing everything together, how about I add the powder one by one?" With that in mind, Wen Ran reached for the first material, a thick, gnarled root that resembled the twisted tail of a dragon. Its skin was dark brown, with gold and red veins running through it that seemed to pulse with energy. As he held it in his hands, he could almost feel the power within. Carefully, he cut the root in half, revealing a glowing amber color within. The earthy scent, tinged with a hint of smokiness, filled the air, and Wen Ran couldn't help but inhale deeply, savoring the aroma. He placed the soft, inner part of the root into a mortar and ground it into a paste with a pestle, his hands steady and sure. Once the paste was ready, Wen Ran waited with bated breath, watching the furnace carefully. He then placed the paste into the furnace, controlling the flame with his own cultivation, keeping the heat steady and gentle. This is the first step, he thought, his focus absolute. The dragon root will set the foundation for the pill's energy. It takes a little longer to refine in the furnace, which gives me time to grind the other materials. This time, I will succeed. Wen Ran observed intently as the dragon root was gently refined within the furnace. Yet, despite the controlled heat, the root radiated a powerful, almost untamable aura. It was as if the dragon energy within refused to yield, resisting the furnace's attempts to break it down. The fiery essence pulsed, fiercely asserting its dominance, and for a moment, Wen Ran felt as though it might overwhelm the process altogether. But then, Wen Ran's eyes sharpened, and in that instant, he understood. He had made the right choice. Each material, he realized, had its own spirit, its own force, and it was not enough to simply add them and wait. Each one must be tamed within the furnace, brought to heel before it could melt and submit to his will. He took a deep breath, adjusting the flame ever so slightly, coaxing the dragon root's resistance into submission. The energy in the furnace calmed, the aura shifting, and Wen Ran's confidence began to grow. This was no longer just alchemy. This was a battle of wills, his against the materials, and he was determined to win. Chapter 88 On the verge of exploding. While Wen Ran focused intently on grinding the next material, a silvery blue lotus flower with a pearl-like core in the center, his master's eyes were watching him from a distance. The old man was hidden in the shadows, his presence veiled by his mastery over spiritual energy. "Amazing," the old voice murmured, his words filled with a sense of quiet admiration. "When he really wants to, he can learn on his own, but it's taking him far too long." The master, hidden from sight, was using his own spiritual energy to observe Wen Ran from afar, testing his comprehension and gauging his progress. This was an advanced technique, one that not many at the master's level could pull off without being detected. The ability to extend one's spiritual energy so far in secret spoke volumes about the old man's skill in controlling his spiritual power. It was, after all, the very foundation of being a great alchemist, mastery over both the ingredients and the spiritual energy that connected everything in the process. Starting with the dragon root was the correct order, the old man muttered to himself, watching with a keen eye. And so far, he's moving on to the next ingredient correctly. I wonder if this is because he secretly knows about spiritual herbs and roots, or if it's just incredible luck on his part. His voice faltered, a flicker of frustration slipping through. Either way, I hope he can complete this pill. I've already wasted too many materials on this child who doesn't understand how to grow up. You could easily hear a hint of bitterness in his tone, his frustration at the slow progress seeping through the cracks. The old man's feelings of disappointment were clear, he cared more about the materials he was losing than about his disciples' growth. It was a painful admission for him, one that echoed in his voice, yet he couldn't quite bring himself to fully acknowledge the bond between them. He had spent so much time and effort investing in Wen Ran's alchemy skills, but all he could see was the failure before him. The old man observed his disciple carefully. "Very good, Crush the celestial lotus and release the calming energy. It will help to calm the domineering dragon aura in the pill and bring a slight balance. But you must be careful when trying to merge them. He whispered under his breath, watching from a distance. Of course, he could have stood next to Wen Ran and lectured him directly, but the old man's teaching method was far from ordinary. He preferred a disciple who could figure things out on their own, someone who could learn through experience rather than having the path laid out for them. In the old man's opinion, this was how true talent emerged among alchemists. He watched helplessly from afar, his disappointment clear. The master had already given up on his disciple, and Wen Ran's mistake seemed unavoidable, a clear failure, in his eyes, that would ruin everything. But just as the old man sighed in resignation, something unexpected happened. Wen Ran, undeterred, continued to push forward. He grabbed the last material. It was a rare flower with white petals that faintly glowed, with a pearl-like center, and without even grinding it, he threw it directly into the furnace. No, the old man screamed, horror filling his face. What a waste of the flowing pearl blossom. His heart almost stopped at the sight of it. This flower, so precious, was being carelessly thrown away. The furnace started to shake uncontrollably in response, the energy within it wildly spiraling as if on the verge of explosion. The old man rushed out from his hiding spot, panic flooding his chest. He had to stop Wen Ran before everything was destroyed. But before he reached the furnace, what happened next stopped him in his tracks. Wen Ran didn't panic in this situation, he didn't even hesitate, and instead, he slapped the furnace with his palm filled with spiritual energy, using it to calm the chaotic surge within. The shaking stopped, and with a soft, almost imperceptible hiss, the lid of the furnace slowly lifted. And there, in his hand, Wen Ran held the pill. It was small, but its color shimmered with a deep violet hue, swirling with undertones of silver and gold. When the light hit the pill at just the right angle, it seemed as if the very fabric of the universe danced within it, swirling like galaxies in the vast expanse of space. The old man stood frozen, sweat dripping from his brow. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. What had just happened? His mind could not comprehend. This pill was beyond anything he had expected. It was something far more than just a failure. It was a treasure. Chapter 89 Snapping at the Master. The old man stopped dead in his tracks, completely shocked and flabbergasted. His eyes widened as he gazed at the pill in Wen Ran's hand, unable to process what he was seeing. How? His words faltered, failing to capture the disbelief flooding his mind. He had never imagined that Wen Ran would succeed, let alone craft something like this. The pill shimmered in the light, its scent filling the room with an otherworldly fragrance, far more refined than any pill the old man had ever created. He could feel the powerful spiritual energy emanating from it, almost overwhelming. A high-grade pill, and it must have at least 70% of the spiritual strength still intact, maybe even more, the old man whispered to himself, his throat dry as he swallowed hard. His hands trembled slightly, unable to hide the awe he felt. This was no ordinary creation. Wen Ran had managed to do something that even the master, with all his years of experience, could not replicate. He turned his gaze to Wen Ran, who, in his ignorance, simply stared back at him. The old man could see the hesitation in his disciple's eyes, the uncertain but proud glimmer of someone who knew they had accomplished something monumental. And yet, despite the moment of triumph, Wen Ran's instinct was to hide the pill. Before the old man could speak, Wen Ran quickly cupped his hands and bowed deeply, his voice steady despite the undercurrent of nervousness. Disciple Wen Ran greets the master. Welcome back. The old man stood frozen, his mouth hanging open as he stared at Wen Ran, unable to find words. He looked at his disciple as if he were some sort of monster, utterly baffled by what had just happened. The method Wen Ran had used was unlike anything the old man had ever seen before. It was a ruthless, almost reckless approach to something as sacred as an alchemy furnace, and the blatant disregard for the materials had shocked him. Yet, the result was undeniable. The pill that now rested in Wen Ran's hand was nothing short of miraculous. Tell me, the old man's voice trembled with excitement, though he tried to mask it. How much of your power did you use to craft this pill? And how many of these can you craft in a day? Come, kowtow before your master and prove your loyalty. After that, we can celebrate together. Wen Ran's mind erupted with frustration, but he held it back, keeping his expression as neutral as possible. On the outside, he gave the old man a fake smile, his fists clenched. Inside, however, a storm of rebellion raged within him. Who the fuck would kowtow to you, you old fossil, fuck? I have no way out. This doesn't count, it's just playing along, it doesn't count. I will never truly kowtow to anybody in my life. His thoughts were a whirlwind of anger and defiance, but he knew better than to show it. Slowly, with clenched teeth, Wen Ran lowered himself onto his knees, performing the act of submission, yet in his heart, it felt like an act of betrayal to his own soul. Good, now. The old man's voice was laced with smug satisfaction. Pass the pill. That was the last straw. Wen Ran's patience shattered. Old man, you're pushing it. Not in a million years, that's mine. Wen Ran snapped, his voice filled with a ferocity he could no longer hide. The rage he had kept bottled up inside finally erupted, and the emotions he had forced down exploded out of him. Chapter 90 Master's Frustration. The old man stood frozen in place, his expression blank as he tried to comprehend what had just happened. He could have sworn he heard his disciple curse him, but that wasn't possible, right? No, that can't be real, he thought, trying to convince himself. His excitement had been so overwhelming that perhaps he was just hearing things. But then, it struck him, this damned brat, who does he think he is? His fury ignited in an instant. Wen Ran, the old man hissed, his voice tight with rage, you have a very thick face. Do you know who you're speaking to? Who in the world would dare curse their own master and disobey me? Aren't you afraid of the heavens punishing you? His voice boiled with indignation, but beneath it all, there was a begrudging truth, he couldn't harm Wen Ran, not yet. He needed him. And that only made him angrier, Wen Ran's anger was a wildfire at this point, fueled by frustration, exhaustion, and the weight of his own pride. He had worked tirelessly, faced countless failures, and had finally created something extraordinary. He knew the pill he had crafted was no simple creation, it had potential. It wasn't just a step forward in alchemy, it was a leap. He could already feel its immense power, and perhaps, with the right conditions, it could even push him to the third circle of the spirit flow stage. Fuck off, Wen Ran spat, unable to contain his frustration any longer. His voice was thick with resentment. If I were afraid of heaven, I wouldn't walk the path I do. Did that old brain of yours rot already? Are you that dumb? His words echoed in the room, a sharp challenge that filled the air between them. For the first time, Wen Ran could feel his own rebellion taking root. No more would he bow to the old man's manipulations, no more would he silently endure. If someone had been watching the old man from the side at that moment, they would have seen him trembling, his body shaking like a kettle's lip when it was about to boil over. The air around him grew dense with spiritual energy, and before Wen Ran could even react, the power in the room surged, rushing straight toward him. Wen Ran stood still, his blood dripping down his cheek, but his eyes burned with a fierce resolve. He had crossed a line with his master, and the old man's failure to break him only fueled his determination. This battle, for now, was won. Fine. Have it your way. The old man's voice was seething with rage, yet tinged with an ominous promise. But know this, if within 10 years you cannot forge a nascent soul pill for me, at the highest possible quality, I will not hesitate next time. There will be no mercy, and no sparing you anymore. With a final roar, the old man unleashed a powerful surge of spiritual energy, sending it crashing into Wen Ran. The force was immense, and Wen Ran was thrown violently backward, his body slamming into the wall with bone-crushing force. A mouthful of blood spilled from his lips as he struggled to stay upright. Well, at least I'm not dead. Wen Ran thought bitterly, wiping the blood from his chin. The pain in his body was sharp, but it was nothing compared to the overwhelming sense of victory that burned inside him. The old man's fury had been a test, and though his body ached, Wen Ran knew he had emerged from it stronger, at least mentally. A little injury like this is nothing to me, I can easily recover, he thought, his mind sharp even through the haze of pain. He knew he was acting like a fool, provoking his master to this extent, but deep down, he understood the dynamics at play. The old man wouldn't kill him, not yet, anyway. He needed him, and that was Wen Ran's leverage. For Wen Ran, today was more than just about the pill, it was a test, one to see how far he could push his boundaries. How far could he go before the old man would snap? And to Wen Ran's surprise, he had won today's battle, not through strength, but through sheer stubbornness. He had completely defeated his master in the battle of will, and that, to Wen Ran, felt like a victory more valuable than any pill. Chapter 91 Understanding the Difficulty of Alchemy. Despite the injuries Wen Ran had endured, he was in high spirits, and it showed clearly on his face. There was a quiet sense of victory in him, while his master, on the other hand, seemed to be grappling with a bitter defeat. Both were acting like children, yet beneath their antics, something more complex was unfolding. Respect, albeit begrudging, was starting to form in the old man's heart. "Haha, wild brat," the old man thought to himself with a smirk, "at least he's not a pushover like those other two. With this kind of character, he'll get himself killed one day. I must protect him well." Little did the old man know, the very qualities he admired in Wen Ran were also what had led to his demise in his previous life. If Wen Ran had just submitted to the gods, if he had kept his big mouth shut, he might have joined their ranks and lived on. But his hatred and unyielding heart had driven him to rebel, and that rebellion ultimately cost him his life. Even now, it was that same fire, that same unrelenting drive, that motivated him to start over and grow from nothing. Well, it was all worth it, Wen Ran muttered to himself, a quiet satisfaction in his voice. His palm opened to reveal the pill, and to his eyes, it looked like a miniature cosmos, swirling shades of violet, gold, and silver. Impatience burned in his chest, and he couldn't wait any longer. He quickly popped the pill into his mouth, the intensity of his curiosity and excitement overcoming him. He had no idea what kind of effect the pill would have, but in that moment, his desire to find out surpassed everything else. The exhilaration was palpable, and from an outside perspective, it would have been hard to mistake him for anyone else but someone on the verge of breaking through to new heights. His excitement was nearly uncontrollable, his feet almost lifting from the ground as he reveled in the rapid growth he was experiencing. In his mind, a plan began to take shape, one to craft as many pills as possible, quickly skipping through the stages of cultivation. But just as he felt himself on the cusp of unstoppable momentum, the harsh reality of his ambition hit him like a slap to the face. The moment when Ran tried to recreate the recipe, he felt the familiar sting of failure. The process was anything but smooth. Time and time again, he attempted to create the pill, only to find himself failing each time. Frustration mounted as hours passed, each failure seeming to compound the weight of his earlier success. It wasn't until his fifth attempt that he finally succeeded, and by the time the night sky overtook the day, Wen Ran had only succeeded 4 times out of 20 attempts. Wen Ran muttered under his breath, staring at the pill in his palm. "Only a 20% chance, this will cost a lot of resources, but as long as the old man is paying, I'm alright with that." He couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh at his own frustration. His impatience had led him to think this would be easier, but the reality was far different. The path to mastery was not paved with quick fixes or shortcuts, and despite the immense energy coursing through his body, the process of creation was far more taxing than he had anticipated. Still, he refused to back down. If anything, the failure only fueled his drive to push forward. Chapter 92 Supreme Grade Pill. While someone was happily plotting to abuse the silver spoon that had been laid before him, Wen Ran's master, on the other hand, felt an eerie shiver crawl down his spine. The sense of unease gripped him, as if an invisible force was closing in. Just what the hell is that brat planning? The old man couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. A sense of unease crept through his bones, and though he couldn't quite put his finger on it, he had the distinct impression that Wen Ran was up to something that could turn the tables in a way he hadn't expected. The old man's mind raced, but he had no idea just how deeply his disciple was plotting against him. The realization would come too late. For an entire month, Wen Ran locked himself away in his private quarters, tirelessly refining pills. The days bled into each other, marked only by the flickering flames of his furnace and the relentless grind of his focus. Outside, the entire sect was in turmoil, unaware of the brewing storm within its walls. Zhang Dawei, enraged and relentless, searched high and low for Wen Ran. The man's fury knew no bounds, and he had engaged in several confrontations with Luo Feng, demanding answers about Wen Ran's whereabouts. Luo Feng, ever the sly fox, denied knowing anything, feigning ignorance with an ease that only someone so skilled in deception could manage. He wasn't concerned with Zhang Dawei's threats. In truth, Luo Feng didn't care about Wen Ran's well-being. He had no loyalty to his sworn brother beyond the convenience of it all. What kept him intrigued was the unpredictable chaos Wen Ran had brought into their lives. Luo Feng had never been one to seek trouble, but he relished watching others dive headfirst into it. "I wonder how strong he'll be when he emerges," Luo Feng mused, his mind fixated on Wen Ran. He couldn't help but admire the genius behind the mess Wen Ran had created. The chaos, the audacity, it was all too much to resist for someone like him. Wen Ran was a problem maker, a force that thrived in the face of adversity, and Luo Feng admired that. but Wen Ran didn't even spare him a glance. His focus was entirely on the last pill, his hands moving with the precision of someone who had long ago shed any fear of failure. If he succeeded with this final batch, he would have an entire mountain of pills at his disposal, pills that could elevate his cultivation to unimaginable heights. "You never listen to me, do you?" The old man sighed as he watched from the side. Wen Ran's movements were now in perfect harmony with the furnace, as if he were an extension of it. At that moment, even the old man had to admit that Wen Ran had more natural talent than he ever had for alchemy. The idea of keeping Wen Ran as nothing more than a slave suddenly began to crack in the old man's mind. He didn't know what he wanted anymore. Did he want Wen Ran to be his most beloved disciple? Or did he want him as a tool for the sect, a weapon to wield? Either way, he realized, he could have both, as long as he treated Wen Ran well. But his thoughts were abruptly interrupted by a shout that sent a jolt through his chest. "I succeeded." The old man jumped in place, startled by the sudden outburst. He hadn't expected such a loud reaction, but the moment his eyes landed on the small pill rolling out of the furnace, his shock turned to awe. The pill shimmered with an iridescent glow, like a jewel polished under the light, and he could feel its power radiating from it. "Supreme grade." The old man muttered under his breath, his voice low and filled with a sense of disbelief. He stared at the pill in Wen Ran's palm with predatory gaze. Chapter 93: A New Task. How did you manage to do that?" The old man's voice trembled as he stared in disbelief at the pill in Wen Ran's palm, his face draining of color. He felt a deep, gnawing urge to shake the boy, to pry the secrets out of him. This pill, this level of craftsmanship, such a creation was beyond even his own reach, and he, an ancient demon, had no hope of replicating it. Tales of prodigies who crafted high-grade pills with ease had reached his ears, but he had never heard of anyone, let alone a young boy like Wen Ran, capable of forging a supreme-grade pill at his age. This was impossible. No matter how he looked at it, Wen Ran was a treasure, a priceless gem that any sect in the world would envy. In his mind, the old man was already dancing with excitement. He knew, without a doubt, that he had stumbled upon a talent so rare, so astonishing, that it was worth protecting with his very life. This boy could not be allowed to slip through his fingers. But Wen Ran seemed oblivious to the old man's thoughts, entirely consumed by the pill in his hand. He was lost in it, his focus so absolute that the world around him ceased to exist. It was as if something within him was blooming, a new understanding, a path to greatness unfolding before his very eyes. With great care, Wen Ran began recounting the process he had followed to achieve such an incredible feat, yet, as the old man listened, his heart sank. The method Wen Ran described was beyond the scope of what he thought possible. Such a result, he believed, could only be the fruit of years of painstaking study and mastery. It was a method that defied all logic, and yet, here the pill was, proof of an impossible achievement. But the truth was that Wen Ran had experienced a moment of sudden, almost mystical comprehension. As his flames carefully refined the medicinal powder, he realized he could manipulate the fire in a way that delayed the pill's condensation, surrounding the powder without allowing the energy to escape. It was a delicate balance, one that could have easily led to catastrophe. The risk was enormous. If the flames were controlled poorly, the furnace would explode, most likely taking Wen Ran's life with it. But he had not hesitated. He had pressed forward. In that crucial moment, when the energy within the furnace began to violently struggle to escape, Wen Ran's crimson spiritual energy surged outward, completely beyond his control. At that instant, everything became clear. The fire laws alone would not suffice. He had to tap into something deeper, something hidden within the flames themselves, a mysterious force tied directly to the crimson object deep within his dantian. It was as if the very essence of his being had become one with the fire, and everything he did now, every step forward, was connected to that singular power. "I have a new task for you," the old man said, his tone carrying a hidden smile. "This will involve your first creation of a vile pill. I'll also need to leave the sect for a while." Wen Ran raised an eyebrow, curious about what the old man had in mind. The old man's smile widened, clearly relishing the thought of cutting off Wen Ran's resources. "You'll need to travel outside the sect, to the mountains, and retrieve the blood and heart of the white tiger. And also..." Suddenly, the old man pulled out a jade slip from his pocket. He handed it to Wen Ran with a flick of his wrist. "Place this to your forehead whenever you wish to read what's inside. It contains the list of medicinal herbs you must retrieve." Before Wen Ran could react, a mysterious force pushed him away. He stumbled back in surprise, losing his grip on the pill. "And I'll be keeping this," the old man said with a smirk, catching the pill with ease. He gave Wen Ran a mock salute before suddenly shoving him out of the door. Before Wen Ran could react, the door slammed shut with a resounding thud, leaving him standing outside alone. Chapter 94 Finding Luo Feng. That damned old man, I knew he was scheming something. There's no way that old demon would be concerned for anybody else but himself. Wen Ran fumed under his breath, his anger bubbling over. He wanted to rip the door off its hinges and storm back inside, but he knew it was pointless. The protective power guarding the building was far beyond his capabilities. Trying now would only make him a laughingstock, but who knew what the future held? I need to find Luo Feng and get my stuff back. Only then will I be able to venture outside the sect. I'll be dead meat if I encounter the tiger without any weapons. Not to mention, I have no idea how long the journey will take. His thoughts raced, and he pressed the jade slip the old man had given him to his forehead. Instantly, a torrent of information flooded his mind, detailed descriptions of medicinal pills he needed to retrieve, their appearances, and their uses. It was an incredible way of transferring knowledge, and Wen Ran couldn't contain his excitement. This is amazing. No matter how advanced my world was, we never had anything like this. The person who created this, I must meet them. This kind of invention requires a genius. Wen Ran screamed in his mind, his face lighting up with awe. His sudden outburst caught the attention of passers-by, who exchanged puzzled glances, thinking Wen Ran had lost his mind. A young man, grinning to himself in the middle of the day, clearly had no care for how strange he looked. "Let's go fast, that dude is crazy." "Yeah, you're right. I've never seen someone smile in such a perverted way in my life before. He gives me the creeps." Yet Wen Ran didn't hear their whispers. To him, this moment was filled with excitement and newfound desire. In his heart, nothing was more thrilling than cultivation and the creation of new things, things that only a few would ever truly understand. Suddenly, Wen Ran snapped out of his reverie, noticing the eyes on him. He turned toward the tavern, where he expected to find Luo Feng. But it wasn't his abrupt switch from a maniacal grin to a casual stride that sent a chill through the crowd. No, it was the moment they noticed the crimson color of his eyes and connected it with his hair. "You promised to bring me to retrieve my stuff. Had you forgotten already?" Wen Ran said coolly, turning to walk out. There was no question of whether Luo Feng could or would help. He acted as though Luo Feng had already become his lackey. The latter's heart raced at Wen Ran's boldness, sensing that the young man had something intriguing in mind. His days of boredom were over, and without hesitation, he followed behind. "Brother, did you know you've become quite the celebrity in the sect? Every beauty is talking about you." Luo Feng's smirk suggested he didn't mean Wen Ran was popular with women, but rather that the entire sect was eagerly watching to see how things would unfold. "How so?" Wen Ran asked, turning to look Luo Feng in the eyes. He searched for mockery, a hint of a joke, but found only sincerity, and something else, something he couldn't quite place. "Oh, you'll see soon enough. Let's go. I'll lead you to meet Mo Liang. He'll take you to the armory, but first, we need to retrieve your pouch from the vice sect master. Hope you're ready to face him." Luo Feng smirked, well aware of the hatred between the two. "Very much so," Wen Ran shot back coldly, his expression hardening as they moved forward. There was only one person Wen Ran truly hated in the sect, and that person was the vice sect master. In his heart, Wen Ran had sworn to kill the bastard who had thrown him into prison just because he didn't like him. The memory of that betrayal burned like a fresh wound, and he could feel that same animosity when he stepped into the vice sect master's territory. He could almost instantly tell that he wasn't welcome here. "Just wait until I reach the nascent soul realm," Wen Ran thought with a dangerous glint in his eyes. "I'll make you beg me for your life." Chapter 95 Zhang Daoi's Attack. Wen Ran and Luo Feng moved quickly. Before anyone could even process what had happened, the two of them were already soaring through the sky on Luo Feng's flying sword. "Brother Wen Ran, aren't you a little curious about the mess you've gotten yourself into?" Luo Feng asked, a mischievous smirk tugging at his lips. He wanted to see Wen Ran sweat a little, to watch how he would handle the problem. To him, this was the perfect entertainment. "What do you mean, Brother Feng?" Wen Ran asked, genuinely confused. He had noticed the strange looks people were throwing at him, but he had simply brushed them off, not paying much attention. "So you don't know yet, huh?" Luo Feng said, tapping his chin thoughtfully, as if weighing something in his mind. Wen Ran shot him a confused glance. Information was key, and if he had done something to provoke someone, he needed to know about it. At least then, he could prepare for what was coming. "Brother Feng, would you mind enlightening this junior with your knowledge?" Wen Ran asked, trying to sound sincere, but it came out more like a demand. He clenched his fists, trying to remain calm and strategize. "I can't afford to panic, not yet. If this is the sect, there's no way they'd allow someone to kill me here, at least, I hope not. But getting beaten to a pulp is out of the question. I will never allow someone to trample my pride, not like this, especially not from some junior at this level." As the men drew closer, Wen Ran's thoughts swirled faster. He had to outthink this situation, find a way out, or at least survive the encounter. He wouldn't go down without a fight, his pride wouldn't let him. "Are you Wen Ran?" The man's voice rumbled through the air, deep and commanding, like the voice of someone at least 40 years old, not a junior. But from the man's appearance, Wen Ran could tell he was young. Yet, the weight of the words, the authority in them, left no room for doubt. This wasn't a question. It was an order. The intensity in the man's eyes burned with such murderous intent that Wen Ran knew with absolute certainty, if he didn't find a way out, or if Luo Feng didn't intervene, he would die here today. "Let's say I am, and so what? Does Senior have some advice for me?" Wen Ran's voice was laced with malice, every syllable dripping with defiance. He wasn't about to let anyone treat him like a dog, not now, not ever. His spiritual energy was already stirring within him, churning and twisting, devouring the energy that bound him. Though it was a slow process, he could feel the restraints loosening bit by bit. His powers, though hidden for now, were perfect for moments like this. "Sharp tongue," the man said with a wild grin, his expression twisted in amusement. "No wonder you go around beating people up for no reason, as I've heard." He clearly enjoyed Wen Ran's defiance, a dark glint of admiration in his eyes. "It's a pity, really. I quite like your character. Name's Zhang Dawei, remember it in your death." The smile faded as he took a step forward, his gaze sharpening. "But since you've provoked the wrong person, don't blame me for acting as judge and sending you to the afterlife. Just remember, in your next life, learn to be more respectful to the strong." The man's fist began to glow with an intense, bright blue light, taking shape, swirling into the form of a dragon's head. The power crackled around it as the fist surged toward Wen Ran with terrifying speed, a lethal force that could end him in an instant. But in that crucial moment, Wen Ran's spiritual energy surged to life, breaking through the restraints just in time. With a burst of raw power, he dropped to the ground, narrowly avoiding the incoming dragon's head. As he hit the earth, his own attack surged forward, a strike aimed squarely at the man's belly. Chapter 96: The Half-Year Challenge. Wen Ran's fist slammed into Zhang Dawei, sending the latter stumbling back, clutching his belly in pain. He couldn't believe it. He, a seasoned warrior, was actually forced to take a few steps back by a junior, and worse yet, injured in the process. "You little shit!" Zhang Dawei roared, his voice shaking with fury. His body swelled, muscles bulging with the sudden release of power. He had barely used 10% of his strength in the last attack, and the fact that Wen Ran had even moved at all infuriated him. The blow to his pride stung far more than the physical pain, and it set his rage ablaze. Wen Ran, feeling the difference in power between them more keenly now, quickly realized that staying and fighting was suicide. "Well, if you can't beat them, run," he thought, his instincts kicking in. Without a second's hesitation, he turned and fled, moving as fast as his legs could carry him. Zhang Dawei was hot on his heels, closing the gap with each passing second. Despite Wen Ran's superior experience, the difference in their cultivation levels made victory nearly impossible. His only hope now was Luo Feng, but where the hell was that idiot? Damn it! Wen Ran cursed inwardly, frustration flooding his mind. "If I become a ghost, I swear I'll haunt that so-called sworn brother of mine every single night and day until he can't sleep again." Just as Wen Ran's heart sank in defeat, a sudden flash of purple light streaked through the air, and a spectral sword shot toward Zhang Dawei. The blade cut through the air with a deadly hum, forcing Zhang Dawei to stagger back, a deep gash appearing on his shoulder. The wound was nasty, blood oozing from it in thick streams, something that would take time to heal, much to Zhang Dawei's fury. Wen Ran couldn't help but let out a relieved breath, his tension easing for the moment. He glanced over his shoulder and saw a man casually flying on a sword, his posture relaxed but his face twisted with fury. "Hold it, you monkey," Wen Ran cut in, his voice calm yet loaded with a challenge. The words caught Luo Feng by surprise, and he burst into laughter, unable to contain his amusement. The absurdity of the situation, the two towering figures ready to clash, was interrupted by Wen Ran's boldness. "You want to fight me?" Wen Ran continued, a mischievous glint in his eyes. "How about we make it a bit more entertaining?" The sudden proposition caused both Luo Feng and Zhang Dawei to pause and exchange odd looks, their confusion momentarily calming the tension. "Half a year from now, we will fight," Wen Ran declared, his tone full of an undeniable challenge. "If I lose, I will accept any fate you choose. Before that, I'll walk around the sect naked and kowtow before you and your brothers." He paused, letting the gravity of the humiliation settle in. "But if I win, heh?" His eyes gleamed with mischief. "You will have to do the same, with your joke of a brothers. Do you dare, or will you be a coward with a monkey brain?" The provocations hit hard. Luo Feng was stunned into silence, not sure whether to laugh or cry at Wen Ran's audacity. The junior's boldness was unparalleled. Meanwhile, Zhang Dawei stared at Wen Ran as though he were a fool, a clown daring to mock him. But beneath that sneer, Wen Ran's words dug into his pride. Testing his resolve was something Zhang Dawei couldn't tolerate. He had never been afraid of anything, and the thought of someone challenging his honor only made his rage flare hotter. "Of course I dare," Zhang Dawei spat, his voice dripping with contempt. "Why wouldn't I? It'll be glorious to see you humiliate yourself in front of everyone." He took a step closer, his voice low and filled with venom. "And don't even think about running. I'll hunt you down myself, and even Luo Feng won't be able to shield you. Ha ha ha. I'm looking forward to this. You better grow stronger, or it'll be too boring for me." His eyes gleamed with murderous intent as he locked onto Wen Ran, unable to wait for the moment when he would tear him apart. A half-year wasn't too long to wait, not for someone as confident in his strength as Zhang Dawei. After all, he had just awakened the legacy of the ape immortal, a power that was only beginning to course through him. Chapter 97 Elder Hall. The two men exchanged surprised glances, their shock evident. They had not expected the young, arrogant monkey to actually accept the challenge. Wen Ran, however, had only been testing the waters at first, and he was pleasantly surprised to find that his provocation had worked. He'd planned to rile the men up a little, and now that his challenge was in place, he might as well show Zhang Dawei just how dangerous it was to underestimate him. With Luo Feng by his side, he had nothing to fear. "I've slain gods from east to west," Wen Ran thought, his lips curling into a smile. "And some junior dares to aim for my life? I'll make sure to humiliate him so badly that he'll be begging for his mommy to come save him." His crimson eyes gleamed beneath the rays of the sun, burning with a fierce intensity. For a moment, he looked every bit like an immortal demon, watching his prey with an unwavering gaze. As Zhang Dawei turned to walk away, the words of their impending battle hung heavily in the air, and Wen Ran knew he would not let this threat go unanswered. "So, what do you say?" Luo Feng suddenly spoke, his gaze still fixed on Zhang Dawei's retreating figure. "You think you can beat him in a fair fight?" His voice held a note of challenge, yet there was also a hint of concern. "You must know he's realms above you. Catching up to him in half a year is close to impossible. Not to mention, he's a genius, one who can rival even me." The last words came out with an undeniable arrogance, but it was an arrogance backed by undeniable strength. Luo Feng's confidence wasn't just bravado, it was grounded in his own extraordinary abilities, and he knew it. Wen Ran could feel the competitive fire burning inside him, fierce and unrelenting, like a raging hellfire. He knew that if he didn't channel it, it would consume him whole. The desire to prove himself, to close the gap, was something he could not ignore. His eyes lingered on the entrance as he pondered, the weight of the building's history and significance settling over him. It wasn't just a structure, it was a symbol of something much larger, something that might hold the key to his future. "This is where the sect master and the 7 elders live and cultivate," Luo Feng said, his voice light and casual. "You should know this place well. With your character, I imagine you'd be summoned here often." Luo Feng let out a hearty laugh, clearly amused by his own words. But Wen Ran didn't share in the humor. His expression remained unreadable, and he didn't find the situation funny in the least. His thoughts were too consumed by the deeper layers of meaning he sensed within the walls of this ancient building. There was something more at play here, something beyond the mundane interactions of the sect, and Wen Ran was determined to uncover it. "Get that trash out of here, I don't want to see him." Suddenly, a powerful aura erupted from the building, followed by a shout that cut through the air like a blade. The force of it was so strong that it pushed Wen Ran back, the sheer power radiating from the building knocking him off balance. Yet, Wen Ran planted his feet firmly into the ground, resisting the force that tried to send him sprawling. He stood his ground, every muscle tensed, unwavering. His eyes narrowed, knowing exactly who it was that had unleashed such raw power, the Vice Sect Master. To Wen Ran, that man was nothing more than a bitter, arrogant fool, and he would never bow or show any respect to him, no matter the circumstances. He would not let that voice dictate his place in this sect. With the aura still pressing on him, Wen Ran's gaze sharpened, and he braced himself. If there was one thing he was certain of, it was that he would not be intimidated by anyone, especially not by someone like the Vice Sect Master. Chapter 98 Missing Items. Vice Sect Master, please calm down. One of the elders shouted urgently, stepping forward with the others. He is only a junior, and the Sect Master favors him. Please, let your disputes be bygones. The 7 elders rushed to block the Vice Sect Master's overwhelming aura, their bodies braced against the pressure. They feared the Vice Sect Master would lose himself in his rage and not only harm Wen Ran but also endanger Luo Feng. That could not be allowed. The Sect Master's orders had been clear: protect Wen Ran and Luo Feng with their lives, no matter the cost. Though the elders didn't fully understand the Sect Master's decisions, they trusted his judgment more than they trusted even their own blood. Don't stop me. The Vice Sect Master's voice roared like thunder, booming with fury. I'll make sure to end that little bastard before the Sect Master exits his seclusion. Can't you see? He's brought nothing but trouble to the sect. Next, he might even bring about the downfall of the sect. His words were so forceful that it felt as though the world itself would bend to his will, as if his anger could destroy anything in its path. But the 7 elders were not pushovers. They stood their ground, their expressions resolute. Each of them had sworn an oath to protect the sect, and their loyalty to the Sect Master was unshakable. Though they might not fully agree with his decision, they would never allow someone, especially someone as volatile as the Vice Sect Master, to wreak havoc in the sect. The tension in the air was palpable, the weight of the conflict hanging like a sword above them. The struggle between the Vice Sect Master and the elders stretched on for what felt like an eternity, the tension thick in the air. But in the end, the Vice Sect Master had no choice but to submit to the combined will of the others. Reluctantly, he had to accept that Wen Ran would be entering, though his anger simmered just below the surface. One of the 7 elders, a middle-aged woman with an air of quiet strength, moved swiftly to the main entrance to greet Wen Ran and Luo Feng. Luo Feng's hair was disheveled from the sudden outburst, his usually composed demeanor slightly shaken, but Wen Ran's attention was drawn to the woman's commanding presence. Juniors, please, forgive him for treating you unfairly, she said, her voice calm yet filled with an undeniable authority. The Vice Sect Master has had a difficult week and is currently unable to see you. But we will attend to your needs, whatever they may be. Wen Ran looked up, catching the shift in her tone. She hesitated just a second before continuing, her smile still intact, though now it carried a weight of caution. Be careful out there. It pains me to say this, but some people in the sect are slightly jealous of you, and you are never truly safe. I hope that doesn't scare you off. Her warning was spoken with sincerity, but it was her laugh that caught Wen Ran's attention. It was the most warm and beautiful laugh he had ever heard, full of genuine amusement and kindness. It was almost as if the very sound of it could melt any fear he might have had. This junior does not dare to accept such praise, and I understand well, Wen Ran replied, his voice smooth as silk. I am always watching my back, and with such a powerful, young, and beautiful big sister watching over me, I am not afraid to even challenge the heavens. Luo Feng shot Wen Ran a weird look, clearly surprised by the unexpected compliment and the way Wen Ran had expertly turned the conversation to his advantage. He hadn't expected his friend to be so cunning with his words, and for a moment, it threw him off balance. The woman let out another laugh, her voice filled with warmth. You are a clever one, Junior Wen Ran. It's good to know you're not easily frightened. Soon, the 3 of them arrived at a small room. The air inside was heavy with the weight of forgotten treasures. In the corner sat a pile of confiscated items, including one familiar pouch. Without wasting a second, Wen Ran rushed over, not giving the other 2 time to process what was happening. He grabbed the pouch, his heart thundering in his chest, and tore it open. His fingers rifled through the contents with urgency, but as he searched, a deep sense of dread slowly crept into his mind. Not there, he thought, his heart sinking. The pouch was empty of what he had hoped to find. Chapter 99 Explosive Killing Intent. Wen Ran's heart began to race, pounding violently in his chest as he sifted through the pouch. The Spirit Convergence bracelet, his most important tool for cultivation, was gone. His pulse quickened as the weight of his fear settled in. That bracelet wasn't just an artifact, it was the key to his future, a treasure so powerful that, if discovered, it could shatter the world. It was irreplaceable. His thoughts spiraled into panic, his biggest fear now coming to life: had the Vice Sect Master figured out how to use it? He clenched his fists, the thought of it almost too much to bear. At his current power level, retrieving it would be nearly impossible. "Junior, is everything okay?" The middle-aged woman's voice cut through his turmoil, her eyes narrowing in concern. She noticed the change in his expression, his face twisting as if he had tasted something bitter. However, she misjudged the severity of the situation. In her mind, if something had been taken from the pouch, it was likely an insignificant item, perhaps a family heirloom or a small mountain of spiritual stones, things easily replaceable by the sect. She thought nothing of it, certain the sect could compensate for whatever had been lost. Little did she know that the treasures stolen were far more than just trinkets. Not only had the spirit convergence bracelet been taken, but the heaven-shattering manual and several elixirs were gone as well. Worse still, Wen Ran had secretly accumulated a fortune in spiritual stones far beyond what could be considered a mere small mountain. He was secretly wealthy beyond anyone's knowledge. But none of this reached his ears. His mind was consumed with a burning, pure hatred that lit a fire deep within his chest. "I will kill him," Wen Ran thought, his grip tightening as the fury surged through him. "No. I will torture him until he begs me to end his life, and even then, I'll make sure he dies slowly, painfully. How dare a mere trash like him steal from me?" The anger roiled in him, becoming a storm that threatened to tear him apart. "This will not do. No. I will end this entire sect if it means getting back what is mine." Enemy attack. The thought flashed through all of their minds simultaneously. It was the only explanation they could muster. But the one who caused this turmoil didn't pause or falter. Wen Ran, with his eyes nearly blank from the rage he felt, moved forward, walking with purpose toward the Vice Sect Master's location. A terrifying coldness enveloped him, a rage so consuming that he had not felt since the last battle of his world. The humiliation he had suffered in the loss of his possessions burned deep within him, and he knew, if he didn't retrieve them today, the world would soon turn against him. Every enemy he had would hunt him down, and the one who stole from him would pay. The wooden floor beneath his feet cracked as he took each step. The sound was not the crack of spiritual energy or raw physical power, it was the overwhelming force of his soul, awakened by the consuming fire of rage. This power, normally accessible only to those in the nascent soul stage, surged from within him. It was a power that could destroy everything in its path, but it came at a price, one Wen Ran was more than willing to pay. He knew the consequences. He knew that unleashing this force could cripple him or even cost him his life. But at this moment, none of that mattered. He was consumed by rage, and his target was no other than the Vice Sect Master. "Come out, you old dog, and offer your head to me." Wen Ran's voice was soft, but the intensity, the chilling aura of his words, sent a wave of fear through the 6 elders standing before the door. They couldn't comprehend why this junior, this mere boy, had the ability to invoke such terror. They didn't even dare look at the figure approaching them, too afraid to acknowledge the power that was about to crash into them. They had no idea it was just a junior at the spirit flow stage. All they knew was that the suffocating presence before them was something far beyond what they had ever expected to face. Chapter 100 Master's Arrival. The words that escaped Wen Ran's lips were sharp, cutting through the air like 1,000 blades. Even someone as powerful as the Vice Sect Master felt an unfamiliar tremor of fear stir deep within him. He couldn't explain why, but he knew this voice belonged to Wen Ran, and he had most likely discovered that all of his stolen treasures were now safely tucked away in his personal spirit pouch. What he couldn't understand, though, was the sheer magnitude of the hatred Wen Ran had unleashed. All he had taken were some spirit stones and a few old items, practically garbage in the grand scheme of things. Yet, for some reason, Wen Ran had decided to hold onto them, to use them as fuel for revenge. The Vice Sect Master couldn't fathom why Wen Ran was reacting this way over such trivial things, especially when the loss of the stone tablet, the key to identifying new disciple talents, was what truly stung. But he couldn't find another like it, one that could so accurately measure the abilities of new disciples. The Vice Sect Master's face twisted into an ugly scowl, but even more than the frustration, there was an intense, seething humiliation. How dare a mere junior, someone who still had his mother's milk on his lips, cause such havoc in my sect? The thought burned him to his core. This defiance was unacceptable, and he would not stand for it. The power that exploded from him, a force so immense it should have easily overpowered Wen Ran's aura, surged forth with devastating intensity. But to his shock and growing desperation, Wen Ran's aura not only held its ground, it fought back. The Vice Sect Master, despite his overwhelming strength, found himself losing this battle of auras, feeling the pressure of Wen Ran's presence closing in on him like an unrelenting storm. What the hell? The Vice Sect Master screamed, his voice thick with fear and disbelief. He wasn't prepared to be humiliated by some worm. With a roar of fury, he thrust his energy forward, blasting the door off its hinges and sending it flying toward Wen Ran. But Wen Ran barely raised a hand, his fist clenched as he struck out with effortless power, crushing the door into splinters with a single punch. His eyes, now glowing with an unearthly intensity, made him appear more like a demon than a man. To the elders who watched, it was as if the very essence of death and rage had taken form in front of them. The old man had been passing by when he felt the familiar, dangerous killing intent radiating from Wen Ran. It sent a chill through his spine, and he immediately realized what was happening. Wen Ran's demonic cultivation path, if exposed, would destroy everything he had worked for. This was the most extraordinary talent he had ever encountered, and if Wen Ran's true power became known, the sect would never allow him to grow up. And so, he couldn't let that happen. The 6 elders, still struggling to recover from the oppressive aura Wen Ran had released, suddenly dropped to their knees. Their faces drained of color as the realization hit them, the man who had just entered was not just any elder. He wielded as much authority and power in the sect as the sect master himself. Juniors greet Venerable Pill Immortal. The elders bowed deeply, not daring to lift their heads. Even the Vice Sect Master, who was usually a figure of immense power, dropped to his knees, his face filled with dread. He was powerful, but his respect for this man surpassed everything. The old man's gaze swept over them all, his eyes cold and filled with fury. Junior greets. Before he could finish, a resounding slap echoed through the room, the force of it making the air tremble. The Vice Sect Master's face was slapped so hard that he was sent crashing through the wall, his body plummeting to the other side. The room fell silent, the echoes of the slap still hanging in the air. How dare you mess with my personal disciple? The old man's voice was ice cold, his fury no longer contained. Volume 2. Chapter 101 Playing Dead. Venerable Pill Immortal, this. The 6 elders stared in stunned silence, their faces ashen with shock. They couldn't comprehend what had just happened. The Vice Sect Master, once a figure of great authority, had been slapped with such force that he was thrown clear through the wall. His body lay unmoving, crumpled in a grotesque position, as though he were dead. This sight alone made the elders panic, uncertainty gnawing at their hearts. They had never seen the Vice Sect Master so utterly humiliated. Within moments, the 7th elder arrived with Luo Feng. They entered the room to find Wen Ran lying unconscious on one side, his body sprawled on the cold floor. Meanwhile, the Vice Sect Master's legs stuck out from the hole in the wall, his feet twitching slightly as sunlight poured through the massive gap, illuminating the otherwise dim room with an eerie, harsh light. But despite the scene before him, the old man Venerable Pill Immortal showed no sign of concern. His gaze was cool and unwavering, as though he were entirely indifferent to the shockwaves his actions had caused. He didn't believe he had acted out of line. In his mind, Wen Ran was far more important than some arrogant fool who believed himself to be a god. Wen Ran's future, his very growth, was worth more than any petty conflict in the sect. Every single one of you, leave, the old man commanded, his voice low but filled with an undeniable authority. Only I and Wen Ran will remain. I need to ensure this junior, who has lost his way, learns his lesson and apologizes to my disciple. His tone was as firm and unyielding as stone, each word laced with the weight of someone used to giving orders that were followed without question. Heh. Wen Ran's lips curled into a sinister smile as he slowly sat up, the remnants of his previous state of near uncontrollable rage still simmering beneath the surface. You see right through me, no wonder you are an old demon, master. Wen Ran had felt the old man's aura slam into him like a tidal wave, but it wasn't overwhelmingly powerful. It wasn't enough to fully crush him, yet it was more than enough to snap him out of the mysterious state he had been in. For the first time, Wen Ran couldn't understand where that killing intent had come from, or why it had taken over his body with such ferocity. It was as if his own instincts had driven him to the edge of madness, and that realization had scared him more than he cared to admit. He was grateful to his master for saving him today. If the old man hadn't intervened, Wen Ran knew that he would already be lying cold and lifeless, swallowed by the darkness of his own power. The moment his master's aura slammed into him, Wen Ran had played dead, waiting to see how things would unfold. The fact that the old man had slapped the vice sect master into submission had left him in awe. The power and authority in that moment had humbled him, and for the first time in his life, he felt genuine respect for the old man. It wasn't just the slap, it was the fearlessness, the conviction, the willingness to protect him no matter the cost. Wen Ran felt something in him shift, and for the first time, he realized that his master wasn't half as bad as he had initially thought. "Get up, you old dog, and give me back what you stole." Wen Ran's voice grew firmer as he spoke, his gaze steady and filled with a newfound determination. His eyes locked onto the vice sect master, still crumpled in the hole. Wen Ran knew the vice sect master was just playing dead. Someone of his level wouldn't be knocked out so easily, especially not by the old man, who had held back a great deal of power. If the old man had wanted to, the entire wall, and more than half of the sect, would have been obliterated in that single slap. Chapter 102 Destroying Family Jewels. The vice sect master, the man Wen Ran had so desperately wanted to get talking, remained silent, feigning unconsciousness. Wen Ran wasn't a fool, though. He could see right through the charade. If the vice sect master wanted to play the idiot, then Wen Ran wouldn't show him any mercy. Without a second thought, Wen Ran moved forward, grabbing the man by his feet and yanking him out of the wall. His actions were deliberate, filled with a quiet but undeniable fury. "What are you doing?" The old man's voice cracked with confusion. He wasn't sure what Wen Ran's plan was, nor why he insisted the vice sect master was pretending to be dead. In his mind, he had slapped the man with enough force to knock him out, at least hard enough to put him down for a while. But Wen Ran thought differently. "He is clearly..." The old man's words were suddenly interrupted by a blood-curdling scream that echoed through the room. "Ahergagik." The vice sect master's voice tore through the air as Wen Ran's foot pressed down hard on his family jewels. The pain was excruciating, and the vice sect master's scream could have shaken the heavens. "You little shit. I will kill you." The vice sect master spat, his words strained and pained. The unbearable agony left him struggling to speak, let alone think clearly. He had always despised Wen Ran, but now that hatred had grown exponentially, shooting through the roof. The burning resentment reached a boiling point, and it was clear now, only one of them would survive this. The feud had escalated to blood enemies, and it would only end with one of them dead. "Who are you calling shit, you damn dog?" Wen Ran sneered, his voice venomous. "You stole from me, and now you dare raise your voice at me. How about I give you another thrashing?" His words were sharp and biting, but even as he taunted the vice sect master, he hid behind his master. The old man sighed deeply, looking at the two of them as if they were nothing more than squabbling children. He knew he had to step in before this childish argument spiraled further, or it would never end. "Shut up, both of you," the old man snapped, his voice sharp and commanding. "Wen Ran, first of all, you must be more respectful to your elders." His scolding, however, didn't feel like a reprimand but more like friendly advice, the tone lacking the severity one might expect. Then, his gaze turned cold as he glanced down at the vice sect master, his disappointment palpable. "And you, how dare you steal from a junior and still have the audacity to curse him? Return everything you took right now, or I swear to the heavens I will end you here and now and select someone more fitting for your role." The old man's voice carried the weight of authority, and the finality of his words was chilling. "You have the time it takes to boil a cup of tea." The vice sect master, still writhing in pain on the floor, froze. The pain in his body seemed to vanish in an instant as an even deeper fear gripped him. Despite being several cultivation circles higher than the old man, he felt the intense fear of his power and authority. Alchemists, after all, were the most untouchable individuals in the world. He knew the old man wasn't someone he could easily defy, not now. "Fine." The vice sect master gritted his teeth, finally breaking under the pressure. With a flick of his finger, a pouch flew from his desk, landing squarely in Wen Ran's palm. "This is all and more of what I took," he muttered bitterly, his eyes shooting murderous glares at Wen Ran. "But do you dare take the excess in this bag?" Wen Ran didn't flinch. A cold laugh escaped his lips as he casually pocketed the pouch. "Why wouldn't I dare?" he replied with quiet confidence. "I'm capable of at least that much." His voice carried an edge, as if daring the vice sect master to do something about it. Chapter 103 Old Man's Advice. The two men stood across from each other, their gazes sharp enough to cut through steel, blades practically manifesting from their eyes. The tension in the room was thick enough to choke the air, and for a moment, it seemed like they were about to tear each other apart. But before either of them could make a move, the situation was swiftly controlled by the venerable Pill Immortal, whose presence seemed to cast a calming yet authoritative aura over the room. Wen Ran, despite knowing he could not win this fight and understanding that it would be considered treason against the sect, felt an unexplainable force urging him to stand his ground. A part of him wanted to flee, to protect his life, yet another part refused to yield. This force was powerful, almost primal, a driving force that made him feel like there was more at stake than just the immediate situation. He didn't know why, but something deep within him rejected the idea of backing down. Little did Wen Ran know that the very body he inhabited, this 14-year-old frame, was part of the reason for his reckless behavior. Though his soul had lived for countless years, his mind was still that of a youth, young and impulsive, unafraid of consequences. That youthful recklessness was what pushed him into confrontations like this, without a second thought. But there was more at play beneath the surface, far darker and more sinister forces resting deep within him, waiting for the right moment to emerge. The old man watched the two of them, his gaze flicking between Wen Ran and the Vice Sect Master with a mixture of frustration and resignation. He didn't understand why the Vice Sect Master had targeted Wen Ran to this extent. What had made him act with such unprovoked hatred? He sighed deeply, realizing this issue couldn't be ignored any longer. He'd have to speak with the Sect Master the next time he emerged from his cultivation session. Right now, the Sect Master was at a crucial juncture, aiming to reach a realm beyond the nascent soul stage. If successful, it would bring the glory back to the sect, something everyone was eagerly anticipating, But that future would be compromised if the sect continued to be torn apart by petty feuds. Wen Ran listened intently, a knowing smile forming in his heart. He understood exactly what the old man meant. After all, Wen Ran had once been at the very top of the world, where his words alone had commanded armies and empires. People like the Vice Sect Master had groveled at his feet, desperate to cling to their pitiful lives. The old man's advice resonated with him on a deep level, one that transcended time and experience. He had walked that path, and the lessons of power were ones he had learned through countless lifetimes. Looking at the back of the Pill Immortal, Wen Ran bowed deeply, a sense of respect filling him. He would never forget this favor, and if the day ever came when he could repay it, he certainly would. Brother Wen Ran. A voice called from the side, and Wen Ran turned to see Luo Feng rushing towards him, his face a mixture of concern and confusion. Wen Ran had completely forgotten that his so-called sworn brother was with him just moments ago. Are you okay? Just what the hell happened back there? Luo Feng's concern was genuine, and for a brief moment, Wen Ran was struck by the unspoken bond between them. He didn't understand why someone who barely knew him would care whether he lived or died, but the sincerity in Luo Feng's eyes was unmistakable. Wen Ran patted his shoulder, offering him a reassuring smile, though his heart was heavy with the weight of everything that had just transpired. I'm all right, brother, he said, his voice steady. I'll tell you on the way. Let's get out of here first. Chapter 104 Heading for the Armory. The two youngsters walked away from the hall, but the eyes of the seven elders followed them, their gazes filled with a mix of astonishment and uncertainty. They were not only shocked by how calm Wen Ran had remained in the face of such a volatile situation, but also by the revelation that he was the disciple of one of the most important people in the entire sect, the Pill Immortal. Such an event hadn't occurred in many years, and the implications were immense. Everyone in the sect knew how stubborn the old man was. He had never taken on many disciples, and the few who had earned his attention were individuals of extraordinary potential. There had only ever been two others before Wen Ran who had managed to capture his interest. But those two had grown up, left the sect, and as time passed, the Pill Immortal had become somewhat isolated, retreating into his own space, no longer bothering with the sect's lectures or day-to-day affairs. His withdrawal from the sect had been a silent one, and it was as if the old man had become a shadow of the past, only to be remembered by the few who had once been his students, So, for a new junior to draw him out of his seclusion, it was unprecedented. It was something that had never been seen in decades, and it made Wen Ran's status in the sect soar higher than they had expected. His connection to the Pill Immortal alone would give him influence, but the truth of his abilities was even more intriguing. Wen Ran wasn't just the disciple of the master, he was an alchemist in his own right. And with that, he would gain even more respect. His status would undoubtedly change when word of his talent spread, and with it, would come friends who would support him and enemies who would fear him. In this world, there were certain factions that, though they may not wield much physical power, commanded respect and were revered across the lands. Alchemists were one such group. The same held true for array masters, forgers, and music crafters. Each had a unique and irreplaceable role that made them indispensable in battles. Wen Ran's position in the sect would undoubtedly make him a valuable asset, someone whose loyalty and talents could change the tides in both the political and physical struggles within the sect. "Just where did that junior pop out from?" one of the elders asked, his voice low but filled with genuine curiosity. Luo Feng's words carried an undercurrent of mischief, and his expression, one of almost perverse enjoyment, gave Wen Ran an unsettling feeling. It wasn't the first time Luo Feng had looked at him that way, but today, the intensity was different. Wen Ran felt a slight shiver down his spine but quickly dismissed it. Right now, he had other things on his mind. "Not at all," Wen Ran replied, his voice calm but with a hint of dry humor. "I'm excited to get a new weapon. After all, I have a quest from my master. I need to leave the sect and head for the mountains." He didn't hide the mission he had been given. After all, it wasn't a secret. And if Luo Feng knew he was about to leave the sect, maybe, just maybe, he would offer some valuable advice or even help. Wen Ran could see the flicker of interest in Luo Feng's eyes, but there was something about the way the other man was looking at him that unsettled him. For a brief moment, Wen Ran could have sworn he saw a foxtail flick out from behind him, an illusion, surely, but the thought left him cold for a second. "Brother, you should have said something earlier," Luo Feng exclaimed, his voice more animated than usual. "The mountains are dangerous, and you'll need some protection. Let me buy you a protective talisman today in the armory. After all, I need you to cause more havoc in the sect." Luo Feng hadn't realized that he had spoken his last words out loud, and as the words hung in the air, Wen Ran's expression turned slightly darker. Was he just some entertainment for Luo Feng? A tool to cause trouble and bring amusement to his so-called sworn brother? The thought annoyed him, but he held his tongue. For now, all he cared about was getting a new weapon. The rest of the world could wait. Chapter 105 Guardians of the Armory. "Thank you, Brother Luo Feng. Since you've offered, it would be rude for me to refuse," Wen Ran replied with a smile that didn't quite reach his eyes. He couldn't deny that today had turned out to be better than expected. After all, not every day did free opportunities drop from the sky like rain. And in Wen Ran's eyes, Luo Feng was nothing short of a walking money bag. If the other men had too much to carry, Wen Ran would gladly take some for himself. He'd never once felt like he had too much in his life, not in this body, nor in the countless lifetimes before it. Some might call him greedy, but he saw it as survival. And as always, survival came first. "Don't mention it," Luo Feng said with a broad grin, casually throwing an arm over Wen Ran's shoulder. "Let's go. The world and its beauties will be yours for the taking, Brother Wen Ran. A true man, indeed. Soon, you'll be the one venturing out into the world, facing dangers alone." Wen Ran blinked at the sudden burst of enthusiasm, taken aback by Luo Feng's theatrics. The display was so exaggerated that he couldn't help but feel a little put off. The fool was too much for him to handle. Wen Ran couldn't help but think that if he could escape Luo Feng's company as soon as possible, it would bring him more peace than anything. He was already beginning to regret making acquaintances with him. Wen Ran simply nodded, his mind elsewhere as they continued walking toward the armory. Despite his irritation, he couldn't completely dismiss the usefulness of Luo Feng's enthusiasm. For now, he would tolerate it, but only because the sooner he got the weapon he wanted, the sooner he could focus on his own plans. The two of them climbed the stairs that led to the massive door, which stood like a silent guardian of the armory. In front of it stood two figures, one man and one woman, both seemingly asleep while standing. Their posture was so unnatural, so still, that it sent a chill through Wen Ran as he stared at them. The two figures, who were supposed to remain immovable, were now scanning him from head to toe. It wasn't just their eyes, it was as if their very presence was prying into the deepest recesses of his soul. He could feel the intrusion in his dantian, his most guarded secrets laid bare for them to see. His heart skipped a beat when he realized they were not just scanning his physical form, they were probing his very essence, his energy, and his soul. Is this some kind of test? Wen Ran's mind raced. Are they trying to see if I'm human or demon? His anger surged, but he was powerless to act. His body was frozen, trapped in place as if by invisible chains. How dare these two nobodies challenge me? Luo Feng stood beside him, eyes wide in shock, but there was an unmistakable excitement in his gaze. He watched as the eyes of the two guardians shone with multicolored radiance, a brilliant glow that seemed to pierce through Wen Ran. His eyes too were shining, not because he was scanning Wen Ran, but because of the exhilaration he felt. This damned brat managed to awaken the Great Protectors. He truly is something. Luo Feng's heart raced, and he nearly laughed out loud, his excitement threatening to spill over. For Wen Ran, however, this moment was a test of patience and willpower. His heart hammered in his chest, the weight of the Guardian's gaze bearing down on him. Every part of him screamed to break free, to push back against the invisible forces that held him in place, but for now, he was powerless. He had to endure it, whatever it was they wanted from him, whatever this test or trial was, he had to survive it, Chapter 106 Crimson Whisper Blade. Despite the overwhelming pressure Wen Ran felt, as if his very soul were laid bare before the two guardians, something unexpected happened. The intense aura that had bound him suddenly dissipated, and the two figures calmed. Their expressions, once filled with the weight of judgment, returned to their passive, unreadable state. For a moment, Wen Ran could scarcely believe what he was seeing. The two figures, who had seemed so powerful, now appeared almost ordinary, like statues once again. The man reached into his pocket and retrieved a small jade slip. With a swift motion, he tossed it at Wen Ran, and the object sailed through the air like a delicate feather. Floor 205, the man's voice rumbled, ancient and resonant, as though it came from the depths of history itself. You have the time it takes to burn 3 incense sticks. Take what you want. His words were final, weighted with authority, and as soon as he finished speaking, both the men and the woman closed their eyes once more, as if nothing had happened. The doors to the armory creaked open, revealing the treasures within. Wen Ran stood still, staring at the jade slip in his hand, still processing what had just occurred. He had expected the worst, that he would be judged, perhaps even killed or cast out. But instead, the Guardians had simply given him directions. It was a strange opportunity for him. It was so unlike anything he had anticipated that for a moment, he was frozen in place. This might be the opportunity of a lifetime. Wen Ran thought, the spark of possibility igniting within him. He had no idea why they had allowed him entry, nor what lay beyond those doors, but his instincts told him that this was not something to ignore. He had been granted a chance and he had to seize it. However, no matter how fast Luo Feng moved, he couldn't catch up. Wen Ran's pace was relentless, and Luo Feng, breathless from the effort, was left panting as he reached the top. By the time he caught up with Wen Ran, the first incense stick had burned out. And now, the two of them stood in front of a small door, their hearts racing. Wen Ran, focused on his task, pushed the door open. The moment he did, a powerful aura rushed out of the chamber, so potent and overwhelming that it nearly sent them both tumbling down the stairs. If they had been any weaker, the sheer pressure might have sent them to their deaths. The force was like nothing they had ever felt before, pressing in on them from all sides. What the hell is this? Is this how the sect treats their disciples? Wen Ran grumbled, barely managing to keep his footing as another wave of suffocating pressure tried to knock him back. He steadied himself, determination flickering in his eyes. He wasn't going to let something like this stop him now. Without another thought, he rushed into the room, leaving Luo Feng trailing behind, struggling to catch his breath. Inside the room was a singular item, perched on a pedestal in the center. A red sword. Its presence was so intense that it seemed to command the very air around it. At the base of the pedestal, a name was engraved, Crimson Whisper Blade. The sword radiated a sinister aura, one so potent that it immediately began to suffocate Luo Feng. His breaths became labored, and he felt his knees weaken as the oppressive energy seemed to tighten around his chest. But Wen Ran, he was unaffected. The aura, dark and suffocating as it was, didn't crush him. Instead, it enveloped him, a strange warmth creeping through him as if the blade itself was baptizing him under its mysterious influence. The sensation was foreign yet oddly familiar, and Wen Ran's mind raced with excitement. Chapter 107 Taming the Sword. This blade is freaking amazing. Wen Ran's heart raced as the overwhelming aura of the Crimson Whisper Blade washed over him. It felt like a force of nature, both terrifying and exhilarating. Almost instantly, he understood why the two guardians had sent him here. But at the same time, he couldn't shake the feeling of confusion. Why? Why would they allow someone like me, someone who had walked the demonic path, to grow even stronger with this blade? His mind spun with questions, but one thought echoed louder than the rest. Why would they give me such a treasure, knowing what I am? Stay updated via my virtual library empire. Then, something clicked in his mind. He remembered the young woman who had led him to the sect, the one who had invited him in. he recalled the faint demonic aura she carried, something that had initially gone unnoticed. Could it be that this sect was secretly aligned with the demonic path? Or maybe, they allowed the cultivation of any path, so long as it didn't conflict with the sect's goals. The realization hit him like a thunderclap. This sect wasn't what it appeared to be, but that didn't matter to him. Why would it? He thought, shaking the questions from his mind. This is perfect. He had tried so hard to keep his true nature hidden, but so far, despite a few bumps along the way, his life in the sect hadn't been terrible. Better than being a slave in the Fang clan, he thought bitterly, feeling a pang of resentment. At least here, he had some measure of control over his own fate. Before he could reflect further, another wave of energy slammed into him, and he stumbled back, his feet sliding on the floor. The force pushed against him, but rather than panic, a smirk tugged at the corner of Wen Ran's lips. Fighting back, huh? At. His body trembled under the weight of the pain, but his spirit, forged through countless lifetimes, was unshakable. He would not let this weapon defeat him. He would not let this sword reject him. With a roar that echoed in his mind and soul, Wen Ran shouted, "Submit to me." As his words rang out, the air around him seemed to shudder and warp. It wasn't just the force of his voice, it was as if reality itself bent to his will. To Luo Feng, who watched from the side, it looked like the very air around Wen Ran shattered, breaking apart in a surreal, mesmerizing display of energy. An illusion, yes, but an illusion that carried the weight of a powerful force. The mingling of dark, evil energies formed a veil, enveloping Wen Ran, hiding him from view. Inside that veil, Wen Ran was locked in a battle of endurance, his body, mind, and spirit strained to their limits. His spiritual energy was being consumed at an alarming rate, swirling around him like a vortex, threatening to drain him completely. The agony intensified, and the dizziness crept in, making him feel as if he would black out at any moment. But Wen Ran's resolve was more powerful than any of that. His heart burned with an unquenchable fire, his determination like steel. And then, in that moment, the strange object in his dantian pulsed. A dark, eerie aura erupted from it, crashing into the sword like a tidal wave. The sword seemed to recoil, its aura shivering as if in fear of whatever was inside Wen Ran. The blade's resistance faltered under the overwhelming pressure of his power. The blade trembled. For a brief, fleeting moment, it seemed to acknowledge him. And then, with a soft shudder, it calmed. The blade was forced to submit. When Ran's grip tightened around the hilt, the weapon now fully in his grasp. Almost instantly, a rush of power surged through his veins, more potent and intoxicating than anything he had ever felt before. The aura of the Crimson Whisper blade merged with his own, flowing through him like liquid fire. It felt like he could slice through the heavens themselves, cutting through time and space. Of course, it was just an illusion fueled by the overwhelming surge of energy, but in that moment, Wen Ran truly believed it. He felt the raw, untapped power coursing through him, and for the first time, he realized that this was only the beginning. With this blade, he could reach new heights, he could carve his name into the very fabric of the world. Chapter 108 Luo Feng's promise to himself. While Wen Ran was lost in the intoxicating thrill of his new power, Luo Feng's heart pounded wildly. His suspicions had already begun to take root in the Elder Hall when he saw the faint demonic aura around Wen Ran. At first, he had dismissed it. After all, Wen Ran was calm, composed, and his mind worked just as well as anyone else's. He wasn't like the power-hungry demonic cultivators Luo Feng had seen, who were easily recognizable by their arrogance and irritation. Most of them wore their malice like a badge, making it clear from the start who and what they were. Only those at the highest levels of power, those who could disguise their true nature, could trick others into believing they were righteous cultivators. Now, standing before him, was living proof of that. So he is indeed what I suspected. Luo Feng's eyes narrowed slightly as he watched Wen Ran with new clarity. Someone who has stepped onto the forbidden path. But what's truly curious is that he's so perfectly in control of himself. He doesn't act like the others. He's calm, methodical, and his foundation, it's strong, far stronger than anyone his age should be. What other secrets does he hide? Luo Feng couldn't help but wonder. The more he thought about it, the more intrigued he became. Wen Ran wasn't the first person in their sect who walked a dangerous path, but there was something uniquely compelling about him. Strangely, he reminds me of the sect master. Both of them, so mysterious. Both of them seem to operate on a level most can't understand. Luo Feng's heart remained calm, and as the realization settled, he couldn't suppress a surge of excitement. He had always found the world more thrilling when the stakes were high. Wen Ran's demonic cultivation didn't bother him. If anything, it made the situation more interesting. This makes things much more fun. Luo Feng grinned inwardly. I want to see how far Wen Ran can take this power. How much further can he grow, He wasn't naive enough to ignore the dangers of cultivating the demonic path, however. There were only a few demonic cultivators who ever reached the level of powerhouses. The righteous cultivators were always watching, always on guard, fearing the day the demonic cultivators would rise up and overthrow them. It was a delicate balance, one that could tip in either direction. His mind raced, trying to make sense of the power coursing through him. If I'm not wrong. Wen Ran mused, this looks like a spirit refinement level sword. Perhaps it even has the potential to grow stronger beyond that. His heart resonated with the blade, an instinctual, almost spiritual connection that went beyond mere possession. The blade didn't feel like an object to him, it felt alive, as if it recognized him, as if it had chosen him. Though he couldn't deny the reluctance that accompanied this bond, after all, a weapon that powerful was never without its dangers, he could sense its potential. It was a strange mix of power and resistance, yet undeniably, it was his. The blade vibrated softly in his grip, as if in response to his thoughts, to his very being. The communication between them was subtle, but it was there. Wen Ran had achieved what few others ever could, a perfect understanding of the Tao of the sword. The essence of the weapon was woven into his soul, and he, in turn, understood the blade's every curve, every edge, every weight. He wasn't just holding a sword, he was one with it. Find adventures on my virtual library empire. This connection, this mastery, was what made Wen Ran confident. As long as he held this weapon in his hand, there was no doubt in his mind that he would never lose in a one-on-one fight. Luo Feng, standing on the sidelines, couldn't help but watch in awe, oblivious to his own reaction. The transformation in Wen Ran was becoming more evident by the second, and he realized, whether he liked it or not, that he was witnessing something extraordinary. His excitement, almost bordering on obsession, continued to grow, and the pull of Wen Ran's power was something he could never have predicted. But for now, his focus was entirely on the young man holding the sword, his heart filled with anticipation for what was to come. Damn it, I want to follow him. And I shall do that, even if I die doing so. Luo Feng's heart pounded in his chest as he watched Wen Ran, completely absorbed in the sword, radiating an aura of power that seemed to transcend everything around him. Chapter 109 Robbing Luo Feng in Broad Daylight. Despite Luo Feng's intense obsession with him, Wen Ran had no plans of gathering followers, at least not in this life. His mind was set, his path clear. He was destined to walk alone, his heart consumed by the pursuit of revenge. No one, not even a sworn brother like Luo Feng, could change that. The only thing that mattered now was power, strength, and the ability to crush those who had wronged him. As he stood there, the crimson whisper blade in his hands, Wen Ran swung it a few times, testing its weight, its balance, and its power. The air around him crackled with the force of his movements, the crimson aura swirling like death itself. There was something almost unnatural about it, the aura felt like it was alive, hungry, as if it carried the very essence of destruction within it. It was strange, considering that someone at the spirit flow stage shouldn't have been able to manifest such an intense force. But here he was, wielding it with ease. Brother Wen Ran, congratulations. This sword is amazing. With this weapon in your hands, you'll be invincible under the heavens. Luo Feng's voice rang out, a smirk on his face, though his praise was laced with playful sarcasm. His tone was teasing, as if trying to rile Wen Ran up, but beneath it, there was a hint of admiration, or was it something else? Yeah, thank you. Wen Ran responded without much care. His eyes never left the sword, his focus entirely on the weapon. The world around him seemed to fade as he tested its power. The blade felt perfect in his hands, not just in its weight but in the way it responded to his will. Every swing sent a surge of excitement through him. He could already picture himself slaying gods and devils with it, carving a path of destruction in his wake. It was a weapon forged for someone with his purpose, his fury, and his ambition. As he swung it again, Wen Ran could feel something deeper, something special about the sword. It wasn't just any weapon. It was made from a rare, almost mythical material. He could sense the connection between them, as if the sword was made specifically for him, forged to channel his power and amplify it. But amid the rush of excitement, a thought lingered at the back of his mind. This is mine, and no one else's. I don't need anyone else. The promise of revenge was too all-consuming for him to let anything or anyone distract him. His path would always be one of solitude, a lone warrior moving through a world that had wronged him. No followers, no alliances. Just me and my sword. Luo Feng, still trying to catch up to the whirlwind that was Wen Ran, noticed a strange inscription by the door, an intricate carving that glimmered faintly in the dim light. The words etched into the stone sent a jolt through him. 1,000,000 spirit stones to enter. Luo Feng couldn't help but gape at the price. 1,000,000. He had heard of such places before, but never imagined his sworn brother would actually consider entering one. Don't tell me he's secretly loaded. Brother Wen Ran. Luo Feng rubbed his eyes in disbelief. But then, for a moment, he swore he saw something behind Wen Ran, an illusion, but it looked like a fox tail, wagging mischievously. Find adventures on my virtual library empire. Wen Ran turned to him, his face a mask of innocence. Ah, Brother Luo Feng, I just remembered. You said you'd buy me something from this place, right? His tone was almost playful, but there was an edge to it. Such an honorable expert as you wouldn't go back on his word, now would you? Luo Feng stood frozen for a moment, staring at Wen Ran in disbelief. A wave of irritation and disbelief surged through him, so intense that he almost choked on his breath. This brat. He could practically feel the heat rise in his chest. Does he think I'm just some walking money bag? Luo Feng clenched his fists, but then, with a deep sigh, he forced the words out. He cut himself off, reminding himself that he'd made the promise. This brat is going to be the death of me. Chapter 110 Mysterious Duo from Fang Clan. While Wen Ran and Luo Feng were focused on the massive door ahead, oblivious to what lay behind it, a different kind of storm was brewing far away from the sect. The stillness of the distant plains, once untouched, was now broken by the hurried footsteps of two people dressed in black. They moved swiftly, their faces grim, their eyes darting nervously from side to side. Whatever they were running from, it was clear that time was of the essence. Their fear was palpable, a quiet tension that hung heavily in the air, and it was all directed toward one woman. A woman in golden clothes, her figure glowing like the sun itself, was chasing them relentlessly. Her golden hair flowed around her like a shimmering halo, her golden eyes captivating and striking in their beauty, filled with an intense fire. She moved like a predator, swift and determined, her presence almost overwhelming. This was none other than Fang Jinyao, the one who had been tracking these individuals with relentless focus. Where did that damn woman come from? One of the black-clad figures complained under their breath, their voice high-pitched but laced with anger. We were only tasked with finding the brat who slaughtered our branch clan, and now some other brat is chasing us. But her power. It's at least at the Spirit Pagoda stage. Explore stories at my virtual library empire. The speaker's voice trembled as they spoke, but their aura was anything but weak. At the spirit refinement stage, their presence was formidable, yet still not enough to make them challenge Fang Jinyao head-on. Beside her, the other figure remained silent, their face hidden by a dark mask, but their aura was even more intimidating. The masked figure was at the Spirit Pagoda stage, a step above their companion, but still, neither of them dared to face Fang Jinyao. Her voice cut through the air with a chilling clarity. Stop and surrender your lives to me, Fang Jinyao declared, her tone sharp and unyielding. If you dare plot against my husband, I will end you and your damn clan, wherever you come from. I will end you all. Her words rang with authority, but there was something hauntingly otherworldly about them, as if two voices were intertwined in a single sentence, one younger, filled with determination, and the other older, drenched with sorrow and pain. To anyone who knew her, the combination of voices would have been disturbing, for it was clear that the voice of the girl had merged with that of a goddess who had long since disappeared. Fang Jinyao's mind raced. Fang clan. How could this be possible? She had witnessed the complete destruction of her clan, her family, her lineage wiped out, and yet these two individuals stood before her, claiming to be part of the Fang clan. Her great-grandfather had never spoken of any other branches, and yet here they were, both exuding an air of deadly certainty. I'm Fang Jinyao, head of the Fang clan, she stated firmly, her voice filled with both anger and disbelief. If you're truly connected to the Fang bloodline, show me your medallions. At her words, she pulled out a small medallion from her side. The character Fang was inscribed on it, its intricate design gleaming with a faint golden light. The moment the medallion was exposed, the two figures before her reacted. With a quick motion, they pulled out their own medallions, more decorated and detailed than her own, but with the same symbol. As their medallions met hers, a strange and powerful energy surged through the air, and the 3 medallions shone in a dazzling multicolored light, casting a glow that illuminated the entire battlefield. Fang Jiniao's breath caught in her throat. How could this be? The youth's lips curled into a cold, satisfied smile. This is perfect. Not only can we find that brat, he paused, his eyes gleaming with malicious intent, we can also rid ourselves of the last of your damned mixed blood. The patriarch will be pleased that the disgrace of the branch Fang clan will finally be eradicated. At that moment, Fang Jiniao's mind went cold. Her eyebrows twitched as realization hit her like a blow to the chest. They aren't just after Wen Ran. Chapter 111 The Pink Mist. The trio stood in a standstill for a moment, but Fang Jiniao knew the battle was unavoidable. She was smart, and she understood that these two would never let her go. Trying to reason with them was pointless. She could see the malice radiating from their eyes, a deadly aura that washed over her like a suffocating wave. Her hair stood on end as the killing intent crept closer, making every instinct in her body scream to prepare for what was coming. After we deal with you, we'll find the brat and personally thank him for destroying the branch clan. The patriarch himself invited him to join our main clan as the reward. Can you imagine that? You damned half-blood, the man spoke again, his voice thick with venom. A dangerous madness flickered in his pink eyes that were as rare as phoenix feathers, their unusual glow giving him an almost otherworldly appearance. Fang Jiniao's anger simmered beneath the surface, and a cold smile curled on her lips as she readied herself. These two were about to regret underestimating her. If you want to fight me, then come. I'm not afraid of you. And don't call the love of my life a brat, he can be as manly as he wishes when the time calls for it, Fang Jiniao said, her words slipping out before she could fully think them through. Perhaps it was something a young lady shouldn't be saying so openly, but the words came from the heart, and the meaning lingered in the air, making both the man and woman pause for a moment. The woman blinked, her confusion turning to a slight blush as the implications of the words sunk in, while the man remained stoic, his expression unchanging. Useless chatter, now die, the man growled, his patience worn thin. With a swift motion, he unsheathed a multicolored fan, its feathers shimmering with iridescence, a sight that was as beautiful as it was deadly. A pink mist began to leak from his body, swirling around him like a thick fog. If one looked closely enough, they would notice the pink in his eyes had dimmed, the energy within him shifting. The woman staggered back, her eyes widening in surprise, before a violent cough of blood erupted from her mouth. The impact had sent a shock through her, and the difference in cultivation was glaring. Despite the poison slowing Fang Jiniao's movements, she was still much faster and more powerful. The woman was no match for her, and it showed. The man's eyes narrowed in frustration. He had underestimated her. His usual poison attack was more than enough to cripple someone of her level, but this woman, this empress in front of him, had endured it. She wasn't just any cultivator, she was something more, something rare. That golden energy surrounding her was unlike anything he had ever encountered, and it sparked a brief moment of doubt within him. He considered retreating, but the fear was more than just her strength, it was the aura she radiated, a sense of unyielding power that made him hesitate. Without a moment's hesitation, the man released a thick cloud of pink mist into the air. This time, however, the mist wasn't poisonous. Instead, it was a diversion, a trick he had used countless times before. The subtle hint of poison was enough to make most enemies retreat in fear. It worked every time. And now, it would work again. The moment the mist spread, the man watched intently, knowing his enemy would most likely assume it was poison, just like before. And just like before, they would retreat, he was sure of it. Watching the massive cloud of pink mist escape the men, Fang Jiniao didn't hesitate to shield herself. She had learned from her previous experience not to take any chances. Pushing her power to the maximum, she moved with practiced precision, her hands slicing through the air with such force that it created a wind pressure strong enough to scatter the mist. It was a technique only someone skilled in martial arts could execute, and she did it flawlessly. The mist swirled and dissipated, leaving nothing behind but the lingering scent of poison. However, as the last trace of the mist disappeared, Fang Jiniao's sharp eyes scanned the area, and the man was gone. Chapter 112 The Mysterious Ink Brush. So he ran away, huh? She muttered under her breath, a small chuckle escaping her lips. There was a hint of pride in her voice, the satisfaction of having driven him off with such ease. It wasn't often that someone underestimated her. And yet, here was a coward who had given up the fight the moment the tides turned, But not everyone shared her sentiment. The woman who had been thrown back onto the cold ground was bleeding from her mouth, clutching her stomach as her body shook. The damage was severe, she could feel her internal organs shattered from the impact. The pain was unbearable, but even worse was the realization that her life, or what was left of it, was slipping away. She had fought so hard, and now, as she lay there, alone and abandoned, she understood the brutal truth: she had been left to die. Her breath came in shallow gasps as she struggled to hold on to consciousness. But even in her final moments, the bitterness of betrayal stung more than the pain. She had been nothing more than a pawn, discarded when she was no longer useful. Her hopes of survival had vanished with the man's retreat. The once bright fire of ambition in her eyes had dimmed, leaving nothing but a cold emptiness. "This can't be, Brother Zhenhai, why?" The woman's voice cracked as she burst into tears, her body shaking with the overwhelming flood of emotions. She didn't even notice Fang Jinyao's approach. Her eyes were locked on the distance where the men had disappeared, disbelief written all over her face. She couldn't fathom it: her best friend, the person she had trusted most, had abandoned her in her moment of need. The pain in her heart at that moment was far greater than the physical ache she still felt from Fang Jinyao's earlier strike. Fang Jinyao stood silently for a moment, her gaze darkening as she watched the woman's grief unfold. How could someone turn their back on their own? But the words that slipped from her lips next were unexpected, sharp, and filled with a rawness she hadn't expected to confront herself. "How does it feel to see someone you love run away, to leave you behind?" Even someone like him, who had spent years on the battlefield, had never encountered an artifact quite like this one. The brush was delicate, almost serene in its design, but its presence felt unusual, as if it held more than simple artistic potential. Luo Feng, however, was eyeing the brush with barely disguised jealousy. His gaze lingered on it, filled with awe. "Brother Wen Ran, I had no idea you were interested in the art of symbol martial arts," Luo Feng said, his voice hinting at both admiration and a little envy. Wen Ran blinked, still holding the brush between his fingers. "What is that?" His voice was laced with confusion, the term completely foreign to him. Symbol martial arts. Was this something that this world had developed that never existed in his own? The thought alone sent a wave of excitement through him. What kind of power could this art hold? His curiosity grew as he imagined the possibilities, the desire to learn burning brightly in his chest. "You don't know." Luo Feng looked at Wen Ran, his brow furrowing in confusion. In this world, there are only a few people who haven't heard of the great sky immortal. He's the man who painted the heavens themselves and built this world with the strokes of his ink brush. He's the god of our world, the one everyone respects and prays to, Luo Feng said, his voice filled with awe. A proud smile spread across his face as he spoke. He had been a fan of the great sky immortal all his life. If he could ever meet the god, he'd be honored to serve him for the rest of his days. That was how much people of this world revered their god. "God, you say?" Wen Ran's face twitched for a moment before he quickly masked it with a neutral expression. This was fascinating news. This world has a god. Ha ha ha. His mind raced. "I've been itching to get my hands on a god," he thought, a twisted excitement bubbling inside him. "Let's see how this new god compares to the ones I've already known." There were always new gods born every 10,000 years in the upper skies, so it's not that surprising. But to be able to face him, to beat him at his own game with his own art, how thrilling. His blood began to boil with the idea of learning the art that the god had created and using it to bring down the very god who had created it. How delightful. What a game this will be. Meanwhile, Luo Feng watched on, oblivious to the dark thoughts that were slowly forming in Wen Ran's mind. To him, his sworn brother was just an eager student, ready to explore the world of martial arts. But beneath the surface, Wen Ran's true intentions were far more twisted.